Warden off-site. Shade and Shusi left. Try and hold the fort. Shade and Sushi. That is much harder to say than I expected.
I was wondering who you were talking about.
Shade and Sushi. Shade Sushi. I don't know why that's so hard to say.
Under a minute, and I mean, Ferox, they can just sit comfortably here, right? They've still got the smoke up, so he can deny a lot of the chance to plant, and that means they either have to push deep or they have to deal with the smoke player. Every second they're not baiting out these smokes is really going to make it hard, but oh, that frag grenade just totally deletes my point and deletes Sushi, so it's all up to Warden and Shade now in the final 40 seconds.
Warden in a position to flank. Instead, he makes his way down the main hallway. Shade will drop mangoes. Not really being able to pressure this position. Okami. Cutie, though, trying to sweep in from behind as Shade will get his second. Cutie pushes in the sound crew of the Goomon, gives away his position, but he still gets the kill. And now it's a one-on-one. Warden taking on Cutie. Surely Warden can close this one out. The diffuser is dropped. No real chance of Cutie going for the plant. He needs to try and find the frag, but he doesn't know where Warden is positioned. And Ferox will win on time.
Really, really well played from Warden and Shade. It was a 2 versus 4 at that stage with about 30 seconds to go, 25 seconds. They just held really well. Great positions and a bit of a fail, I guess, from Okami to secure a refrag. Cutie definitely could have pushed in Hookah much quicker to frag out that Legion. He would have saved Joker on the rappel. Not to be. That's 3 rounds in a row for Ferox now. So they're really starting to get a bit of momentum behind them again.
Momentum definitely being the name of the game so far tonight. Blue Bar Sunrise. Again, we'll see its second appearance for the final round of the half. In fact, this was the first round that Ferox won on the map and really helped kickstart this momentum, and they'll be looking to close it out as well. And I think a 4-2 lead on a defensive half on coastline. Now that will be pretty good.
Absolutely. Yeah, and as I was saying previously, when Ferox played this in the first week of 6 Masters, it just really felt like they were having a lot of issues with their defenses. And it's looking so much better for them now. Which worries me about Okami, because Ferox, if they are playing this one on their defense, they can potentially lean on some good attacks, and they might be looking to close this map out. A little early to call, but it feels like it's leaning that way.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Oh, the caster curse. Oh no.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Look, I'm still backing the 8-7 Okami OT. I'm still aboard that train. Although I'm sure neither of these teams wanted to go that long because it takes its toll. Oh, we wanted to close it out in regulation. If Okami lose this round though, that hope is only going to slip further and further away. Shifting over the defense will be tricky. But we still have 2 minutes 30 left in this half. All members still on the board. Drone's heading out. As we ride on board rather with Mangoes in kitchen, droning the entry for Pistol, and Jack Daddy also sweeping across the map. So a lot of ground being gathered quite quickly here.
They've really stuck this Dockerby as well, and I don't know whether it's had any massive direct effect. Hard to say from what we get, at least anyway. Army will be the ones to answer that, but I mean, they're not winning as many attack runs as they would have liked, that's for sure. Ferox doing a great job of staying disciplined. It was something we highlighted actually previously in Clubhouse about that discipline and patience with angles. And Deptra, that works out for him at least. There's a refrag coming out though. It's an important player, in fact, lost for Ferox. That's Warden gone.
Deptra is thrown down, gets aggressive on him and takes him down. The pre-fire not quite fast enough, and Valkyrie will be alive and well. Shade though, he won't be. His Mangoes shuts him down. I don't think Shade was really expecting that one. Deptra still getting aggressive on this peg, trying to find the opening. I don't know where he's aiming with that one, but that's way off its target. He gets away with his life in the end, but Ferox quite low on HP across the board.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for them on this one. Oh, that wall bang does down Deptra. So that's a nice job there from Mangoes. Okami really in a good position here to be able to close this round out. Sushi under a lot of pressure. Todd's the only one on full HP. A frag grenade will slightly tag Sushi, but not much. It's going to be very hard for them to be able to hold on here. Sushi does find one, though. Gives them a little bit of a breath. Jack Daddy's taken low as well, so we could be able to bring this back to a 2v2.
Difficult part is really trying to get that plant down, but with Sushi taken off the board, it should be doable. Todd going for a massive flank is shut down. The flick from Jack Dad proves too strong, and Okami managed to even out the half.
Nice shot. And yeah, it is a 3-3 half again. That's all we've had from this series. It was 3-3 Clubhouse, and then it was another 3-3 half to make it 6-6. Now we're 3-3 here in Coastline. Really feels like foreshadowing for a 6-6 again, guys.
7-8, 7-8. Or 8-7. Okay, well, I didn't see this coming, though. Penthouse Theatre. That is quite the spice, especially considering most teams will only go there if Mira's on the board. So I'm very intrigued to see what they bring to the board on this one. And I highly, highly doubt Ferox are going to be expecting this.
Yeah, really not commonly chosen in ANZ anymore was Penthouse Theatre. It's really rotated out of meta on
Attackers need to
Coastline.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
See what Ferox can do to adapt to that. Probably good for Okami in terms of how that attack half ended. That was really their best attack round. Because the other two they won were quite close. That last one was definitely their strongest, so they can carry some momentum into their defense here. And I think the big spotlight is more so probably going to be on Ferox and how they can string together these attacks.
Shield definitely being used and abused here by the defenders. And you know what? That's probably not a bad idea. Penthouse is a site that doesn't offer a whole lot of protection once a lot of these windows are held. So maybe the addition of those shields will give the defenders a little bit more comfort. Very, very excited to see how this round plays out.
Some Jackal play as well. I mean, that's something we also haven't really seen much at all these days. He went through a phase of being heavily banned. And then I guess a similar thing to what we were talking about earlier with Thatcher, even when he's available, which is quite frequently these days, don't see him picked a whole lot.
Drones being used instead to gather intel. Jack Daddy, oh, that door to the right near guitar. Shield's providing some cover, but he's exposed to a lot of angles here. Mangoes needs to try and help him out. Jack Daddy misses the shots on the rappel. Of course, that rappel line is giving away Deptra's position, but there we go. Warden will drop Jack Daddy. Nice shot from him. Mangoes as well could get his head taken off very, very soon here. He unpeaks it at the right time, though. Looks like Ferox slowly picking this apart already.
I'm not sure. Oh, that is a good peek from Mangoes. Deptra off the board, and a refrag attempt from Sushi has failed. Mangoes holding Hall of Fame just all by himself. Single-handedly ripping that Ferox attack apart. And Shade's been downed as well. Might be able to be recovered at least. Looks like he might have fallen off the roof, in fact, the parking garage.
Maybe. Maybe he was shot. Not too sure. Either way, though, Ferox will go for the pickup.
Attackers recover the diffuser.
I mean, it's hard to even say that Okami are winning this site off the back of the site setup itself. It's really just Mango's going big in Hall of Fame there and winning some critical ones.
The attackers bombed the
Fortunately,
diffuser.
Ferox just unable to shut him down,
Diffuser
and
is exposed.
Shade as well. The run out will end his life. This is no longer the Hall of Fame. This is basically just the Hall of Mangoes and a bunch of Ferox corpses at the moment.
What are you saying, guys? Northeast corner of Hall of Fame is just now called Mangoes? Is that right?
Yeah, let's make that official. All right, everyone, we're calling that Mangoes from now. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, it's the quad. If he gets the ace, 100%. That's being called Mangoes. Question is, can he do it? Oh, he can't. Wow. Oh, you would. You would. I bet he would have got that kill as well. Wow. Boo.
Oh.
So I'm still calling it Mangoes. I reckon it was still a pretty good play.
Oh, totally. I mean, that whole round was all mangoes, man. Like, especially this was the most important part. That shot onto Deptra and then the double kill to secure the IQ.
Dropped the
Really, that was it. I don't think Ferox really had much of an in after that. That was that was a nut shot there. And yeah, look, good round from Okami. I don't really feel comfortable saying that their penthouse worked out well because I just
What
think
penthouse?
Mango's got some.
They didn't get into the
great frags.
objective.
Exactly.
Oh. Well, I guess the question is now, will that completely kill off Ferox's momentum? Because I'm tipping they're not going to be too happy getting 4K'd by a dock. Hopefully they're not too tilted by that.
attackers.
I mean, I would be happy,
Location
but...
of a bomb.
Oh well. It is what it is.
See what Okami have in store for us. Yeah, it looks like again they're going to be extending vertically.
10 seconds
Style
left
Cutie
before
are the ones getting up there. With these Goyo shields, that's definitely a stall point
5 seconds left before
that
insertion.
Ferox is going to have to deal with. On top of the mute jammers, have
Attackers
not
are
brought
moving
the
to
Thatcher,
defuse the bomb.
so they will have to actually physically shoot those jammers to get past.
ATS deployed and ready to go.
4-3 the scoreline after Okami managed to edge out that final round. Warden in this round already been lit up. Not an ideal start for him. Ferox trying regain some composure after just being completely torn apart by Mangoes. It's looking like it's going to be 10 members up for a long time here. Could be setting up for quite the explosive execute later in this round.
Could definitely be the case. Warden was tagged quite low in engagement. Pretty important utility there. Those evil eyes are going to have to be dealt with because they can see a lot of the default plants besides kitchen door. But you'd think that TBD, Okami, I've done it again, guys. Oh no. You'd think Okami would know if they're planting kitchen door at least early. This might be not noticed here. Warden might be able to get the jump into this lobby position.
Deptra's found himself in an awkward position. He will get taken down. Mangoes clearly just doesn't lose those. Once again, going big in this round. You know, I didn't even realize you said TBD at all then, until you mentioned it. I was having a bit of a daydream moment for some reason, and yeah, you just expose yourself.
Whoops. There's a drone right next to Mangoes, right? Like, you see that?
I did not see that. I mean, Mangoes
It's on
doesn't.
the
Maybe
stairs.
Mangoes. He's just baiting it. Mangoes knows. Like he's just like 3 kills for me.
Maybe.
I don't care.
Maybe.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Mangoes is like, yes, please join me. I want more kills.
Yeah, maybe. Joker, meanwhile, though, taken down by Todd. So that means that a really important player or operator is off the board. That's Smoke. Not sure the Shade was on site. It looked like he was actually on site there. Mangoes has found himself another, so he's just going huge at the moment. He's finally been downed, though. Does effectively make this a 2 versus 2. All to Warden and Shade, who have both been tagged low and not much time on the clock.
15 seconds
It's all
left.
yours, Raven. My clean feed is gone.
So Shade is going for the plant. He baited it, though. He comes off. As Jack Daddy finally denies with the C4.
5 seconds.
Peek coming out from Warden, not getting any shots onto Jack Daddy. Does close it out for Okami though. That's 3 rounds in a row for Okami. Starting to look pretty firmly in their favor. Some really solid momentum going in their direction.
It's alright, I'm back. We're good. Sure, you did a
Epic.
wonderful job there, Raven. I saw no faults at all in that call. I think it was
Thanks,
just bang on. I knew what was happening without even seeing it. That's all I'm saying. I
Good,
can envision it.
good.
Alright, 5-3 the scoreline. Okami with the lead. Blue by Sunrise will be their site of choice. again, we'll be 1 round away from match point, but if we've come to learn anything between these two, even if Okami get match point, it's not going to be necessarily secured. So I think they'll be looking to just
Attackers
close
need to
this one
locate
out
and defuse as many bombs as they can.
really quickly, so they don't have to go to AP again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the stats from the first map. Okami won the final round of the first half to make it 3-3, and they won 3 rounds in a row. So far, we're on 2 on this map. So it really is just almost like a total repeated pattern of Clubhouse. It's a matter of whether Ferox can form that comeback yet again.
Very interested to see how this one closes out. Mangoes. I don't think he wants this map to end just yet. Going 10 and 6, he's got a couple of big rounds. I'd love to know if he knew that Joan was there. Surely not. I don't know how he didn't see it though. That was crazy. Literally just out in the open. Oh, Mangoes.
Yeah, not sure what was going on with that. At first I was like, maybe they've got a Mozzie drone. Then I realized, no, they don't. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out later. Shade on the gridlock. Haven't seen much gridlock play at all recently. First time we've seen her tonight. Whether it has much of an impact. Another one we haven't seen a whole lot of is Nomad either. It's quite surprising because usually you do see quite a lot of Nomad these days.
Pre-fire's running out there from Todd on the Buck. Buck, of course, very proficient on coastline. Sometimes we'll even see him banned.
My track sting more than a box jellyfish.
Track stingers going out there from Shade. That will help minimize the impact of some of these rotations that may come out later in the round from Okami. There we go, Todd getting full use of that skeleton key. Of course, it was recently increased in capacity, so there is a lot of opportunity for him to create some nice angles. Really displays these defenders on site.
Yeah, and that's a great point. I mean, a lot of people focus on the change with his utility, getting stuns. Or, no, not getting stuns, getting Claymore, but people using his stuns. But actually, that skeleton key increase is huge, because especially on a map like Coastline, there's so much damage that you can do to these floors. It makes it a lot harder for these defenders to sit in a lot of these crucial positions. Speaking of crucial positions, Cutie in a very tough position to flush out with that shield in the way, and a lot of utility involved to do so.
Of course, Thatcher hasn't been banned, but the fact that Ferox didn't elect to bring him proving costly as Mangoes and Ippy Star will open proceedings, 1 apiece. The minute to go, Mangoes gets a double. This man is going absolutely off. Cutie as well gets 1, and now Todd is left to try and ace clutch this one up. And yeah, it's probably not going to happen. A nice kill out onto Jack Daddy, but I think from here it's just going to be trying to even out his stats. Currently going 5 and 7. He'll be happy with 2 more kills. At least go even. Oh, he's getting floor bangs. Todd is not really in a great position here. 30 seconds left on the board. Ferox just sitting and waiting really for the next round to start. Surely nothing will come of this. And there we go. Okami will take the round, and that heads us on to match point.
I was talking about it before, man. This is exact foreshadowing from Clubhouse. Exactly how we saw it. 3 rounds in a row for Okami, 6-3. And then we saw Ferox win 3 rounds in a row to take it to overtime. So look, I'm not saying it's not going to happen or is going to happen. It just could.
Penthouse Theatre will see a return here. Okami electing to go there for potentially their final round of the map and tonight's series. Really hard to say if they're going to perform well on this site. Last time it was off the back of Mango's massive dock play, and look, I was surprised they didn't pick him, but 6-pick will be fully utilized, and that's going to be a very scary sight once Ferox spawn into the map and trying to take him down. I wonder if Mangoes maybe gets taken down early or plays a little bit less aggressively. How this hold's really going to hold up.
Yeah, it's a great point. We never really got to see exactly how their hold plays out, other than the fact that Mangoes just went nuts. So yeah, if he is nullified or just isn't able to actually find the picks, we'll see how that works. I'm very curious. The 6-pick idea was good too. I like that they showed the pulse because it kind of made them to maybe think that this is a hookah hold. But I don't think it changes Ferox's lineup at all because they've really been bringing these operators for every site.
5 seconds to insertion.
Looks again like Mangoes will be
Attackers must locate and
playing
defuse
at
the
Mangoes.
bomb.
That isn't Hall of Fame anymore. It's officially actually called Mangoes. If you look at the bottom of your screen, it definitely says Mangoes. They just spelt it wrong. You're gonna go for a small peek. Oh my god! He almost hits it too. Bar just gets in his way. Ippy Style providing some additional protection as well with his ADS devices. So
A bomb has been located.
yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be repelling DJ deck this time. I don't know. I just have a feeling.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely should probably try and pinch it from a different direction. Of course, actually taking VIP from the hallway is going to have a big part of that. Bush jacked that out quite well last time. That meant that really there was an open direction to push Mango if they did take VIP. They're going to be burning a lot of utility to try and clear him out. He will get flashed, given that those magnets don't actually get rid of utility, just displace it. Warden picks off Ippy Style. They have actually got man advantage now in this first minute. It's a nice early pick. Might make this VIP take a little more possible.
A little bit of a sense of deja vu with Depth repelled there. Trying to take down Mangoes on the last occasion. Mangoes absolutely deleted him, and Joker deletes Warden. So it is a 4-on-4. Edging close towards the halfway point in the round. Todd below trying to get to work with the skeleton key
Attackers have
again.
dropped the bomb diffuser.
I think he might play a critical role in clearing out some of these players from below.
Seems quite concerned that Joker might have dropped back down to the lobby to the white stairs when Warden got picked. Going at the moment, Mango is still firmly holding on to
Attackers dropped the
Mangoes.
diffuser.
Jack Daddy's still in VIP.
Oh no!
IQ peak is going
He
to work out
cursed him.
much better this time though. And the Jack Daddy refrag didn't come out. He is still in that corner, but there it is. So that means it's a pretty solid man advantage now for Ferox. Be their round.
Again, we haven't really seen just how strong this hold is. It's only now that Ferox are really going to need to actually progress in towards the physical site. All these gunfights taking place off-site. Joker arguably still in a great power position. He has that shield to work with. And the Vector, quick fires,
Attackers
quick
recovered
peeks
the
rather
diffuser.
around that shield, and Deptra takes a little bit of damage. Joker, most importantly, has a C4 in his pocket as well. If they try and plant next to the bed, surely Joker can C4 this. He does crouch forward, the C4 comes out. It gets stuck though at the top of the bed. It was enough to make him fall off the plant though, and that's wasting a lot of time for these attackers. The bolt comes out onto the bed as Cutie gets one. Time is still being wasted here by Joker. The flank coming in through the hallway. Deptra pushing in as well, and there we go. The 3-man pinch leaves it all up to Cutie, but he has a C4 from below. This could be big.
5 seconds
There is a
left.
player on the white stairs to try and deny it. The C4 misplaced, and Ferox will take the round.
Here's guys. Exactly how I played out in Clubhouse. You know, I'm not going to call it, but feels like comeback is on its way.
Maybe, maybe. That would be quite spicy indeed. I don't know if Okami will be too happy if it goes to OT again, even if they do win. I don't think their hearts will be able to take too much more. Let's get some heart rate monitors on these guys. I'm sure the pressure would be pretty high. Yeah, I feel like they might be playing into the minds a little bit here of Okami, knowing that they slipped up that 6-3 lead last time, albeit they did get the map win in the end, but I don't know. We saw them slip once in regulation, and nothing saying they might do the same here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
And
many
Ferox,
bombs as
I mean,
they can.
they're seasoned overtime players after last week. I mean, they had a 7-5 and then the 8-7
Attackers have located
with
the bomb.
wildcard. And here we are, 8-7, and who knows what this will end up being. It could be a 7-5 as well. They're definitely all down for playing maximum amount of rounds possible. Maybe that will play a factor if it goes to overtime again. I mean, Ferox played overtime last week. Late one, in fact. We'll see. Kami have changed site. They're not going to stick that penthouse, and we finally saw it stress tested a little bit, and it
10 seconds left.
didn't look too crash hot once they finally got a chance to push side.
5 5
No
seconds.
mangoes, no penthouse, that's all I'm saying.
Attackers have
Drop
discovered
that
the
in.
location of a bomb. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
To be honest, if he didn't, did he reload? I think he reloaded at the wrong time in that last round, right? If he hadn't have reloaded, to be honest, he probably would have won that gunfight.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh well. We can only speculate. What we do know is of course 6-4, Okami still with match point. Looking to just close it out. They had struggles closing it out on Clubhouse. A lot of utility being expended by them on this top floor. The defender's really trying to prevent Ferox from getting that vertical control. Question is, will it work?
Definitely going to be a lot of utility needed to clear out those players, particularly in theater there. If they want to hard push it. Losing drones. Not so great. Jokers are the only one on site though. I mean, this is an opening that Ferox could look into if they want to. Ready to repel the retake. That 90 position is going to be hard to push out, but
Oh.
Ippy sitting in such a strange spot right under the default. And he was super exposed. Warden wins that gunfight without even taking a hit. That gives them a good man advantage now and gives them a bit of stability in trying to push out this roam.
Clips in the halfway point of the round. Ferox now trying to establish some control above, but Jack Daddy's making that quite challenging. Holding behind the shield inside of theater. Mangoes as well, playing a scary position of reception. Wall bangs the barricade. How does he know he's there? He gets the kill. Oh my word. Mango's absolutely popping off so far tonight. QD, unfortunately for his team, will be taken down. And now the pressure's really on Jack Daddy to try and find a couple of picks, but he can't even find the first. Deptra gets that kill, and now it's a 2-on-4.
Pretty good for Ferox so far in this attack. He's still got around a minute to play out for this round. A nice pre-fire from Deptra. That last bullet is getting the headshot on Joker.
Attackers
Such unfortunate timing for him. Up to Mangoes, he hits a nice shot onto Warden. In fact, he is going to have to ace to win the map for Okami on this round at least. He's retaken lobbies, so definitely a chance to try and deny this plant. Down to Ferox's covering.
attackers activating.
Pre-fire's coming out. Mangoes gets the triple for the round, but Todd will finally shut down the Danger Man. And Raven, don't say it, okay? Please don't say it. I know what you want to say right now. Just don't say it. Show some restraint.
All right, I won't say anything. But hey, fact is, Ferox are 1 round away from securing overtime again.
That is a
So?
fact. Definitely a fact.
And Okami are going to have to hold Blue Bar Sunrise, which was arguably their best defense so far.
Indeed, indeed. Could be a very interesting conclusion of the map or of regulation, either or. Both teams electing to utilize their 6th pick. QD jumping onto the smoke and Shade onto the Therm. Thermite's an interesting choice, an operator that doesn't often get a whole lot of love on this map.
Yeah, so it really tells me, I reckon they're going to push like
Attackers
office
need to
side.
locate and
Office.
defuse as many bombs as
Aquarium,
they can.
luggage, office security.
Oh,
no!
Oh no!
Bomb located by attackers.
Well, that is a
Nice
great start to round
Congrats.
for Ferox.
I really hope he wasn't like, you know how sometimes you're loading into a map and you'll be like playing around with your mouse or like tapping it or something. I wonder if that's what happened. That is so unfortunate. Or if he was just making the rotate. I don't know. Like that. Yeah, that's
It was pretty instant. I don't know. Either way, that's really rough
10
for
seconds to
Okami there.
insertion.
And what I was saying is, with aquarium, luggage, office control, so you do thermite open to blue bar, hold
Attackers are
lobby,
heading
then
out
you
to
can
defuse
cut
the
that
bomb.
courtyard peak through the holes, and you get a plant behind the actual bar in blue bar. I feel like that's what Ferox are going to be doing, given how hard Okami were holding the top floor and Sunrise last time. But maybe, yeah, with Jack Dad off the board, maybe they feel confident just to default back.
Ferox spending his time gathering intel. Gifted that man advantage, but far from being gifted the round win. One of those go shields will be popped. Warden already with some nice control towards CC. Shade outside of office, so it definitely does look like they will be shaping up for that push from office in towards blue bar.
Attackers have located a
This
bomb.
probably going to be the trouble player there. Mango's also looming around courtyard, so there are a couple of players that could really hinder this push.
Attackers have
Ferox.
dropped the bomb diffuser.
Beauty seems to have read that
Attackers
he's
have
getting no
recovered their
pressure there
diffuser.
in Sunrise, so he's going to try and potentially get an aggressive run out from Sauna. But he's got the SMG-11. Ipistal already pushing aggressively towards this flank. Is potentially being held by Deptra on a drone. He probably saw Ipistal as it gets shot. Means he's not going to be able to cross. Deptra is in a bit of a trap. Ipistal got downed, in fact. So if Ferox able to capitalize on this, could really give them a good spot.
Shade's actually going for the plant. The question is, where is the denial? Joker gets one
Attackers
onto
are
depth,
activating the bomb diffuser.
but that plant has been successful. It's now a post plant, 40 seconds left for these defenders to retake side and try and counter defuse. It's a very challenging position. Mangoes can't even get into that rotate. If this style does get one, instantly
Defender is
refrag there by
approaching the kill
Sushi.
zone.
Cutie trying to run out and go for a peek as it's left in a 2-on-2. We reach that point as Jack Daddy now heads through main lobby. Ferox need to position up for a refrag at the very least here if they can't kill him in the first engagement. Looks like they've set up a pretty nice cross so far. Jack Daddy, who knows where they are? Like playing around with your mouse or like tapping it or something. I wonder if that's what happened. That is so unfortunate. Or if he was just making the rotate. I don't know. But that, yeah, that's
It was pretty instant. I don't know. Either way, that's really rough
10
for
seconds
Okami
to
there.
insertion.
And what I was saying is, with aquarium luggage, office control, so you do thermite open to blue bar, hold
Attackers are
lobby,
heading
then
out
you
to
can
the
cut that courtyard peak through the holes, and you get a plant behind the actual bar in blue bar. I feel like that's what Ferox are going to be doing, given how hard Okami were holding the top floor and Sunrise last time. But maybe, yeah, with Jack Dad off the board, maybe they feel confident just to default back.
Ferox spending his time gathering intel. Gifted that man advantage, but far from being gifted the round win. One of those go shields will be popped. Warden already with some nice control towards CC. Shade outside of office, so it definitely does look like they will be shaping up for that push from office in towards blue bar.
Attackers have located
This
a bomb.
probably going to be the trouble player there. Mango's also looming around courtyard, so there are a couple of players that could really hinder this push.
Attackers have dropped the
Ferox.
bomb diffuser.
Beauty seems to have read that
Attackers
he's
have
getting no
recovered their
pressure there
diffuser.
in Sunrise, so he's going to try and potentially get an aggressive run out from Sauna. But he's got the SMG-11. Ipistal already pushing aggressively towards this flank. Is potentially being held by Deptra on a drone. He probably saw Ipistal as it gets shot. Means he's not going to be able to cross. Deptra is in a bit of a trap. Ipistal got downed, in fact. So if Ferox able to capitalize on this, could really give them a good spot.
Shade's actually going for the plant. The question is, where is the denial? Joker gets one
Attackers
onto
are
depth,
activating the bomb diffuser.
but that plant has been successful. It's now a post plant, 40 seconds left for these defenders to retake side and try and counter defuse. It's a very challenging position. Mangoes can't even get into that rotate. If this style does get one, instantly
Defender is
refrag there by
approaching the kill
Sushi.
zone.
Cutie trying to run out and go for a peek as it's left in a 2-on-2. We reach that point as Jack Daddy, but If we've come to learn anything between these two, even if Akami get match point, it's not going to be necessarily secured. So I think they'll be looking to just
Attackers
close
need to
this one
locate
out
and defuse as many bombs as they can.
really quickly, so they don't have to go to AT again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the stats from the first map. Okami won the final round of the first half to make it 3-3, and they won 3 rounds in a row. So far, we're on 2 on this map. So it really is just almost like a total repeated pattern of Clubhouse. It's a matter of whether Ferox can form that comeback yet again.
Very interested to see how this one closes out. Mangoes. I don't think he wants this map to end just yet. Going 10 and 6, he's got a couple of big rounds. I'd love to know if he knew that Joan was there. Surely not. I don't know how he didn't see it though. That was crazy. Literally just out in the open. Oh, Mangoes.
Yeah, not sure what was going on with that. At first I was like, maybe they've got a Mozzie drone. Then I realized, no, they don't. But I don't know. Maybe we'll find out later. Shade on the Gridlock. Haven't seen much Gridlock play at all recently. First time we've seen her tonight. Whether it has much of an impact. Another one we haven't seen a whole lot of is Nomad either. It's quite surprising because usually you do see quite a lot of Nomad these days.
Pre-fire's running out there from Todd on the Buck. Buck, of course, very proficient on coastline. Sometimes we'll even see him banned.
My track sting more than a box jellyfish.
Track Stinger's going out there from Shade. That will help minimize the impact of some of these rotations that may come out later in the round from Akami. There we go, Todd getting full use of that skeleton key. Of course, it was recently increased in capacity, so there is a lot of opportunity for him to create some nice angles. Really displays these defenders on site.
Yeah, and that's a great point. I mean, a lot of people focus on the change with his utility, getting stuns. Or, no, not getting stuns, getting Claymore. But people using his stuns. But actually, that skeleton key increase is huge because, especially on a map like Coastline, there's so much damage that you can do to these floors. It makes it a lot harder for these defenders to sit in a lot of these crucial positions. Speaking of crucial positions, Cutie in a very tough position to flush out with that shield in the way, and a lot of utility involved to do so.
Of course, Thatcher hasn't been banned, but the fact that Ferox didn't elect to bring him proving costly as Mangoes and Ippy will open proceedings, 1 apiece. The minute to go, Mangoes gets a double. This man is going absolutely off. Cutie as well gets 1, and now Todd is left to try and ace clutch this one up. And yeah, it's probably not going to happen. A nice kill out onto Jack Daddy, but I think from here it's just going to be trying to even out his stats. Currently going 5 and 7. He'll be happy with 2 more kills. At least go even. Oh, he's getting floor banged. Todd is not really in a great position here. 30 seconds left on the board. Ferox just sitting and waiting really for the next round to start. Surely nothing will come of this. And there we go. Akami will take the round, and that heads us on to match point.
I was talking about it before, man. This is exact foreshadowing from Clubhouse. Exactly how we saw it. 3 rounds in a row for Akami, 6-3. And then we saw Ferox win 3 rounds in a row to take it to overtime. So look, I'm not saying it's not going to happen or is going to happen. It just could.
Penthouse Theatre will see a return here. Akami electing to go there for potentially their final round of the map and tonight's series. Really hard to say if they're going to perform well on this site. Last time it was off the back of Mango's massive dock play, and look, I was surprised they didn't pick him, but 6 pick will be fully utilized, and that's going to be a very scary sight once Ferox spawn into the map and trying to take him down. I wonder if Mangoes maybe gets taken down early or plays a little bit less aggressively. How this hold's really going to hold up.
Yeah, it's a great point. We never really got to see exactly how their hold plays out, other than the fact that Mangoes just went nuts. So yeah, if he is nullified or just isn't able to actually find the picks, we'll see how that works. Very curious. The 6 pick idea was good too. I like that they showed the pulse because it kind of made them to maybe think that this is a hookah hold. But I don't think it changes Ferox's lineup at all because they've really been bringing these operators for every site.
5 seconds to insertion.
Looks again like Mangoes will be
Attackers must locate and
playing
defuse
at
the
Mangoes.
bomb.
That isn't Hall of Fame anymore. It's officially actually called Mangoes. If you look at the bottom of your screen, it definitely says Mangoes. They just spelt it wrong. You're gonna go for a small peek. Oh my god! He almost hits that too. Motobar just gets in his way. Ippy style providing some additional protection as well with those ADS devices. So
A bomb has been located.
yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be repelling DJ deck this time. I don't know. I just have a feeling.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely should probably try and pinch it from a different direction. Of course, actually taking VIP from the hallway is going to have a big part of that. Bush jacked that out quite well last time. That meant that really there was an open direction to push Mango if they did take VIP. They're going to be burning a lot of utility to try and clear him out. He will get flashed, given that those magnets don't actually get rid of utility, just displace it. Warden picks off Ippy style. They have actually got man advantage now in this first minute. It's a nice early pick. Might make this VIP take a little more possible.
Yeah, a little bit of a sense of deja vu with Depth repelled there. Trying to take down Mangoes on the last occasion. Mangoes absolutely deleted him, and Joker deletes Warden. So it is a 4-on-4. Edging close towards the halfway point in the round. Todd below trying to get to work with the skeleton key
Attackers have
again.
dropped the bomb diffuser.
I think he might play a critical role in clearing out some of these players from below.
Living started in 2013 after we lost a very good man in the name of Dwayne Lally to a mental illness. They say death by suicide affects 115 people, but you can't even put a number on it. The ripple effect that the loss of one life had on thousands of people far outweighed what I've ever experienced in my entire life.
I received a call saying he'd gone missing. I was driving around the whole of the Gold Coast looking for him. I had no idea where to find him.
Dwayne was an avid boxing man, very talented. Life of the party, very charismatic, extremely passionate.
Loving, loyal, he was very cheeky.
Mental illness is costing many people their lives every single day. While I'm sitting here speaking, people are taking their life, and it's because there's people suffering in silence.
1 in 5 people suffer from some form of mental illness, and suicide's the leading cause of death between the ages of 15 and 44.
You can look for things like not getting out of bed of a morning, being socially disconnected, loss of appetite, change in mood, change in behaviour, lack of self-esteem.
Dwayne suffered from depression and bipolar for a number of years, and the stigma kept him quiet. So we wanted to turn that negative into a positive, and if the shoe was on the other foot, I'm sure Dwayne would have done the same. We're just doing what he would have done.
Hi, my name's Dan Price. I don't know where I'd be if I didn't connect with Livin, but I certainly wouldn't be as well as I am today. I was suicidal and tried to take my life on the 4th of December 2014. I was very lucky to survive. I didn't want people to know that I was struggling because of the stigmas around mental illness.
We noticed that there were plenty of great service providers in this country, but all too common people weren't seeking help because of this stigma. So we wanted to bridge that gap.
As males, we're extremely tough. We want to be the tough people, the ones that have all the answers, the ones that don't want to admit our vulnerabilities and our weaknesses.
You might not have the answers, but if you can offer support and just listen to them, that could be what they need in that moment of time.
I was an alpha male and a popular guy, and I didn't want people to think I was weak, and that's why I love the message that Livin presents, which is it ain't weak to speak.
We go all around the country, businesses, sporting clubs, teaching people that it ain't weak to speak. What we're really doing is educating them in how to speak, where to speak, and then we're educating people on how to listen and how to look for these warning signs, because without one, you can't really have the other. It's all about being honest and open. If something's off, just ask them.
That's what Livin's all about, taking that stigma away and giving people hope, help, connection, and giving them the confidence to speak up and seek the help when they need it and when they deserve it.
We believe with education comes understanding, with understanding comes acceptance, and with acceptance comes hope.
I want to change the way the world understands, perceives and interprets mental health. Let's change the dynamics in which this is looked at. For far too long it's been a stigma. We're going to make this a dinner table conversation, the same way that we'd put our hand up and run for help if we had a broken leg.
Don't be afraid to have those, hard-hitting, confronting conversations, because it could save a life.
I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life, and living has been instrumental in changing my life for the better.
If in doubt, reach out, because there's a lot of people out there that want to help and support you making that change to get back on track to start living again.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Oceanic Nationals. I'm thoroughly excited to be back casting in the region, and we can't wait to bring you all of the action. By we, I mean myself and Raven, of course. I have to welcome you in, mate. It's an absolute pleasure to get this underway. It's our first day casting together. Casting together from way back, so it's an absolute pleasure. And how have you been, mate? It's been a while.
I have been great, Manic, and it has been a while. I was thinking about it earlier, and it's been like since January or something that you and I have casted together. So, look, I'm super excited about being able to cast with you. But, of course, what are we casting? It's the Oceanic Nationals of 2020, and so far we have seen some pretty great matches.
Certainly have. Now, very quickly, before we get into any of the matches, make sure if you'd like to stay updated or you'd like to get in touch with us, you can go ahead and follow the socials or get in touch with us through the socials at Rainbow 6 ANZ is where you'll find all of that. Now, you're alluding to just then, Raven, the matches that we have seen already. I think that 4 of them, I believe, best of ones, have already been played on Wednesday night. And I think overall it was a pretty, I hate using the word stock standard night, but I think that most of the games went the way that we thought they would, if you will.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say that most of the matches went as most people would have expected, but there were some close matches at that. Elevate, in particular, got a pretty close match there, and Ferox as well, maybe against expectations to get a close match, which we'll dive into later, but you do see the standings there, the top 4 right now: Okami, Wildcard, Knights, and Noble. That was the top 4 from 6 Masters 2020 to the previous season. Right now, not too much to go from, but feels like it's progressing towards what we would tend to expect.
For sure. Now, one thing I do want you to have a look at when you're looking at the screen, of course, are the qualified playoffs and the regulation playoffs. That's quite big for us. It's a massive talking point for this season, and it's something that, as viewers, I would highly recommend you keep your eyes on. I think it was 2nd or maybe it was 3rd until 7th spot in the 6 Masters, which is technically stage 1 of this, was so close that it's not even funny. We're talking a handful of points between those teams. So, it's definitely something to keep your eye on where the relegations lie during the entire season. Just, I would say, mainly because of how close these teams are matched.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a very close season in 6 Masters. There was just one outlier down there, but at the end of the day, it was a close overall season. And now that there are 2 spots that bottom end of the ladder that will have to face that relegation, so it's added pressure, and in the format of just best of ones over a relatively short season, it's going to be a constant thing in the minds of these teams.
For sure, it's something that's going to be niggling away as we go through the season, as you're saying, Raven. Let's have a look at what we've got coming up for you today, speaking of those matches, of course. So I think the first one, Ferox and Okami, that's obviously where we're going to be kickstarting in only a handful of minutes. It's not too far away at all, Raven. Did you have any match in particular you wanted to touch on before we go over it as a whole?
Look, I'm incredibly excited for all these. They all pose very surprising or alluring storylines, but I think for me, the match of the night is going to be that wild card Noble one right at the end. They are 2 of the top teams battling it out, and also there's the storyline there of Vinny on Noble now facing, Vinny on Wildcard now facing his old teammates on Noble, and I think that is going to be a really interesting matchup to watch play out.
There's definitely a lot of games that, throughout the season are going to be quite interesting. Obviously, we've had pretty much every team make a roster change at one point or another. But obviously, we can't kind of skim past Rhythm and Elevate. I think that both of those teams, 7th and 8th respectively throughout that. So it's definitely one of those games where, it's not bottom of the table by any mean. I want to make sure I make that abundantly clear. Elevate are a very good team, and Rhythm, to be honest, actually started off on a good foot last week. So these matches are still going to be very close, and it's definitely just keeping your eye on where these teams are and how they're performing throughout this season, especially with the format like you've already touched on, Raven, is just going to be absolutely crucial.
For sure, there is no chance or any time for these teams to slip, and those teams that are expecting to make playoffs in that top 6, every loss is going to be counting way against that. And if you stack to me those together, you really do face the danger zone of that bottom 2 section. Elevate's a great example. They didn't quite get the win on Wednesday against the Knights, and if they don't get the win tonight against Rhythm in particular, that's going to be a real big danger zone for them. So it does pose some really interesting storylines for these matchups coming all through the season. But yeah, as we get deeper, it gets really scary for some of those teams in the bottom ends.
Yeah, it certainly does. Relegation will loom quite deeply in the back of the mind. So let's have a look at the first matchup. Of course, we're going to see Ferox on your screens now. A team that, well, by all means had a pretty decent start to their Oceanic Cup. Oceanic Nationals. We're away from that one now. 5-7 against Noble last week, and this is the team lining up. Any thoughts going into this one, Raven, in terms of the team?
Look, there are some new additions from what most people are probably used to. It's Nazgul and Oda. And look, you touched on it. Ferox did go 5-7 against Noble, and that was a great performance from them on all fronts, because a lot of people are expecting Ferox to potentially even be one of those bottom 2 teams, just based on some of the struggles they had in the past and the fact that they have had changes. But I think they did a great job at potentially dispelling some of that last on Wednesday.
Certainly did, my friend. Now we're going to be seeing the team that they're up against. Can they back that up? That's the real question. It's Okami that they're coming up against. By all means, on paper, this should not be the case. There should be no hope for Ferox. However, we must admit we have seen some promising signs of late. Jack Daddy, Joker, Cutie, Specker, the new recruit, of course. Well, I say new recruit, technically a very old recruit to this team, Ippy Style, and Centus as that coach. I believe we've talked about him quite a few times on broadcast, especially in the reload, as well as being one of those figureheads that can bring quite a lot to this team, Raven.
Yeah, and just Okami in general, they have been a top performing team for many seasons. They ended up finishing in that top 3 contention in 6 Masters. So of course they did play in the August Oceanic Major. They didn't quite get the results that they were hoping to at that major. So here they are. They've added Specker back into the roster, and if he can bring that additional step up for them, that extra strength, maybe we will see an Okami can challenge against Wildcard 4, even top spot here in Oceania.
I am kind of excited to see what Specker can do on this roster. Obviously, we haven't been able to see too much of him over the past 12 to 18 months, So him coming into this roster will be something to keep an eye on, to say the very least. I want to very quickly, before we go to maps or anything like this, these two teams meeting right now. Last time they played, it was 2 incredibly close series, Raven.
Yeah, and look, if you have been in touch with the broadcast for the last 20 or so minutes during the countdown, you would have seen a legacy match from 6 Masters from these guys, and that was an 8-6 victory to Ferox on Coastline. So Ferox do have what it takes to beat Okami, based on the history at least. So it's definitely a tight matchup between the two, and while it seems like we are leaning towards Okami seemingly to be the front runner here, I think Ferox do have what it takes to at least put up a good challenge.
Now, I'm going to ask you very quickly before we bring them up on the screens, where do you think the map is going to lie? Because if you're saying Ferox have a good opportunity here to at least do some damage, what map do you think they're going to be looking at?
Look, I think that's one beautiful thing about roster changes, is that your map pool can actually dramatically change, and that's definitely something that's going to work in the favor of Ferox. Maybe an essence of unpredictability, or just harder to read for Okami and harder for them to prep for. All Okami really have is Villa, which Ferox played pretty well on last night against Noble. Wednesday night, sorry. So I don't think Villa will go based on that. It is a good map for Okami, but I'm thinking maybe Clubhouse, maybe Coastline might come through.
Well, let's have a look. Let's bring them up on the screen. And we'll dive into them a little bit deeper as we get through those band stages. Consulate and Cafe off first. That followed by Coastline, Oregon, Theme Park, and Clubhouse. We're headed to Villa, my friends. What are your thoughts around this?
Look, I thought that maybe Ferox might lean into keeping that away, because that is the map they showed on Wednesday. And so something that would have been a strength of Ferox is, like I said, maybe just a bit more difficulty prepping for. This is the only map that Okami could prep for, and so now they probably have a bit of an idea for what to expect. So Ferox, for example, were doing a lot of front outs and a lot of spawn peeking, and some of that stuff was really catching Noble off guard. I dare say I don't think that will work as well against Okami, based on the fact they know to expect it.
So heading in, I do like to get a quick prediction. You're obviously saying that on one hand, Akami's already been kind of able to see what they can pull out on this map on Villa. Do you think that this will be I think that the best question for me right now, is this a close match, considering we are going to Villa? Or do you think that Okami are really coming out strong in this one?
I think this favors Okami.
Yep.
In terms of the fact it's going back to Villa. I still think Ferox will probably put up a good showing on it, but I just think that something that would have worked so well for them, that unpredictability or just maybe a little bit difficulty to read, is not going to work as well. That being said, there's a total opportunity right now for Ferox to say, you know what, Villa, we're actually really strong at. We can back it up against Okami, and maybe Okami are putting some false confidence in the fact that they watched that match on Wednesday.
Well, let's hope that they are. Let's have a look at what you guys think at home to see what the vote is saying. To be honest, I was expecting a little bit more toward Okami there, but I think that is somewhat of a fair representation. I think it's kind of like a 1 in 3 chance for Ferox to take this. That, again, I want to make sure that I'm making this clear. I don't think that is any representation of Ferox as a team. I think that's more leaning towards Okami's ability.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue, right? Okami have been a top contending team for many seasons back to back down here. And they've gone through different iterations of rosters, but they've managed to always stay in touch top end. And then they finished Six Masters really strong in that top 3, and they played off in that major. So I think it's really hard to bet against them. There are some things coming from Ferox that people might not be expecting, but at the end of the day, it is hard to look past that whole strength factor of Okami and the consistency factor.
Well, I think that's on the reload we were talking about our predictions for this. We'll bring them up, the experts' opinion on all of the matches. Okami all the way. It is a straight flush from Raven to Ducky, and I don't think that too many would disagree with this. Obviously, these predictions are done before the Playday on Wednesday, so look, to be honest, had Ferox have come out and taken down Noble and really given it a good shot, potentially we may have seen something a little bit different there from the Snowball experts. But I really do want to emphasize that this should be Okami through and through. Again, it sometimes is never the way that we want it to be, though, is it?
Yeah, of course. Sometimes upsets happen in this best of 1 format with overtime. Sometimes you will get that edge in the map veto, and just getting a particular map through might be just enough for your team to have the confidence or the strength to pull off that upset. So of course that's always going to be a chance tonight. But I guess analytically and statistically looking at this, it's really hard, like I was saying before, to just not feel confidence in Okami being able to get this win. And on top of that, if they really are trying to prove that they are stepping it up the spectrum of the roster and they are a top 2 or even the top team, if they're trying to take the spot off wildcard, these are the matches they need to win. It's not always the tough ones against wildcard. Like, they need to secure these points.
Now, we were talking very quickly before the broadcast started, as commentators do. We were kind of alluding to potential role changes maybe playing into a weakness for Okami. Not necessarily a weakness. This could technically be a strength if you look at it from that side. It kind of depends how you want to view this through the mirror, rather through the glass. But I do feel as though it could potentially make things a little bit more interesting for Ferox. I'm not going full on the Ferox camp yet, because I love an underdog, but at the same time, I also think that Okami have proved themselves. However, there is still that possibility, and we always do kind of lean into it, especially at the start of the season, especially when things can really go wrong. I mean, I'm not going to say to go wrong, but this is potentially when we see a lot of those really close matches kind of play effect. So how do you think that the role changes are going to affect Akami?
Look, again, it is a bit tricky to say. It looked like in their first game that it had worked out pretty decent. So, for example, Specker being the newer player in or returning, he had looked like he'd taken over Joker's old roles, if I'm not wrong, and he looked comfortable on that. So I don't think it'll be too big of a deal for them.
Well, there is one opportunity for Ferox to take down Akami, and likewise the other way around. It is an important best of one to get started this season. Akami taking on Ferox. It'll be Akami starting on the defensive side. And of course, as always, good luck, have fun.
Absolutely. It's important to get that out, right? That sportsmanship. But I think Villa is going to be holding something pretty surprising for us, Rob. I mean, I still feel confident in Akami, but look, Ferox did play pretty well on it against Noble. It's hard to look past that. And now with this ace ban out, it does make things, I guess, a touch tricky with hard breach, but being the Shadow Legacy patch, there is an abundance of hard breach options out there now.
Yes, and that's one thing that we had a really good discussion about on Late Night Siege, I believe it was, Raven, kind of talking about the opportunities now for teams to bring a little bit more diversity to the roles that they have, mainly because of the fact that you have so many opportunities to open things up. Thatcher and Valkyrie to follow. The intel denying from Thatcher, and, well, a lot of intel gathering that Valk will no longer be able to bring for that defensive side.
I think great bans from Ferox there, the Thatcher and the Valkyrie. I mean, Thatcher is such a helpful attacker, being able to deny some of that wall denial, just disable it temporarily these days with his EMP grenade change. But also, it's what Specker played a lot of on Clubhouse on Wednesday. And Valkyrie is also an operator that we have seen played a lot by Okami in general, but I remember back in the Specker Glory days, lots of Valkyrie played. So maybe that is potentially a target ban, helpful on Villa regardless, just having less intel on the defense. It really does help attack progress a little bit. You don't have to worry about checking every little corner for those little cams.
Yeah, makes things a little bit more spicy, if you will. So we'll have a look whether we're really going to see much of the impact in that first round as we head to Dining and Kitchen. No 6 picks in the last phase. As we head in to prep, a lot of questions surrounding Ferox after their I would say, surprising performance against Noble in the 7-5 loss. As weird as that does sound, we still didn't expect it to be that close, but we do still have a lot of questions for Ferox, and I think that this is kind of where they can answer some of them. Not necessarily going to outright say it is, but this would be a great place to start. Are they going to get off running, or will it be slow in mud, a stick in mud, if you will? Akami has that effect, so I wouldn't be totally surprised.
Yeah, and look, I think it's a great point that we really didn't have massive expectations of Ferox coming into Playday 1 especially, but they put up a great fight against Noble, and I mean, maybe that tells more about Noble than it does Ferox. That's something that we'll find out later, but it's going to give Ferox some confidence coming into this game that they can back it up a bit. Again, Villa, they played that on Wednesday. Maybe it's going to make them comfortable. They feel like they've just played it so recently. It might work well for them. We're going to find out a bit here in this round. I do want to point out, Sushi has brought the Yana. We've seen bits and pieces of the Yana. Can be a really effective operator on attack. And I think the firepower on Ferox, it could really help them just gain more comfortable entries.
Speaking of entries, that's cool. They've wasted no time in taking bathroom control. Ippy style just on the other side in toward Astro, as well as Ippy Cutie, or rather just Cutie. I think that has thrown off every single commentator so far, honestly.
Yes, it has.
Come on, man. What you doing this for?
Yep. Look, there's 3 Ippies on that team, so quite the little clan there now. But no, Jack Daddy, Ippy Style, who was the OG Ippy, by the way, and then Cutie. That's the real names there. But look, Matic, half the round almost gone here.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of pressure done onto site. Master has been taken though, which is a good map control at least for the attack here. It looks like they're going to try and focus on getting this main wall into stat open, but they're having some difficulties with that mute channel.
Holding back from Itby style there. Managing to burn through a lot of the ADSs. Nazgul's pushed into Astro as well, unspotted. Don't think it will be too much of a concern. It'll be cuter to go through as Joker picks up one with that Nitro. Shade managing to find a trade somewhere else. Unfortunately, Itby style won't be able to stand for too much longer. Only a minute left, and they have started to burn through this top floor. It only leaves 2 on the side of Okami. But Specker's making sure that at least there's a chance in this one, Raven.
Okay. Even more sure because he's the last one left now for Okami against 3 of Ferox. It was a great entry above to gain that control, and again, maybe assisted by that Yano Asu. She didn't quite see where the Gemini was utilized. But regardless, they're giving themselves now 30 seconds. Only one to find, of course, Specker. He's full HP on site, holding a nice angle in kitchen. But here it is, this Gemini. Not going to be effective because that door's closed. Maybe check that first.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Now, Specker, what can he do? Can he stand up for Okami? Only his second game. And nope, not a chance. Oda steps up strong. I saw a lot of love in the chat for Oda last Playday, and I am not surprised if I see it in there today. Nice first round from Team Ferox, all things considered, Raven.
Yeah, look, big round from them. Opening it up, of course, the pressure might be on them. Repeating Villa, Okami, strong team, but they did not look like they were really feeling it that much. Oda in particular, he was super confident with his entry into stat, which is really what gave them that vertical control they needed at that stage. So big props to him getting the 3K on that round. So far, you know, Ferox looking pretty good in their attacks.
See whether this is a trend or not as we head to AVG. Obviously, not too interested in sticking around on that same side. I feel like we've talked about this before in the ANZ region about the fact that teams more often than not are actually happy to continue to try a certain site, whereas I feel like it's not as much the case overseas. Please correct me if I'm wrong there.
Yeah, look, we see a bit on and off. I think the one that really sticks out in mind to me of a team that has comfort in repeating bomb sites is like Cyclops Gaming from APAC North. They had definitely done that in the past, but yeah, these days we really do see a lot more just rotation through sites. Seems like it's a bad omen to try and just stick it. You might do it in a scrim because you're like, oh yeah, I know what the problem is there. We can fix that. But when it comes down to the competitive play or the officials, no, it's better just to rotate it, keep that the attackers or the other team guessing, that kind of thing.
For sure, and I would also add on to that and say that that's where you want to be doing it in scrims. That's where you have to be doing it, is trying to figure out whether it is viable for you to make those changes in competitive play when you are playing these officials. So, tight at the moment, pulling across toward the Astros side, but doesn't look like he's going to be met by anyone yet. However, as he starts to drone out, he will be given the information. He will be fed. Specker is not too far away, just sitting top red and making his way back towards site. Looks relatively safe there. Joker still just having a bit of a trot downstairs. Now starting to make a little bit more leeway here though, Ferox.
Yeah, I mean, this is incredible progress. It's only the first minute counted down, and they've got some solid line of sight in towards the bar games room there. So that's going to be tricky now for Okami to be able to hold this out for the remaining time of the clock. It's usually the safe zone is when you're attacking your side. If you can deny those study walls for as long as possible, you can generally have 2 to 3 people hang out on site. But now that's going to be a lot more complicated. It's a great spot for Ferox now, and it means that there's a bit more pressure on Okami to try and execute some kind of roam or some kind of aggressive peeks out from the site.
Todd having his toes tickled there from Cutie, looking through the drone hole. So obviously that's pretty much that and Nazgul. The only damage that's really been done, as you've already mentioned though, a lot of leeway into the site. That'll be Jack Daddy taking shade off the board to begin with. Habana has done her job though, which allows the rest of Team Ferox to potentially look deep into those sites and take those kindly inclined fights.
Okay, I gotta credit Akami. They've done a great job of stalling out Ferox a little bit here, just with some suppressive fire, pre-firing in angles, just to stop Ferox from feeling confident to progress up. And now QD timing these smoke bays perfectly means that it's going to end up being a little bit more explosive than Ferox potentially had the opportunity to. Specca fights back to get Sushi off the board. Akami with a great man advantage now just in the final 30 seconds. Diffuser down there at the top of red stairs. Looks like a great round for Akami at the moment, Manic.
They are going to need to pick up the pace and try and find at least one frag to even things, well, not even even things out, just give them somewhat of a hope. There's absolutely no chance as Oda tries to make his way in. A flawless round. Akami, we were criticizing the earlier round from them, but they definitely fix it up toward the end, Raven.
Absolutely. They, Ferox made such great progress on Study War. I don't think it's particularly common that you would get Study Wall open so quickly. You usually have a lot of wall denial or impact tricking, a lot of things available to just stop that wall getting opened so early. But even when it was open, Okami just did a great job not letting Ferox feel comfort with that control. Jack Daddy got it looked like it would have been a long line of sight all the way from the back of games through to that study balcony to open up the card there.
Yep.
So that was a really important kill. And then, like I said, just a lot of that pre-firing, suppressive fire. It stopped Ferox from progressing, created that stall. It was really good from Okami.
Definitely felt like they were happy to take those fights. You know, more than happy to, regardless of whether it was a mistake, whether it was planned or calculated. It definitely felt like the right response from Akami, and now they will be heading to the other side of the top floor to stat. And I think all in all, that first round might have just been a write-off from Akami, and it definitely, especially, I mean, like, you know, a flawless round is pretty obvious to say, oh yeah, that'll be fine, things are all right. But I feel like even more so when you're able to claw it back from what looked like a deficit, showing good signs from Akami earlier stages of the Oceanic Nationals.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a feels good man moment. Shade has a cheeky drone on site. Looks like they're actually around the back of the bomb, so that might come back to bite Akami if they don't manage to find it. Right now they are holding up around bathroom and Astro stairs. Check out just placing down this last banshee, it looked like. Specca on a solid roam down the bottom of basement. So look, Ferox going to have to be careful about that because he can sneak up even just to that first floor. Some of those cheeky C4s in Master really cause some trouble.
I don't know whether Oda was able to catch the backside there. I don't think he was, but so far so good for the Roamers. They haven't found anything, but nor have they been taken out. It's Specca just sitting, waiting for Oda to start to make somewhat of a play. Laundry now being taken under control as the balcony. They may start to toy with bedroom a little bit, but Jack Daddy might be able to find a free kill. You bet your bottom dollar he will. Todd does find a trade in the meantime, but Jack and Joker will be able to find one apiece or three early stages of round 3.
Yeah, I just think a massive oversight from Ferox there, just not to have somebody on the balcony holding the bricks door there. Allow Jack Daddy to get that. Specca into the fray. Gets Todd. Only 2 left for Ferox. This is starting to fall apart. Look, they had a great opening round, but Akami are just not being bullied right now. Playing with confidence and freedom at that. It's going to be tough to be able to pull this back for Ferox in this round now.
Definitely felt like that was potentially a great opportunity to catch Specca on the rotate back to red stairs, but just a little bit too sharp. Man's been putting in the hours so far. They still need to be cautious of Cutie rather on the Astro stairs. Making a lot of noise now, Cutie. This should almost be a free kill depending on how he decides to swing. Sushi's still holding. It'll come out. It's not going to really play any effect to Cutie. And the free kill comes as the grenade was a false sense of security. In a 1v4, there's not much hope here for Shade.
Alright, gonna be tough. Gets a nice shot onto Specca though. Makes 3 to find. Has Diffuser back, but this Banshee is not going to be great for him. He's now been spotted in the bathroom. Up to Cutie to try and close this, but doesn't get the shots. Actually, Ippy style gets the shots. Closes out for Akami. Great round in the end from them. I think Ferox didn't really look in it after they lost those first two. So Akami is starting to run back over the top of them.
I mean, it definitely felt like they were in control, Raven. There was never really a moment of doubt. And Jack Daddy and Joker both opening up the round, as you were alluding to earlier, just kind of made their job all that much easier. And had potentially they'd caught out Specker on the rotate back to site, maybe there's a chance it goes back to 3-3. Things get a little bit more interesting, but it's definitely looking pretty safe and sound for Okami as they head to the site in which they failed previously, dining and kitchen.
Yeah, see if they can make some improvements on that first round. Ferox looked so comfortable on round 1, and ever since then, just have not looked at all comfortable. In fact, they've only had one frag since that first round. It's only been a few since, but regardless, I think Akami, maybe they just took a round to warm up. They're looking very comfortable and confident at the moment. I think it's a real danger territory for Ferox. They need to just stay in touch in this attack half. Try not to let it claw out to a 1-5, because that is quite the deficit to have to fight back from.
No matter how comfortable are you on your defensive side, it's only one round, isn't it? And all of a sudden you're forced to play for OT and things just get a little bit too stressful. So how will Okami adapt? It looks like they are going to be playing very similar. There's still the heavy roam upstairs. For now anyway, Jack Daddy and Specker anchoring on sites.
Does look like Ferox have decided it worked well for us in round 1. Let's do it again. This Yana is a heavy lean for Ferox. They have brought this very consistently, and Akami are there to contest, which is great. And I was going to say one thing that Akami could even try to do is just be a little more aggressive around Master, because it was the early Master control that didn't make holding the top floor a bit tricky. They were never really able to get stat wall open. Again, this mute channel was a bit of a pain for them last time. It looks like it still is going to be. But it's about stopping that entry. It was just Oda walking through that brick doorway into statue that enabled Ferox to get that control.
For sure. And also, you know, the pressure Nazgul was able to apply from Astro, it kind of just put a little bit of doubt. And the second there's a bit of doubt, you need to be a little bit more careful. I think I just saw Akami back to site, and they have done as well. They've folded their cards. They're happy for Ferox to waste as much time as humanly possible up there. Whether Team Ferox have figured this one out or not, they surely will, with Todd and Sushi now making their way. Astro's clear. Stats clear, and I'll start to work on that vertical pressure.
And that's the beauty of the Gemini of Sushi just there. He just ran through site so comfortably, and he got all that info so quick. So now that they have a lot of time to use this vertical control, and this is where it's going to be tricky for Akami. Do they all sit on side and try and anchor, or do they try and retake that top floor, which can be tricky? On top of that, Ferox are bringing the air jabs. So you have to think about that when you're trying to rotate. You might not be able to get back upstairs. I think this next 30 seconds in particular very critical for Akami to be able to hang on, or Ferox to be able to get that man advantage.
Specker could absolutely dominate here if he's able to do so. He'll find at least one. No, he won't, actually. I thought potentially he might have been able to catch someone moving through, but Ferox starting to pick up the pace a little bit more. They are safe and sound for now as they make a little bit more leeway to the site.
Oh, the flank though into Laundry, Ippy style. Big flank there. It's finally refragged by Sushi. But with 30 seconds to go, it does destabilize things a little bit. Sushi is down there by himself. They will have to rotate. Jack Daddy finds one onto Shade. Akami starting to claw back the advantage, man. At 15 seconds, gonna have to start getting this plant down.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Oda manages to catch a free one on Specker, who was not expecting that at all. Sushi now might be able to stick this, has the support of Todd as well. I don't think Hippie Cutie will be able to get around the corner safely. No, he won't as well. The last two players for Akami are low. Todd's going off right now, and there's absolutely nothing to stop Todd with a 3K in a post-plant situation.
Beautifully covered from Todd, and just the aggression and the confidence when he whipped the pistol. Beautifully done. Love that. Ferox clawed it back, and again, this is them staying in touch. Okami, on the other hand, well, it sounds like kitchen dining is just doomed for them.
It doesn't make a difference whether they hold strong or whether they back away from that top four defense. They just
Attackers are activating.
no cigar, my dude. No matter how close it is, that was always going to be the issue with Ibby Cutie, or rather Cutie. God damn it, this is going to do me in the rest of the broadcast, isn't it? It's the problem with when Cutie's peaking there, mainly because of how low the rest of his team are. Right, there's very little chance for a refrag in that position, but I guess you've got to make a play one way or another, Raven.
That's right, and I think a real critical moment for Okami there is just that Specker unfortunately didn't make that impact on the flank that he really could have. Like you were ready to say, he would have got or could have got at least one. Honestly, I was going to see him getting a double kill from that. They were not prepared for his flank up through the statue. There were multiple players there getting that vertical control, not even looking anywhere near the doorway. That really could have opened it up, and it would have changed the round completely. But
yeah.
Ferox, they managed to scrape by. He couldn't get the shots clean, and look, it got them around, so it's 2-2.
That's it, and it just gives them a little bit more of a leg up. Obviously, in that 7-5 against Noble, it was quite close up until the last breath that Noble took, or rather that Ferox took, if I'm being completely honest. But this could be headed toward a very similar affair. Obviously, last time these two teams met in Six Masters in the previous season, it was 7-8 on Clubhouse in favor of Okami, backed up by 8-6 on Coastline by Team Ferox. So these two teams are, you know, maybe not necessarily they were close on the ladder of last season, but I don't think that really makes a difference at the end of the day, Raven.
No, and look, that was a great use of Carly's lance there from Shade. Seeing some Carly come out, so wall denial is going to be a lot easier for them to deal with. Carly, a great alternative to the Thatcher, who is banned, of course. A little bit slower than last time, Manic. We praised Ferox a lot for getting study control early and opening the walls in towards bar. Todd on this Monte, though, he's just going to push through.
Oh,
not protecting Nazgul well enough, though.
No, I mean, that's a fair peek from Sushi, I guess. That's one way to do it around the corner. But, I mean, one apiece there. Nazgul, unfortunately, trying to play behind Todd just by the safety of Monty was no longer the safety at all. It's not the case. And now with that hard breach really down, they are going to have to make things a little bit more complicated. In comes Ping 2.0. If I won't find anything just yet, but it is pre-prepped, and pre-placed. So it just needs to be cautious.
And maybe just a little over-aggressive from Nazgul. Maybe not the right player to be peeking that. I think Sushi was the right choice to follow it up, but Nazgul being the only hard breacher does mean that this is going to be a little bit trickier. Shade has found Joker, though. It's the Malusi off the board. And that means that they will have a man advantage in this final minute. Banshee's in the way, so they'll have to leverage their soft breach, which they don't really have a whole lot of. Maybe Shade still has some lances, but it is something they are lacking quite a bit right now.
Please do correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was also the C4 that was prepped across to 90. Well, Sushi, you've got to catch them all sometimes. Poor Specker, he'll be on the receiving end of that. In comes the smoke babe. That'll force them back for a moment longer, but will they be able to hold out for long enough? It's a 2 versus 4 here, Raven. I'm not really liking their chances for Okami.
Gonna be tough. 2 smoke babes in the pocket of Cutie, and he's not getting them out anywhere near quick enough. It looks like Okami don't have the right intel. Plant confirms. Oh, 4 versus 2 postman. This really is going to be tough for Okami.
And just the big old shield, the big old droney boy. He'll sit there in the doorway. Shade, actually a really great round to change to completely change the tides, Raven. After the hard breach in Habana went down so early on in Nazgul, I think Ferox just able to outsmart Okami.
I mean, it's a great point that Habana was the first casualty for Ferox, so they weren't able to get line of sight like they had before or through games, which didn't really, I mean, it didn't work out for them in the end. But at the same time, that should be a strength for Okami. It means they just have to watch those doorways. And they're such narrow funnel points. Montaigne definitely facilitated that. And it was well watched from Shade. But at the same time, I just think maybe Cutie could have had a lot more of an impact with that smoke, just keeping Montaigne out of the way. And just enabled them to have a little bit more freedom on site to try and work some picks so that Ferox never got in that position or the advantage to get planted down.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how many smoke babes they had. I think it was 35 seconds and the first one came out, and I just assumed that they had potentially already used one because I think the second one didn't come out until relatively late, like you're alluding to there, Raven, and potentially it came out too little too late, but they will be re-attempting for Akami, and hopefully this time, if they're able to catch Ferox sleeping in terms of, Nazgul going down so early, there might be an opportunity to make things a little bit closer than what it was in that previous round.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I'm thinking back to the Smoke Babe situation. I said Cutie had 2 in the pocket when the plant started going down.
Okay.
And I think that's critical. And he didn't have the right info either. And that can come back to this Valkyrie ban that we saw from Ferox. I said that it's an operator that Akami have definitely used a lot of, Spectre particularly in the past, a lot of Valkyrie play. So maybe they just haven't found that gap in their intel gathering. They're not playing an operator like Maestro, for example, who is pretty good operator on Villa, plus in general. And those Evil Eyes can be a great intel collection thing. So something they might have thought about in the future to supplement their lineup.
Sure. I'd love to actually get the stats on that as well to see how effective that ban was for Vault, because I think you'd be spot on in assuming that it has definitely played quite a detrimental effect to Akami's defense. But they will be looking for a very similar approach here, Team Ferox. Yeah, looking for that early study control. It be style as well. Too interested. Will looks like might be forced to back away from the angle here. Fire comes out. Nothing's confirmed, but I think that's pretty successful from Todd, all things considered.
It really is. It's a very effective way of clearing out the top of the brown stairs there, and it means that Akami just don't have much control at all around the classical hallway. They do still have 90, which would be a great control for Ferox to have, but right now they don't necessarily need it. They're in a good position. They've still got their hard breach. It's like you said, if they can get the line of sight open, it's probably a step up last time. So I think, again, this is looking like a good round for Ferox. And I tell you what, if they come out of this with a 4-2 half on attack on Villa against Akami right now, they might be looking good for the dub here.
I couldn't agree more with you, and that could be a serious concern. It looks like they've retaken 90, obviously getting droned out. You can see on the far side there, Ippy Style will be forced to back away once more to the top of red, potentially fold into games. Specker still on that underside of the A site, could potentially play quite an effect. Todd just watching from games. And in come the openings from Nazgul. First one from Classic directly to behind bars.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Bugs though, so might not be able to get through there. That's going to be the opening pick for Sushi. It is refragged though by Cutie. Makes it a 3 versus 3, 15 seconds. Manic. It's going to be fought back from Shade though. Again, he's going big for Ferox. They're getting smoked out of sight though. Finally, it's being effective. You have to rotate around. Todd just yeets through it. He's not going to bother waiting. It's going to be to his detriment. They've got 1 second to get this diffuser down. Naz has to stick this right now.
Oh, the cover!
Shade on the cover. Beautiful. Triple kill from Joker. Doesn't see the planter. Nazgul clutches it out for Ferox. 4-2 lead.
Wow, that was not expected. Todd making such a good distraction in Aviator there. It pulled all of the attention away from Akami. They were purely focused on not allowing that plant to go down. And in fact, sneaky beaky like Team Ferox, happy to give them the candy, sell the fake, and I mean, that play from Nazgul right at the end, just off diffuser, and in time to pop some heads. That is a huge half, and not to be understated for Team Ferox.
It is. This is, look, I think scary zone now for Akami. They are on their attack half, and we haven't said it yet, but generally people consider Villa to lean a little bit on the defense. We're starting to see it balance out a bit more. 4-2 halves are pretty common. But you would expect that to be on the defense side. So the fact that Ferox have had such strong attacks, and honestly, defenses where Ferox, I felt, excelled against Noble on Wednesday. So I really think this is a scary time for Akami. They've got to dig deep now and get some really solid attacks. Because I think even if they just lose this one round, facing that 2-5 deficit would be, yeah, not great at all.
This is quite the interesting turn of events in the first match on Playday 2, Raven. Not something that we would have predicted. Well, it's actually something that not many people would have. So I think that's credit where credit is due for Team Ferox. But, as always, they 100% need to be able to back it up here. And it looks like that may start with Shade and Oda looking for a bit of damage from below. Maybe some time wasting included.
Maybe. Sushi on the alibi as well. It's giving some good intel on that repel player on Astro window. Means Cutie not going to be too comfortable to peek that just yet. Right in the face as well. So he's going to have to get that barricade open. And they're either going to have to get the bathroom control to clear it, or he's going to have to repel upside down to shoot the bottom. Does finally do so. And it's just all building to a stall here in this first minute. They've been able to get a little bit of info, but not a lot of control. Specker has something else to say about that, though. He takes out Oda.
Cheeky shank from behind. Whether Oda was even able to fight against that. Specker with a double opening as Nazgul falls. 3 players left. Actually, only 1 on site right now. And Specker will just continue to be a pain in the backside. Jack Daddy catches Shade as he looks to come back around. And it's not going to be shown at all. Sushi's forced off the angle. Raven, oh my word.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Oh, yikes. Yep, looks like it's going to be a solid finish. And it is Akami. Never looked in doubt on that round, really. Once they got those opening 2 picks from Specker, it was just all over for Ferox, looking too strong, Okami on it. And this is what they needed, Manic. They needed the statement round on their attacks. They needed to start clawing this back, give themselves that confidence and that belief.
It has to start somewhere, and in all honesty, I potentially thought those last 2 rounds may have caused some amount of doubt for Akami, but they have shown full well that that's not the case. We'll be seeing the clash being 6 picked off for the Maestro on Sushi, so potentially, as we were talking about before, Raven, good intel gathering operator, and our fam Velk is no longer in play due to bans.
That's right, so see whether they can leverage that extra intel, see what strategy they're going to be using for that. Do want to say that Okami, bringing it back to the stakes, right? Like, they're vying for a top spot here, potentially even bigger than a wild card. And right now, they're just not looking like that. So I think this is they've got to summon something big here and try and bring out this, because this should be their match if they want to be in that top 2 position.
Yep. I don't know who that tweet was from. It looked like a real random, but I definitely agree with you there.
Yeah, it was.
5 seconds left before insertion.
It was like Devil Ada? Devil. Oh wait, Dev Mata, the commentator.
Oh, that guy. I almost forgot who that guy was. Oh, thanks for reminding me though, mate.
That's alright.
Yeah.
That's alright. That's hilarious. Dev, we love you. We love you. But there is no doubt in anyone's mind right now that this is quite the surprise, or at least the first half was quite the surprise from Team Ferox. And
Totally.
we really are going to call upon them here, because Okami, we know, have the ability to really bring this back. We know that they have that firepower, and I really do want to look to Team Ferox and ask, where are you going to pull it from, right? Where is that extra storage? Where's that next gear that you can kick into? Just for reference, in 6 Masters, both of these teams, so Akami had 9 close matches. That is relatively close in terms of the full regulation time. They were able to win 6 of those 9 games, whereas Ferox were only able to convert 2 of 7 close games. So I think that this right now is a very interesting question to be asking of Ferox, is where is it coming from? And that may be it, Raven. That might be the spot.
That was a solid shot from Shade. Looked like Specker had all that info from the drone. You saw the yellow pings coming out. He just narrowly missed getting that wall bang. So honestly, Shade was a little bit lucky to still be alive. But yeah, look, beautiful flick. It means that he can just hold his roam here. It looked like he was going to be going back up the stairs as well. Didn't. So it's something that Okami still have to think about droning out. And time is ticking away. They're almost down to this last minute. They have not got a lot of map control.
Odin nearly got a haircut there. Hippie style, giving them out for free at the moment. Daddy as well. They'll now start to approach Aviator with Hippie style really being the prone attack here. And Ferox not really looking to take any of those initial fights to begin with, we'll say. Still have that one roaming underneath as well, which could be a serious pain in the backside for Okami.
Bomb detected.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Jack Daddy, he could be in danger here. He's the one that's still downstairs for Okami. Seems confident that nobody else is with him at least. Shade can really have a big impact. C4 goes out, misses the mark though. Ipistyle taken low. I think that was the player at least that copped part of that. Now in the final 20 seconds, I think this is going to be really hectic for Okami to have to try and get this plant down.
This has to be explosive, Raven. There's no other way about it. He'll be taken down from... well, the vertical play of Shade. Itby Cutie will be able to take down Oda. The deny from Itby Cutie with 2 kills. Surely the defenders... Todd! Was that the clutch?
Yep.
Oh, Todd!
Yeah, he got the denial on the plant there, Manic, so at the end of the day, it didn't matter how hard Cutie was going on that denial. The plant didn't go down, so Ferox do get that round. Quite the nail biter, and look, by all rights, I think that definitely should have been in a Ferox round. Okami just didn't have enough control here. It didn't look like it was going to be clean. It's right there that Todd gets that C4 denial in that final 2 seconds. So they could not recover the defuse.
Run out of time.
So well played from Ferox. Again, they looked solid on that whole round. I would have been surprised if Okami got it. And now Ferox, look, really importantly, 1 round away from, at minimum, forcing overtime. And like, I was not expecting this to be an overtime map. I thought close, but probably not overtime.
I feel sorry for Cutie, man.
He was going off.
He was
ran out of steam, ran out of time.
I really thought that was going to be the play. I think that we can probably highlight Shade's performance for Team Ferox right now, sitting at the top of the leaderboard across both teams, but also what we do have to highlight is the effectiveness of both of these teams in full. I think that there's not really been too many rounds where it's been a landslide, Raven. I think I can only remember the one from Okami in the flawless round. I believe it was the second round. Other than that, though, it's been somewhat close, and it's been coming down to a lot of these early fights. Shade, what are you doing? Cheeky beaky.
Oh, what, Matic? You mean you don't hang out under a desk just like it's normal? Like, that's what I do.
To be honest, that's what I'm doing right now. No one can see me behind the camera, but I'm literally under the desk.
Me too, bro. Me too.
I don't know why, I thought that gas was for something serious, and I was like, what have I missed?
Absolutely not.
I'm so confused. Shady boy, you are just sneaky beaky.
Gotta say, that is classic Shade though, right? There's definitely something he is well known for. It's just his mid-round flanks, or some of his random flanks. So again, this is just something that Okami have to be ready for. I touched on it, you know, this is the map that Ferox played on Wednesday. So we saw a lot of, I think Nazgul was one in particular, lots of spawn peaks and lots of runouts. Maybe Okami ready for that, but maybe that drew their attention away from being prepared for these really strange flanking opportunities that Ferox do love to go for.
Shade is in a very good position to be able to do so as well. You can see him now creeping around in the basement. Don't know how much he's going to be able to find early in the round at the very least. Haven't opened up the pantry soft enforcement, so if you will. Back Daddy. Will Shade find something here? Surely not.
I mean, look, it feels like it's building towards that, but it is all about timing. He's trying to be careful. Speaking of timing, Oda times C4 to get Cutie as a big pick because he's been playing quite strong for Akami on the sledge. So looking good for Ferox right now. Specker is probably the one in most danger of Shade. He could come up behind in the Astro Stairs. This could be the round. Naz taken out by Joker. 4 versus 4, Manic.
Oh, I think he's hurt him. Oh, Shade, no. That's dirty. He will trade out Nazgul that falls. And it was all for naught for Akami. I guess they've got something to work with now. They're still going to be careful of the player in Astro. Jack Daddy trying to pre-fire around the corner, but it's Oda once again on the side of Team Ferox. Joker just has too many lines to deal with and not enough time to trade it. But Ippy style, what can you pull out of the rabbit's hat? Rather than the magician's hat.
Yeah, and it's just about Ferox. They're going to have to try and play patient here because Ibisal, he has to play it. Depends on the info they've got. He's going for this. He's not sticking it though. It's a bait. He's going to try and hold the angle around Stat. Todd is going to peek. Pre-fire to try and get him off. He's going to stick it with the C4 from Shade. Closes it out for Ferox. That moves them to match point, Manic. Looking like this is Villa for Team Ferox.
Something that none of us were really expecting. I know the community poll said 33%, and I know Team Ferox as an organization have quite a few fans, but many would have foreseen this as being a potential possibility, an outcome, and yet we sit here, Raven, saying it is almost inevitable. They have played extremely well tonight, and the post-match interviews are going to be interesting. I'm quite intrigued to hear from Akami's side as to what they think have gone wrong.
Yeah, absolutely, me too. You can totally have an off night. Maybe this is just an off night for them. Maybe they have Friday curse. You know, maybe Wednesdays are just better for them. Friday is no great, but we'll wait and see. At the end of the day, the overall surprise here is the Ferox are looking really good right now. They are getting the picks when they need them. Shade is still walking around undetected for I don't know how many seasons in a row, but this man just manages to get flanks every match I watch. And look at him, he's on 11-6 right now. He was very instrumental in that previous round in particular. Ferox, color me surprised. We were speaking on the reload on Tuesday, Manic, that we thought maybe Ferox would be down in bottom 2 with the likes of Rhythm, but here they are, potentially about to steal a map off a top 3 team.
Would not have been thought through from any of us, and I think that it really just goes to show the quality of teams that we have in the Oceanic Nationals, and I really do attest that to how far they've come. Shade, not again! He finds one and gets away with it. Does he know there's a second Shade? You can't be doing this. You cannot be doing this. You are dismantling Akami right now. And they have been left absolutely gobsmacked.
Yes. Look, that is just nail in the coffin kind of stuff here, Matic, I think. Losing Itby Style and Jack Daddy so soon to the play like that from Shade. Oh boy, that's it's not going to feel great. 3 players for Akami. They've got 2 minutes to go. I have faith they could claw this back, but I think it's unlikely.
Well, simple math will tell you that it is very unlikely at this point. And obviously Sushi getting a fair bit of information on this. It's going to be Joker pushing Pantry, sorry. Drone getting enough information. Just needs to be careful of the C4 that's inevitably coming. Does take cover in the corner of Pantry for now.
No, just going to wait. They do have a lot of time, but it's going to be difficult for them to get control, just lacking that man advantage. There's a lot of drones they've missed as well. He's gonna be able to get picks, but no, Shade!
Shade!
On the Ripple, he's going off. Finally shut down though. Maybe a little aggressive there from Oda. Does bring it back to a 3v2. All up to Cutie and Joker. They have 1 minute. Joker is just waiting for the go signal in Pantry. But Nazgul is looking firmly in his direction.
I have to say that this is not favorable, to say the very least, for Akami. We know Cutie is sharp. We've seen Joker do the unthinkable before. And a match point in such a crucial best of one, Raven, this early in the season. We can't let it happen. Aid will now fall just on the other side of Tetris. It's going to be both picking up kills. Sushi will trade it back with the Nitro Cell. And Joker has to come up massive for Akami. He has to make this work, Raven.
He does, and I think he's just going to have to go for this pick here. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get Diffuser down. He could try one bait, but Sushi has all the cards right now. 2 seconds to go. All the info. Sushi just has to hide. He hits the deck, and he hits the shotmatic. That is Team Ferox closing out the map. Oh, what a shocker. I cannot believe this is how we start tonight.
I am enthralled, to say the very least. I'm thrilled. I am excited for what is the rest of the night for today's Playday, because if that is the way that we kickstart Playday number 2, I can't wait to see the rest of these matches. We were saying that Akami were going to be pushing for this. There was no doubt in our minds in saying that. And I am left utterly speechless. Ferox with a dominating 7-3 victory.
Oh, and that's the thing, right? Like, this is already, quite the surprise. But 7-3 is a solid victory. They really were just looking good most of that game. There was a couple of rounds early in that first half that we thought, oh, look, Okami's starting to run away with it. They got a flawless round, and they only lost one person in the following round. So it just looked like Okami were going to come back. From that point on, they only won one round. That just, it honestly blows my mind.
And we thought, we were looking, and we highlighted it in the round when it actually happened, when Nazgul went down on the Hibana. And we were kind of sitting there thinking, that's not a great sign. That's not the way that we wanted to see Team Ferox, kind of take it to Okami. And then from then on out, it was just nothing. It was like lights were out for Okami, and they were just playing out of their mind. Shade, unbelievable game from Shade. I pray we get to hear from him, because what a guy! What a guy!
Yeah, look, he had a solid game. I think he went 14-7 in the end. I didn't quite catch the death count, something like that. But absolutely, and look, this is we sound really shocked. No disrespect to Ferox, they played fantastic. I don't want to take credit away from Ferox, because it's not only that Okami made mistakes. Ferox played really well. I think there was a lot good about the way they played tonight, and we've highlighted already too. They played well on Wednesday against Noble, who's also a top 3 team, or top 4 team. In fact, the way they finished the Six Masters. But regardless, like, that is 2 very good performances from Ferox so far. I think we've all read into this wrong. I mean, it might be too early to say, but I don't think they're going to finish bottom 2 anymore, based on the facts of just how week 1's gone.
Well, these are the games, right? These are the games that are utmost important. Now, I believe we do have Specker on the line, and we're very interested to hear what he has to say. Specker, yep, you are summing up our feelings completely. What has happened?
Gentlemen, how are we? Great to see you both. You're both looking fantastic, might I just first of all add. Yeah, look, I don't know, it was just a bit of an all over the shop. I kind of just resorted to crouch walking around, and that didn't really work out. I mean, it worked a bit, but didn't really work out too well. We just had a lot of stuff that we're doing in scrims, but for some reason it just didn't replicate. I think this is honestly one of those, like, not to discredit Ferox, they genuinely played well. Like, they've actually surprised me from what they were to what they are now. They've genuinely improved, and, props to them, not taking anything away. But a best of 1 format, I genuinely feel like this season's practically anyone's season. Whoever comes out of the gate firing, they're going to be, of course, having that advantage, all that jazz. I'm sure you guys, you're both smart lads, you'll both know that. But yeah, I don't know, we just didn't get to play most of our game. But as you said, not to discredit anything that Ferox have done, they played really well. But, we were just not really there, I suppose.
Yeah, look, something I'd love to get some insight in is you guys chose, or I guess you didn't choose, but the veto went the way of Villa, which was the map that they played on Wednesday. Was that maybe something that you were leaning into, that's the map you have info on and that's what you prepped for, or was Villa actually more of a surprise?
Not so much. It's more so like it was just, it's just we play our maps, we focus on our maps, we focus on our game. Unfortunately, our game wasn't, to a good standard today. Unfortunately, I definitely look into certain things and certain weaknesses, but yeah, we obviously didn't really capitalize on too much tonight, as you can probably see by the scoreline.
Yeah, it was, I think, a shock for all of us, and that can't be understated. A 7-3 victory to Ferox was not what we were expecting coming into this. And I think that's, again, we're not discrediting anything that Ferox did, but do you think that there's anything that in particular went wrong for you guys? I know that you're talking about, like you tried some things in scrims and it seemed to work there and it didn't replicate into the game. But was there anything in particular that you would pinpoint from today's game?
I feel like adapting would be one. Actually, like seeing a hold and knowing what to do and how to break it down and understanding the actual fundamentals of the hold itself. It's something that we're working on, and it's something that I want to evolve the team to fully understanding. It's a gradual process. I don't want to always rely on the crutch of, I've just come back to the game. But, once everyone on the team is up to a level that I'm happy with, and once I'm up to a level where I'm actually happy with myself, and things will start clicking, we're beginning to actually understand what to do on the fly, I think we'll be a very scary team. However, unfortunately, it's still super early days. It is what it is. It's just, as I said, this whole season, I almost want to say it's a trial run, in the sense, it's a BO1, don't take it too serious, play your hearts out, all that, but don't be torn up at the end of the day, especially with all the coronavirus situation, all that stuff. It's such a sporadic moment at the moment, but yeah, we're just going to try our hardest for the rest of the season practically, and yeah, I don't know, hopefully not have that downfall in a mix of, I guess it was communication and leadership. I take a lot of the blame. I'm really bad at that, I suppose, but I take a lot of the responsibility on the team in regards to, I feel like I'm the one that let everyone down, so it is what it is. I'll take away, some learnings from it, and we'll come back stronger.
Certainly so, mate. Well, we look forward to seeing you next week back in action. It's always a pleasure to talk with you, mate. It's good to see you doing that.
All right, to you two both. Great to chat to you, and looking forward to our interviews in the future.
always. An absolute character, Specker. You could see that from the very second he joined the interview. High spirits, considering a 7-3 loss there, Raven.
Yeah, but also understandably frustrated and very, I guess, introspective. But look, at the end of the day, that will happen. Sometimes you will just not have things clicking. And then on the other hand, Ferox felt like a lot was clicking for them tonight. So when you get that combo, I guess this is the result you get.
Yeah. And I think, it is interesting to hear the way Specker was talking then. And I think, you're talking about introspective and we're kind of going back and forth with that. It sounds like they are very much in that rebuild phase. It sounds like they're very much in that phase where it's like, right, this season we are going to work on getting it right so that next season we can come out of the gates firing. And I don't think that is by anything something that we should read into necessarily yet. Again, the format is so brutal. You have an off night, adios amigos, you could be seeing down toward the lower end of the bracket. So I do think that it is a rebuild phase by the way it's sounding. However, it's still quite upbeat and quite promising from them.
Yeah, and I mean, there's not too many other ways you could look at it in terms of the way forward. You don't want to get too down on yourself. It's again, it is a pretty short season, so you need to be able to bring out the form. I mean, the next game is Wednesday, so it's not like they have a week to pull around some changes, that kind of thing. You have to stay in high spirits. You just have to keep moving forward, believe in the vision, and just do what you can. So I think it sounds like that's what they're doing. I don't think it's time for them to be concerned about finishing bottom two.
Yep.
I'd be incredibly surprised if that's where it ended up falling to. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, like Specker said, and like you've said, they get through this season and they can just focus on 2021 as a whole.
Yeah, I think look, to be honest, that might be the takeaway. Obviously, we'll still hear from Specker later on in the season, but someone we're going to hear from now, I'm sure, is in high hopes and high regard, as well as a community that seems to love him in the Twitch chat. Oda, thank you for joining us, my friend.
How's it going, boys?
We are doing very well, I can tell you that much, and I'm sure that you're not far off that. A 7-3 victory against Akami No one on the Snowball panel expected that. And to be honest, I don't think a lot of people in the community expected that. Tell me how you're feeling and kind of what went right for you in this case.
I don't know, just like, boys, we just put some work in on Akami. We know we're good against Akami, just like by scrimming and whatnot. And we expected, like, map bans went good. I don't know, we just knew how they were going to play because they kind of play the same. So yeah, I don't know, we just knew how they were going to come out. And then Shay just went off tonight. Everyone kind of went off tonight.
Yeah, I mean, look, yourself included. I still remember back on the first round, you got a 3K, and just your confident entry in stat was quite impressive for me, and that was already a bit of an alarm bell that I thought, oh, hang on, Ferox might be on tonight. Look, I want to ask you about the next week, and I guess the rest of the season. You're moving on to Knights on Wednesday. Are there any teams that maybe you're thinking forward to that you feel are like the danger teams to come up against?
Danger teams, I'd probably say Knights and Wildcard, really. That's about it, I reckon. Danger teams.
Yeah. Is there something about, so for example, you have Knights on Wednesday. Is there something about Knights? What is it that makes them that danger team for you guys?
Good gun skill. They work well together. Their attacks are really good, which is important in Siege. Like defenses, you can get away with it, but their attacks normally go good. They work well.
Sounds like it's coming together for Ferox. And I have to ask you, obviously you've still got both of those teams to play coming up later in the season, but are you holding high promise for the rest of the season after this performance? It is a very brutal format as we're talking about, and this is a great way to start it. A 7-5, only a very narrow 7-5 loss against Noble, and then a 7-3 victory against Akami. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, happy with tonight. I feel like we could have won on Wednesday as well. So yeah, hopefully the rest of the season goes well.
Well, I guess that's all we can really leave you on, to be honest, is that we hope that the rest of the season is as good as tonight was for you, mate. Thank you very much for joining us, Oda.
Cheers, boys.
Well, I think that kind of sums it up. They seem happy enough with the victory and they're ready for the next match. And I think the Knights game, that answer kind of interests me. And I'm very, very keen to see where they head with it come Wednesday night, because that was unexpected.
Yeah, totally. Look, they played phenomenally. Great to see Oda in interview. Obviously, this is debut week into this level of play, and I mean, it's been a great week for him. I'd say they had a great match on Wednesday. Didn't get the win, but tonight has just been fantastic for them. So, look, I'm starting to feel a lot of promise for their season. It's just going to be a matter of how consistent they can be, whether they can replicate this week in, week out. But right now, I'm really not feeling that they are going to be the bottom two team that a lot of people were expecting.
No, I think we might have to eat our own words there, right? But I think we'll all have to eat our words, and that's completely fine because I do appreciate a good underdog story. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we were just talking about the Knights. We'll be seeing them on the other side of this short break.
Seconds remaining. Attackers are activating. Attackers, 5 seconds to go. You're in left the designated staging area. The defender is exposed. Attackers bomb the diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have recovered their
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Nationals. A kick start to day number 2. 7-3 victory to Ferox. An unexpected one at that. I am Manic, and I'm joined by none other than the most lovable Raven. Let's get cracking into that next series, which is going to be LFO taking on Pittsburgh Knights.
Look, I'm really looking forward to this one, not just for the fact that the first series tonight was an absolute banger, but also the Knights being a strong team, finishing well in Six Masters, making the Oceanic Major on top of that, versus the up-and-coming LFO, who are really fighting to prove that they are potentially better than their placement from Six Masters.
I definitely think for LFO especially that their six Masters placement was one that's I think surprised me, because I obviously left for the broadcast of Six Masters and I didn't get to see a lot of LFO, but they had some really great matches. They were the only team to defeat Wildcard in the entirety of 14 matches played. So that is no easy feat at all. And you're going to see them on your screen there. Obviously, Enigma as the head coach. Raven, would you like to deep dive, just a quick deep dive on this team, or are you happy to just skim over the combo?
Look, I just think overall these guys are presenting as a solid team. Nate is the newest addition into the roster after the Six Masters concluded. If anyone wants somebody to look out for, I think Mims is a big X factor for this team. Had a bit of a quiet Wednesday, but if he's up and firing, he can really swing it almost the whole map for these guys.
Now, I should also premise as well just the fact that there was a 7-4 loss to Wildcard after I just said they'd defeated them last season. So, unfortunately, not the greatest start to the season. But Pittsburgh Knights, on the other hand, they had a very interesting start, going 5-1. It looked all done and dusted on Cafe against Elevate before Elevate were able to claw back 4 rounds straight, making the Knights sweat a little bit. But you're going to see the team, the lineup on your screen right now. Dino, Haywood, I'm so used to saying Strider there, Juicy, Josh, Sejion, and of course Picnic. Now, that loss in Strider is not to be understated, Raven.
No, look, he was always quite a star player for the Knights. And something that really stands out to me, they struggled on attacks against Elevate. As you said, they were up 5-1 on Cafe after their defense half. But when it switched to their attack half, yeah, they really struggled, like nothing short of struggled. And you could say that could be down to that loss of Strider that they are still adapting to, because someone like Strider, who was a really solid, experienced support player, very communicative and a great leader, I think attack is where you'll really feel that the most. That's just what it felt like Wednesday was for the Knights.
And it's, Stig's the season before last and now Strider, it does feel like they've gone through a bit of a shake-up. So that will be something, obviously, that plays into effect. Still a very good team and such a dangerous team. We just heard from Oda before talking about Knights. So Where do you think this map pool is going to lend us? Do you think we will go to Cafe? Obviously, both of these teams have played Cafe. I'm not going to say have played Cafe in the past, but the last time they played, it was a 7-5 victory on Cafe to LFO. Do you think we'll see something like Cafe Villa again, potentially?
Yeah, potentially. I wouldn't even be surprised if the Oregon comes out.
Yep.
I think that's something that the Knights are pretty good at as well. And even LFO, we haven't seen them play it in an official, but it feels like it would suit their play style. I might be wrong there, but yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see an Oregon.
Yep. Well, you know what? Let's have a look. Let's see where the bans have taken place and where we will head. Theme park off straight away. Coastline next. Clubhouse is out of the mix. It's Consulate, Villa, and Oregon, which leaves us at Cafes. So, just to give us a little bit of context, last time they played 7-5 to LFO on the wonderful map of Cafe. Do you think we will see something similar here, Raven?
Look, I think this is one of the tougher matches of the night to call either way. I'm still leaning towards the Knights, and I think on Cafe, look, they played pretty well against Elevate. Yeah, they struggled on attacks, but they've had some chance to try and refine that in the last couple of days at least, and it gives them a chance to sit back and just look at that and find what's wrong. And sometimes that's all it takes, is doing it wrong just once, and then you can adjust. On top of that, they've had some big wins on Cafe. I'm looking back here in the Oceanic Major semi-finals. They beat Okami 8-6 on this map. So it's definitely not something that the Knights are weak at, that's for sure.
Well, we're kind of tending to lean toward a close match. I'd love to see what the community think. Let's have a look at the poll as they bring it up on your screen. Ooh. My, oh my. I actually think that may be the closest community vote I've seen. 53 to 47%. I think that's a pretty fair representation. I do think, however, it's 53% in Pittsburgh's favor there. What are your thoughts, Raven?
That's what I would lean to. But like honestly, this is a real tough game to call. Of all the matches tonight for predictions, I think this was the hardest one to figure out. Especially, I mean, we did our predictions like you said. I think I put mine in on Monday. After watching Wednesday, I think it makes it even tighter because the Knights do have that essence of struggle there with those attacks. Whereas LFO, they looked pretty decent against Wildcard on Wednesday.
I think that it's only time for us to bring up our predictions at the Snowball panel to see where we all lie. Now, this is an interesting one. Ducky, I think, is a little bit of a fanboy. I think Enigma's doing something dirty there. I think he's been a cheeky boy. But LFO on 3 of the 7 members on the panel, I really think that and the community vote are very representative of how this game really will play out. It will be close. It will be a barn burner, but I guess where, I can't really pick on Guz and Xenox like they did in the last broadcast. I will get you back, by the way, boys. We are going to get you back for that one. And you are so lucky Elevate did not pull that game back. I had the best content to deliver on Twitter ever. So you just wait. You absolutely wait. But I think that is going to be a very, very intense match coming up here, Raven.
I totally agree. I think Cafe does just make it all that more intense. Like we said a few times now, I think it's important to highlight the Knights were shaky on this map on Wednesday. So maybe this is LFO smelling a bit of blood in the water.
Certainly so. LFO, they are looking for their first victory in the Oceanic Nationals, as Six Masters was quite a rip-roarer for them. It's going to be starting out ban phase, of course, and we can never forget. Good luck, have fun. It's just common courtesy.
Absolutely, and see how the band phase might sway this map. Thatcher coming out as the first. Again, very strong band to take off the attack. It does make certain things just trickier. His EMP is a very strong gadget to clear things like wall denial. And now with the ace off as well, it will make wall opening a touch trickier, but we said it last time, there's a lot of hard breach available in Shadow Legacy. You do have that secondary gadget by your side.
See you later, Banshee. Not a chance. Lucy gone. Who will be the last ban? It will be Mirror. So, Cafe, what does it have in store for us? Everyone here is waiting eagerly, may I add. Now, I think that it is only fair to say that LFO have been quite big in those bigger matches, in those closer, more intense matches. 3 times in 6 Masters they were pushed to full regulation, and all 3 times they were able to pull out the dub. So this one is sure to keep you on the edge of your seat. We go to Kitchen to begin with here, Raven.
Something else to note, Knights will be starting on defense. So again, their trouble half was their attack on Wednesday against Elevate. They can hold that off until the second half now. If they can just start strong with these defenses, get a solid lead, just as they did on Wednesday, I guess, so that if they are struggling again with these attacks, they can weather a bit of a storm here. But quite the opportunity for LFO. If they manage to get even a 3-3 half here, I think it's going to be a really solid position for LFO to be able to take the map.
Well, the eyes will definitely be peeled wide for LFO and their performance in this one. You've already mentioned it, that their 6 Masters run, we all felt like there was an opportunity for them to go even higher, for them to break out of that mid-pack. And in this format, it really will favor the bold. It'll favor whoever is willing to turn up on the night. There is no second chances against any team. You cannot redo. It is a hard best of 1, and I tell you what, it's going to make for an interesting couple of play days, Raven.
That it is. Something I just noticed, actually, is that LFO really only have the 1 hard breach available on the attack right now in the Habana. And the Knights have gone down into Kitchen Bakery. So you would usually try and bring maybe 2 hard breaches for that. There's a lot of hard breaching that you might like to do. Prep wall is 1. You might want to... Oh, no! That is a dome and a half from Hayward. Oh, I don't think Mims ever saw that coming.
I don't think we saw that coming. We were talking as if it was all good, happy days. You were saying they needed 2 hard breaches, or preferably you see 2 hard breaches. Guess what, Mims? You are the only hard breacher and you're gone. Wow, Is that a Shrek face on the bakery wall there?
Oh, something like that.
That's my swamp donkey.
You think that's what Hayward shouted as he
I
stoned
100% think that. There is
I hope
no
so.
doubt. There is no doubt in my mind. My word, Knights are fairly aggressive right now, and LFO, this is not the start they were hoping for.
No, absolutely not. They would be wanting to have made a statement from the start, but it's just in the complete opposite direction, in fact. Knights holding very strong control still in Bakery. Cupcake Sand not cleared. ADS still live behind there, in fact. So this is going to be down to peeking it. Nate has pushed through the double, so he's sitting in a very dangerous position. Roma's around, but just the lack of map control has finally been cleared. Sajin, though, goes off on his double. Only 2 remaining for LFO. Sogs and Hills, quite the task ahead of them.
Imagine this kick starts with a flawless rounds. Oda's fears of Knights being such a dominant team may be coming fully to fruition. Sogs just being caught out in the middle of red there. It is Juicy on the receiving end. At SMG, will he go for a peek? That's the question. They might look to double peek this as Sogs makes a little bit of a sound cue there, and that is just flawless from the Knights.
Absolutely flawless. I mean, yeah, literally flawless, but like everything they did was just dominant. LFO did not look an inch in that round. That was quite the up-in-your-face style that you do see from the Knights. LFO need to kick it up a notch here, Manic. It looks like they're still half asleep.
That is a nice boulder. That is a nice boulder. Knights will go to the 3rd floor, and if it is anything like what we just saw, LFO might be in for a rough night. I mean, the aggression, the passion from Knights there, never giving them a second to set up. Literally from the first 10 seconds, LFO was scrambling to try and find something. And now I think realistically, it does have to come back to that mentality, right? The reset. How quickly can you reset your own mentality in this game? how quickly can you move on from that? Because there is no doubt in my mind that that is a bit of a tilter.
Maybe a little bit, but I think it helps that it's the first round. Sometimes if you have a bad first round, it's a lot easier just to write it off. It's like, all right, come on, guys, let's pick it up. So hopefully that is something that LFO can pull out here. Knights up to the top floor now, which is maybe what LFO were expecting from that first round. Probably more common to see the top floor chosen with the first site. Either way, let's see how it progresses. Not too many changes on the lineups here either. Just Hills deciding not to go the IQ. He's onto the Sophia for that extra soft breach.
Relatively you would have to say a pretty convincing start for the Knights season. Obviously, we don't want to read too much in it. That first match against Elevate, I was criticizing a 5-1 first half only to end up being 7-5. But Raven, you are the middle head of the Hydra. You are able to calm me back down and obviously point out that it is not all that uncommon on Cafe to see that kind of a score line be turned into a close match. So potentially there is so much still to be done, and LFO now coming down top red. Sogs will start to diminish the barbed wire, and the Hammer Boy wins out.
Sometimes with that, the sway of the halves as well, sometimes that comes down to the bans. And that's just not something I see being too big of an issue right now. I was just thinking back to that game of the Knights on Wednesday with Elevate. I do feel like they leaned a lot on the Lucy. So probably a good ban from LFO, just extra something they don't have to worry about. On top of the fact it would be extra soft breach that they do need to bring. So that's probably good. Oh, not good for LFO though. Juicy hits the mark and progresses. Just goes deep, Manic.
Juicy. Okay, if this is the precedence that Knights is setting, I am excited for this match. Nate will go down, and finally LFO get their first kill on the board, but it is quickly taken away. Knights are doing everything right, and LFO once again left scrambling, trying to find the trades, trying to find anything to be given back, and this is a hot, surefire way to start for the Knights in this series. Juicy go off. Never mind.
Boy, he was hungry. Far out. I don't think that guy ate dinner. But anyway, it looks like it's a 1 versus 3 now, Manic. Sogs has got to find 3 to get this round in 30 seconds as well. He's through the bar, but so much intel. You heard the ping. Sagen finishes it off on the Maestro. Knights are just looking very strong right now in these first 2 rounds.
I mean, I have to ask you, Raven, as a coach, as an analyst, what is going wrong for LFO right now? It literally seems like every which way they turn, Knights just have the brick wall, if you will.
I mean, something that's standing out for me is just, it looks like there's a bit of disconnection with the way the attack is progressing. So, for example, the fact that Juicy hit that C4 and they just run all the way to red stairs completely unnoticed. No frag or shots in his direction, nothing at all. I think that's quite an alarm bell. So maybe some communication issues and just, general pacing that is making them very disconnected. Maybe too far ahead of intel. Or it could even point towards, I wasn't keeping an eye on it, but maybe their drone economy was already quite poor. And maybe they didn't have enough drones on the board to be able to be that efficient with them. Could be a lot of things, but like at this stage, seeing as it still is only 2 rounds, I think a lot of it's a mindset thing. Just, you got to relax, reset, because there's still a lot of this game ahead of you if you want to be back into it.
That's for sure. Hit the reset button, walk away from it, and just take a deep breath.
10 seconds to go.
This is, I mean, you know, for LFO, we've seen them in the past with, I wouldn't say start similar to this, because by no means are you ever expecting a start like this, but they are definitely a team that are not easily unsettled. So I am definitely looking to them in the next 4 rounds to clean this up and tidy it up, just kind of shimmy everything back into place a little bit more. You'd hate to see Knights run away with this first half with a demanding lead, but that really does look the way it's going to be coming.
Device ready.
Feels like it, but I mean, you can argue they had a 5-1 lead on their defense half on Wednesday, and then they only ended up winning that 7-5. So again, I think the real spotlight is just going to come when they switch to attack, and I think that just emphasizes that LFO, they need to just get as many rounds as they can in their pocket, even if it's only 2. I think a 4-2 half still gives LFO a decent look in to get the map.
Yep.
But again, it's just going to come down to how the Knights' attack has progressed since Wednesday. It's only 2 days, but if they've tightened it up, that's a pretty big danger thing for LFO to have to face.
Angmo making way from Cigar, and oi, the vertical angle, only being able to catch him off there. Sage at the moment, obviously hearing a lot of those footsteps from Sogs up in Piano, but not really being able to do anything about it as LFO start to take a little bit more control of that top floor. They will inevitably be forced to fight. And if history serves correct, the Knights are well and truly ready for that.
So far, this attack is looking better, I guess, because so many of them are still alive. Maybe that's why it feels like it's looking better. Nate gets a kill onto Josh, so they will have a man advantage. Not for very long, though. That's going to be Dino from below with the C4. And the Knights starting to get back on top of LFO, just as I was about to say they look good. No.
Oh, my
no, they don't.
word. No, they are not being given a chance to get into this game. Angmo will find Juicy getting a little bit more aggressive toward Cocktail there, as Hills will now come across, maybe find the trade on the head. He will do too. Interval 1 versus 2, Raven. A very, still a doable situation, but it definitely doesn't favor him in this situation.
No, definitely doable. And Hills is a player that has been in this position before, and he's hit some clutches. So definitely not out of the realm of possibility, but with less than 30 seconds to go, not a whole lot that he can really work with. He might just have to go direct here. Thankfully, still have Sauce Breach to clear these castles. They give him an opportunity, starting to pick towards reading. 15 seconds, Manic.
15 seconds remaining.
Well, they're both there and they're both waiting. He'll be given a little bit of information as Hills now makes his way around the corner. Can he take down the Kaid? He can do so, but Sage was there for the quick trade. Knights work off each other like 1 and 2. And that will be their 3rd round on the board.
Close, I guess, in the end for LFO. A lot closer than the last 3 rounds have been, but still not enough. The Knights are looking very strong. And I think what was really scary for me, I'd say, with the Knights in that one is even though they lost that vertical control and LFO had the man advantage, they never really lost structure in their strategy. They played those vertical holes really well, and that's what called it back. They hit a C4, they got 1 great line of sight shot, I think actually 2 through the floor. They gave them a man advantage in the end. So I just think that the Knights are looking well drilled.
It's a very good way to put it. Back down to kitchen, and I would love to say that LFO would have learnt their lesson by now, but who knows, honestly. Now, this time things are going to be changed up a little bit. They obviously had that bakery wall open in the previous defense, so Knights not sticking to what they know, not sticking to what goes. Instead, looking to change things up.
Yeah, just the sheer aggression from Knights, I think, is just something that's destabilizing LFO a lot. That first round, I keep picturing back to that first round when poor Mims, he was the first culprit, but they got flawless on. I just don't think LFO are ready for a lot of this aggression. Juicy as well, where he legged deep to red stairs after he got that C4 kill. I think a lot of that is just something maybe you could expect it, but I'd say often you're not. And that's maybe where LFO is at right now, is that they are struggling to come to grips with what is happening.
Yeah. I could definitely agree with that statement. It kind of caught me off a little bit, I'm not going to lie. It gave me a little giggle just seeing Juicy sprinting toward the red stairs.
Yeah.
And not only that, he found himself a 2nd kill as well, which is just absolutely outrageous. Nearly a 3rd on that. It's very shade-like from the previous match, if you will. So, 30 seconds off the clock is now the droning being done on that 2nd floor. Is it only the 1st floor? I believe that's actually the 1st floor. Here's 2. Angmo in toward tables. Got 3 players that they're going to have to deal with vertically. They just need to be aware of that.
Yeah, they've brought the fuse as well, so Nate maybe got a little bit of a cheeky strat here. They're being held out of this vertical control they need though, so this is going to be something really important for LFO. They've just lost hills. They need to clear Dino out of dining, because otherwise this fuse is going to be really ineffective. That's one way to do it. Angmo will get juicy. That's the Oryx out, but they still don't have the control of dining. Dino is still sitting in there.
Nate making a lot of noise as well. Not even expecting it. Not even giving it a cheeky little shimmy. Dino with the free kill. LFO, it feels like they're in all sorts right now. Sogs is now looking for the trade. Dino, however, has since rotated to Laundry 90. Can't be seen from Fireplace, but he will be spotted as he makes his way back to reading.
Finally have some vertical control. A minute to go. So in the 3 versus 3, not too bad, but Nate's death was totally preventable. They just clearly hadn't droned out dining. Dino was hanging in there that whole time, had not left. So that's a pretty unfortunate thing for LFO. Looks like the Knights have generally defaulted back to site here. C4 going to come out, not going to hit the mark from Hayward. That's denial that they now don't have. With 40 seconds to go, LFO need to start to work some access to site here so that they can actually get a comfortable plant down. Mim steps up for LFO, so maybe Manic. They might be breaking the taboo right now.
And they're going to have to as well, mate. It has been a very, very strong start, and unless they can really break it, it is going to steamroll out of control. They still need to deal, well, with only Sage now in a 1v3. A new addition to the roster, stepping up in Strider's absence now. He cannot find the first. Mims will shut him down. They were swarming him in every which direction. Much better from LFO, regardless of how that start was.
Yeah, it was much better, but there were definitely still some real question mark moments. I mean, I'm just thinking about this Fuse trying to walk into dining to place a charge down and just walking into castle. He's just hanging out there. He's been there the whole round. That's not a great sign. It's something that we talked about. You asked me, like, what could be going wrong? And I said, maybe it's to do with drones and communication. I think that might have been it, because they really lacked it in that instance.
Yeah. So the questions can definitely be asked for LFO, but to be completely fair, they could relatively put this to... put those queries or concerns to bed if they're able to tidy up the rest of this half and finish out with a 3-3. It just feels like with the power of Knights right now, it's not really all that achievable.
Definitely going to be tough. So back to top floor for the Knights. Last time it was successful for them. Of course, they were successful on 3 sites in a row, so the full sweep, so to speak. And this is something else that you do notice. Sometimes you can have a full sweep like that, 3 rounds in a row, but then your opponents adapt to each site as you get to replay it. That's something we just saw from LFO. At the same time, Knights were playing it slightly different to the first time. So see whether it can work out better for LFO this time. They're going to be ready for juicy aggression, that's for sure. I don't think he'll get away with that again.
You'd hope not.
Yeah.
You would honestly hope not, but with how aggressive Knights have been on taking some of these fights, it still wouldn't surprise you all that much if he's able to pull a couple of cheeky and sneaky little maneuvers. But this time, Knights are just going to hold upstairs. No one roaming around. Really, the furthest player from side is Josh, and that's just at Pixel. Plenty of cover to return should he not want to take these fights, as Mims obviously droning out nice and early here. LFO taking a lot. I would say they're definitely taking a lot longer to start to clear, to make sure that they're not catching, in that instance, the dino in dining, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that's a bit different is that this Pixel doesn't look like it's being played as heavily. They have castled off Lounge though, so maybe this is just part of the way the Knights are going to play it out. Something that LFO could easily have capitalized on maybe a touch earlier is the piano control. Can't quite see there where the Dino actually had a peek hole into piano. That would make sense, but either way, Sogs has now taken Cigar. Nate has taken out Josh, so a better start for LFO.
Haywood has dropped underneath now, so they now need to be a little bit cautious of this. And Sogs was obviously checking the angle in which he once was. And now that information will definitely be passed on. Angmo looking for a couple of pre-fire holes. Haywood could still do some serious damage here. Sage no longer has to worry about Cocktail Balcony. However, they need to be careful of losing players on site because Haywood will be in all sorts trying to get back.
Dino gets a nice shot into Cigar though. So 40 seconds. LFO, they are in a terrible position. They look like they might actually be able to get a plant down. They've done a great job clearing a lot of the utility. This is about protecting their players and ensuring no flanks happen. As I say it, though, Haywood in pillars undetected takes out Nate. Does leave them in a bit of a tough position to try and get the diffuser down now.
There's somewhat of a crossfire there from Juicy and Dino is going to be quite dangerous now. Do they know the information? Min's going to try to push in behind Bar. Obviously, Angmo being given the information, taking the straight up duel. It is a nice trade, but he's going to have to find a little bit more than that. Mims doesn't expect Juicy in the corner. He did check it, but unfortunately not far enough. And Knights continue their hot streak. They are playing very well right now, regardless of the one round that LFO have been able to take out of their hands.
Yeah, again, we're seeing a very dominant defense half on Cafe from Knights. As we said many times, that was the case on Wednesday against Elevate. I think what's really important for LFO here is if they get this round, I said it earlier, if they get a 2-4 half, honestly, that is not that bad. Considering how the first 3 rounds went in particular, I think if I were LFO, I'd be totally okay with that. That's like the pass mark. And the fact that Knights are back in kitchen cooking, which they just won 2 rounds ago, would feel like a possibility.
I'm looking to see what Knights do here, because obviously they did change up that from that first round, whether it was because they wanted to play so aggressively or whatever it may have been. It looks like it's going to be very similar to what we saw before. Sorry, before Raven. Got the hiccups now, that's not good. You might have to take over for a second.
Oh, I can do that for you, mate, no problem. You get those hiccups out there. Knights look like they're going to play it very similar, in fact, to the round that they lost this. It's a bit of a surprise to me. I think something that worked so well for them in the round that they won it, which was all the way back in round number 1, was just a lot of aggression and a very confident, solid hold down in Bakery. Dino was able to be completely undetected and dining last time, so you think LFO are going to be a lot more careful with their drones. I just think with this no Bakery control, it worked so well for the Knights earlier, so I'm not sure why they're not revisiting that.
Well, whatever it is that they feel is going to work, seems to be their confident strong suit. Josh and Haywood both hard anchoring. Josh from Coates and Haywood from Prep. It looked to me as if Sage did fall back toward Garage a little bit. But with Juicy so high up there, just at the top of White, making sure that no one can really access that point. Juicy will get droned out here. Bills will have that information as well.
Yeah, I feel like the Knights have really settled on the fact they feel that LFO aren't being particularly efficient with their drones, so that's where Juicy's Vigil pick might play into that. But hey, look, Dino didn't have static and he was completely untouched in that previous round by a drone, so maybe not completely necessary. It looks like they really are going to be holding on to a solid room here. 3 players hanging out in this first floor. Nate just around the corner in reading.
Sogs obviously applying a lot of pressure there. Juicy will find Nate. So I believe that may have been a peek from Pillars. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. It looks like it was as well. Sogs now opening up with the railing. Dino's just going to be playing that crossfire with Juicy that seems to be so strong right now. Juicy will trade hills, and LFO have committed everything to this right now, and it does not seem to be working, Raven.
No, it doesn't, but they do finally get Juicy. That's the vigil off the board. Sajin was pretty close, but maybe he has dropped back to site now. It looks like that is the case. But with LFO, again, I think that was a really disconnected way to attack. Nate was hanging out there at the doorway to reading for ages with no help. Maybe he was waiting for a drone, not sure, but just too slow in the middle of the round. Knights are going to capitalize on that with the aggression they've been playing with. I think LFO being caught flat-footed there is potentially going to cost them this round. Still 30 seconds to go. Sogs and Angmo alive, but they've got 3 Knights ahead of them.
Will they fight valiantly? That's the question. Down to the last breath. Angmo is not giving up on this idea just yet, but Sage taking down Sogs is quite a big frag. Had that been a 2-pronged attack, it may have looked a little differently. Angmo has to try and find the way into Kitchen. At least an opening. He's got a player in service, a player in Kitchen, and there's no way he's getting through that rotate. Another good round for the Knights will, of course, round it out at 5-1 in the first half. And you would have to say, Raven, rightfully so.
Oh, they have just looked like the far better team at this stage, to be honest with you, Matic. So, yeah, I think the scoreline really accurately reflects what's happening right now. LFO have really struggled with a lot of fundamentals on attack. Things could really change, though, as we go into the second half. Seeing LFO on defense and the struggles that Knights had attack on Wednesday, we could see some changes.
For sure, for sure. Now, just to give a little bit of context, we are going into a rehost. I just want to make sure that everyone at home knows that. It is 5-1 at the half, and as Raven's alluding to, it very much has been going that way from pretty much round one. I think I would hate to say that LFO were lucky to get the round that they did, but they were, if we're being completely honest with ourselves there. It felt like Knights let that round slip, and potentially this is where we do see somewhat of a comeback, at least a chance for LFO to get some rounds on the board here, because right now Knights are just looking so dominant. But we have been talking about it time and time again. There seem to be some serious issues on that attack for Knights at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, it is the same for LFO, right? They had some serious issues with those attacks. The Knights played really well, definitely. No discredit to the way the Knights have been playing. It's been, honestly, incredibly strong. But at the same time, LFO were playing those attacks really flat-footed, and you can't do that against aggression. You really need to be trying to pace match when it comes down to aggression. And that's just not what was happening. So in that last round in particular, I highlighted it. Nate was just standing at that pillar's doorway in towards reading for like 20 seconds or something, maybe even 30 seconds. Yeah, he was probably holding the rotate, but there was 3 Knights defenders all around his position. If he has no backup, it's only going to go one way. So, yeah, I think LFO just need to be able to put that behind them, and it's a bit of a mentality thing now for this second half.
For sure, for sure. And I think that's it really is one thing that I think is really highlighted by the Ferox match just before, which is you really can't go into any game underestimating a team. Not by any means saying that LFO has underestimated Knights. I'm not saying that whatsoever. But I think that this is just going to show that what happens when you give any team a little bit of room to breathe. They will take it and run with it. Now, look, this could have just been a bad attack by LFO. It could have been ridiculously good defense from the Knights. But where we start to ask our questions is in this second half. And unfortunately for LFO, they don't have a lot to play with, right? They don't have the time to bring this back. If they don't come back from this rehost all guns blazing in the first round, well, there goes your chance. There goes that one round that you have to play as a buffer.
Yeah, and that's such an important point, is they essentially have to be perfect. If they want to take, I'm going to call it a straightforward win, it's basically 6 rounds consecutively that LFO need to get right now. Because as soon as the Knights get 1, they have to then face overtime. So like if the Knights come out and win round 7 the next round, well then LFO have to face the situation of basically getting 7 rounds in a row. So it's really critical now that LFO just are next to perfect with their defenses. And the way that the Knights have been playing on defense, I don't see them losing in this next half. But I mean, their attacks really could be night and day. So
Yeah.
it's tough to call, but just the way the Knights are playing, I can't see them letting this slip.
And you were kind of mentioning potential cons, like communication issues for LFO. I mean, you saw a number of times either places just not being droned at all or potentially misinformation. You know, we saw one of the players, I think, do correct me if I'm wrong here, but Hayward was watching that balcony out on Cocktail, and we knew that he was able to get away from behind the bar because Sledge had literally just opened up that angle. And I think another round, Dino was sitting in dining, literally undroned as a castle, and had been there the whole time. Bit of a difference if he's just run there and trying to make a play, trying to catch them out a little bit. And again, Juicy with that C4 and immediately toward the top of red. Please do correct me if I'm wrong here, but that could only be amplified when you go onto a defense.
I mean, yeah, in a way, comms is important in both halves, and I just think a lot of that comes down to not just communication, but LFO just not reading their team play very well. So I think the Juicy C4 and follow through is a really great example because he C4'd a guy that was in cigar shop. Like, yeah, fair enough, but there was nobody there for a refrag, for one. So why was that guy by himself? For two, like, why was there no drone with that info? Like, how did they not expect the aggression already? And then the immediate after fact where he pushed all the way through the red stairs, like, it's not like that's an instant. That is multiple seconds of him running through the map control that they had with nobody watching from the hatch on red stairs or nobody else anywhere to catch that. And then there was no follow-up drone for it. So when the player did finally go to drop the hatch, he just dropped straight into the arms of Juicy.
Yeah.
So I think that particular example really highlights a lot of issues that LFO were probably facing for most of that half. They're probably thanking their lucky stars that their attack is over because, I mean, defense can be a little bit simpler if you're facing those issues. So maybe they're not as exacerbated.
I have to hope so. I have to hope for promise here because we were all expecting this to be a close match. You guys at home expected it to be a close match. Us here on the desk, we expected, well, desks expected it to be a close match. And across the entire panel at Snowball, we all thought that this really was going to go either way, and no matter what happened, there was a feeling like this could have been the match, well, still can be the match of the week, right? There's still that opportunity for LFO to come back in this and to push Knights to, well, potentially to take Knights' victory out of their own grasp or to push them to overtime. It just doesn't feel like that has been the way this map has gone at all. It just feels like Knights have taken control of this and ran away with it as well, and rightfully so. They have done extremely well so far.
And you have to think about the map too. They've gone to Cafe, which is what they played on Wednesday. So this is where sometimes you have to be tricky about prep. You know, LFO might have thought, hey, we get them on Cafe. We saw exactly how they played it on Wednesday. We know what they do. Quite honestly, I feel like the Knights have stepped up their aggression and played this a little bit different to the way they played it on Wednesday.
Yeah.
They still are excelling in their defenses, but I think it's enough difference where if you've over-prepped for one style, it can be tough to readapt to what is happening.
For sure. And I think this is where a lot of our questions, you know, as commentators, we all sit there and we all talk about what's happened on Playday 1 or, you know, whatever matches have happened before. And I think this will answer a lot of our questions here for Nice, which is surrounding their last game on this exact same map after this exact same scoreline, which is, you know, where do they lie in terms of their attack and how quickly can they bounce back? Because it was not the cleanest of victories, and that is to really highlight, I think, the performance of Elevate as well. So LFO will still be looking at this and thinking, hey, this is not out of our hands. This is well and truly still up to us to win. And of course, it does give them somewhat hope that they've already seen a game like this be taken to the full regulation.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something they can lean on for some hope here. But at the end, they've got to take action. I think the Knights are coming into this half with an abundance of confidence right now, and I wouldn't blame LFO if they I wouldn't say not feeling it, but it can be really tough to come back from that kind of stuff. And I wouldn't think that they would just have 100% confidence right now. I don't think that's realistic. It's just a matter of how much confidence they've hung on to.
Unfortunately, I am sometimes too optimistic. Right now, Knights would be cheering, but at the same time, I do have to angle it a little bit of doubt from their own performance. And this time, it looks like Knights really aren't wasting too much time. It's been a minute. They've started to take the full piano control, cigar control as they make their way into bathroom. LFO are looking for some sort of resistance. So they are playing dining and reading.
Yep, they are going to have to try and push all the way across. Nate is in a bit of a tricky spot there on top of the hatch. A little bit surrounded from the window, but he's got two teammates nearby to try and back him up. This is the real critical part of this attack, and it's not going to work out for Dino. That's a great shot from Hills. Doesn't expect the follow-up, though. Taken low. Hayward finds Nate, gets the Jaeger down. All the Knights might be able to run over the top of them into Cocktail now. All up to Angmo, I think it is, stuck in that corner.
They were absolutely swarmed, Brandon. You said the exact thing that I was really on the mind there, which is, was Josh able to win that fight? Was Dino able to do enough damage there? No, Angmo is completely blind, but unfortunately no one can capitalize on that. Or potentially there was enough time for someone to swoop in and find that, but things have fallen at a stalemate once more.
Yeah, they have, and looks like the rest of the Knights is going to start pushing to site, and Josh is going to hold this rotate from Angmo, and I think that's the play, given that Josh is on such low HP. So this is real danger for Mims right now, I'd say. If the Knights get an effective pinch on the Mims, they're probably going to close this round out because they essentially have Angmo pretty trapped right now.
They are hungry for it as well. Mims has come to the rescue there, taking down Hayward. And Mims might step up massively. He's going to have to go for the frag there. Sage with a double kill to save the round for the Knights. That was everything that LFO were looking for. And I don't know if Mims really knew how in danger he was there. My word.
Yep. It looked like it might have been around for LFO. I thought they might have held on when Mims got that double kill, but Sage with a great clutch. As we said, Manic, the LFO had to be basically perfect in this half to be able to stay in the game. And right now the Knights are on match point. LFO are looking at getting 7 rounds to win the map. I just don't see it happening. 5 rounds in a row would get them to overtime. But look, the Knights are just looking really good. Their team play has been fantastic and they are sharp. And I just think it's just something LFO aren't seemingly ready to deal with right now.
Yeah, their decision to completely swarm Angmo there, you know, making that decision, I think we do have to give credit. I think there was a little bit of an element of a fortunate falling for Seiji on there, being able to catch out Mims stuck in behind the bookcases there. But at the end of the day, if you take your chances, this is what it looks like. 6-1. And like you've said, Raven, multiple times, LFO don't have to be nearly flawless, nearly perfect from now on. They have to be perfect. They have to be on point. And that's just the unfortunate side that we've fallen to at this point.
And look, it has been a pretty rough fixture for LFO to start off Oceanic Nationals. They had wildcard on Wednesday, the Oceanic champions. And now they're facing the runner-up from the Oceanic Major. So, I mean, that's not too easy opponents to play. I think most people would definitely be expecting that LFO weren't taking wins from either of those.
Apart from Ducky.
I think...
Sorry, I just had something in my throat.
Yeah, throw him under the bus, Rob. But seriously, like, I expected this to be closer. That's more the alarming thing for me. It's not even that they aren't winning or they aren't going to get the win. It's just that they're not even really contesting. It's just... it's not close, and I think that's the biggest surprise.
Yeah. And to be honest, there's no question as to whether it will be close. It does feel as though the Knights just have taken this on a limb and completely run with it. So LFO, really, this is where you can start to at least claw back some of that dignity, that pride that I'm sure they all have. That isn't the way to start, however. Sogs, he will be taken off the board first. Another good entry from the side of Knights.
It is. It's something they were good at in that first round as well. Very thorough, and it's just it's a really deadly combo that the Knights have. Is they are able to be aggressive and sharp, but they also are quite structured and they can be really thorough. Like this clear is, it's really organized. These drones are going out. You see the pings. They're clearing the utility. They're holding the right angles. Like they're able to catch whoever's rotating when needed. Sogs is out, for example. I just think it's such a great combo from the Knights that they execute very well.
I think I would have to agree with you on that one. Not that I ever really have cause to disagree with you, Raven. But
that's right.
That just yeah, that's right. You shut up. I know what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, you do, and I can't even take the nick out of you for it. As LFO are looking for a trade, they're looking for something, Raven. And what they're finding is the end of Knights' barrels. Left, right, and center. It is good night for LFO. 2 players left on match point. It does not seem even remotely doable.
It really doesn't. I mean, like, you never want to write players off in this situation. Maybe Nathan Hills will pull something special out, but just the way the Knights are going is unreal. Just up there, Angmo tried to fight back, but he was in the line of sight of 3 people. There's not much of a chance here. Hills has rotated to a tricky position, though. Josh not going to catch that off guard. No rotate. Maybe they are bringing this back, Manic. 15 seconds.
It is being stuck right now. Nate and Hills can't necessarily deny it. Hills will find himself a double. And now Haywood on an extremely tight angle. We'll have to find this first kill. They know exactly where he is as well. He is going to drop off the rappel and try and take these fights one at a time. They're still sticking it. They're long-arming it. Hills gets off, but
no
Haywood, he doesn't matter. He puts the game to bed 7-1 with a dominant hand in that victory.
The first and only plant of the map, by the way, just then. But look, the Knights ultimately too strong. I think a 7-1. Really fitting for the way the map played out. Just incredible strength at LFO. They were not ready to deal with it. That's what it looked like, at least.
Yep. Well, I'm thoroughly looking forward to having a conversation with both of these teams because I don't even necessarily think Pittsburgh would have been expecting that. I do not think that the Knights would have expected such an easy run over in what was an absolute landslide, Raven.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I think a lot of people, as we've said, were expecting this to be a lot closer. LFO, they looked pretty good against Wildcard. And I mean, that's Wildcard, right? But tonight, just, they were out of all sorts. I don't know what exactly it was. Maybe we'll get to find out in the interview. But I think we've highlighted a lot in that first half. For me, it was just about the communication and just the organization of the way they're attacking. Did not look like at all it was going to bode well against the defense the Knights were bringing. No, and it's... I always hate when these kind of games happen because you don't want to ask, the hard questions. You don't really want to go out and blast anyone, and nor should you. However, with a 7-1 loss, it would have to be playing on their minds so much, and it does, it would really be one of those things where it's like, we're just not on tonight. Right, there's just things just aren't clicking because this is not the LFO that we know, and this is also the problem that we've talked about in the past when we do move to these kind of formats. Well, it's not even a problem necessarily. It's more something that every team has to be very aware of. Is there's just no second chances. There's no opportunity to go ahead and take on Knights again and reclaim some of that, if you will call it, dignity that may have been lost in that. Which, to be honest, I thought Knights really could have 7-0'd that, and I would not have blinked an eye. Yeah, absolutely. It almost felt like a 7-0. Like the rounds that LFO won in the middle there, round number 4, I can barely remember it, to be honest. Like it was just totally surrounded by dominance from the Knights. You would never have felt like the LFO got around. So I think, again, it's important to point out, not particularly critical of the fact that LFO lost. It's just that it was like a no contest, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yes, we'll get to some of these questions now. I believe we've got LFO on the other line, or rather a member from LFO. We'll confirm in a second. It is Enigma. Thought I heard that come through. Enigma, it's good to see you and your suits again, my friend. Unfortunately, it is not on the best terms this time. What are we thinking after this? Are we feeling like it was a little bit of a landslide tonight?
Well, I mean, the score reflects what they did. I mean, they did a fantastic job, and there's no taking that away from them. I, you know, as again, just listening to the comms and like watching what was happening, we were just all over the place. You know, we were having a couple of like mechanical issues on our end, but that's still no excuse for the overall way that we played at the end of the day. So looking at it, it's going to be some really good VOD material and some, you know, some, I guess you could say, information that we're going to have to take away and then use for the next games and whatnot from there. It's a good learning curve.
Yeah, and look, you guys haven't had a particularly easy start. Like I said, you had Wildcard in the first Playday, and then you've had Knights, so top 2 from the Oceanic Major. You have Noble coming up. So, I mean,
yeah, it's
that's
awesome,
also not a really easy opponent either.
And Army after that as well, too. It's fantastic. It's great.
Bit of the reverse slope there, Enigma. But, I mean, like, let's look at the full season. Like, tell us where you guys are really seeing yourself placing here. And out of these first 4 games, were the particular ones that you felt like you're going to be having the advantage in?
Well, to be quite frank with you, I mean, the only thing that we need to worry about right now is placing 1 to 6. That's it. You know?
Yeah.
You know, losing up against, like, obviously Knights and Wildcard, that doesn't mean we're not going to have that opportunity to, you know, take back what I believe we can, you know, what we can earn and we can play for. It's more now just being able to focus on, you know, successfully staying in the 1 to 6, you know, obviously recuperating from what we have. You know, there are other hard games up ahead. And, you know, as Specker said previously, you know, it's, you know, first team that comes out firing is going to win. And, you know, at the end of the day, we just weren't there. So if I can somehow, you know, really engage the boys to be able to just come out all guns blazing for the next ones, we'll still make it in the 1 to 6. And that's all that really matters at the end of the day. And then we'll make, you know, come on to the playoffs and blah, 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 and take it from there, of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Raven, did you have any more questions?
No, I'm good.
No? Well, Enigma, do you have anything that you'd like to say? I know that you guys are currently looking for an organisation, hence the LFO. Is there anything you'd like to, a calling card, if you will?
Well, I'd like to say, I mean, obviously at the end of the day, you know, we've been looking for org for quite some time, but more so, we do appreciate all the fans who keep supporting us. And Ducky, I will give you your $50 later on. Don't you worry. So just keep obviously voting for us, because it's nice to have somebody in our court in comparison to, you know, last season where nobody decided to keep up voting us, and obviously this season, you know, we still got a couple, but we haven't converted the likes of like you, Raven, you, Manic as well too. So it would be good. I've got $50 in my pocket just for you guys, and of course the orgs would be able to fund that as well too. So that would be great if they could chip in a little bit as well. So, yeah.
Oh, look, to be honest, it's hard because none of us have doubted the ability of LFO. You guys have just had some rip-roaring competition to come up against, so it's very unfortunate. I will 100%. Say that. But we do look forward to the rest of the season, mate. We look forward to your match against Noble next Wednesday. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you then.
Thanks for your time, guys. I'll catch you guys later.
It is a very devastating match to. It's a hard pill to swallow. I think is probably just the easiest way to sum that up, Raven.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to their performance. It's like Enigma was saying, and we said it on broadcast as well. It's not so much the result. I don't think they're really in the points. I don't think they aren't in the point situation that they would expect right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they would have expected more of themselves to really put up a fight against the likes of the Knights, just as they did against Wildcard on Wednesday.
Yeah, it's hard to sit here and say anything other than this is just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And the worst part is we all know full well what LFO can do. They showed it last season. They've showed it in their matches. They even showed it, like you're saying, against Wildcard on Wednesday. Sometimes it just does not crumble the way you want it to. And that is the thing with the best of one. You've got that one chance and then that's it. And so if you don't get off to a red roaring start, you kind of just go downhill from there, and it can be hard to reclaim that.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I just think they have to be able to work past it. They've proven before that they generally a good mindset team. They seemed like they had some good mentality behind them for 6 Masters. So It's just about progressing forward, and they've just got to get through these rough games. Try and put more of a contest up. Look, Okami had their struggles tonight too, so maybe once they get to Okami, maybe that is the one they could capitalize on. But regardless, it is just about staying confident and moving forward.
Definitely a turning point, and it, like you said, it's a good learning curve for all of them. Now, someone who we will be hearing from is Dino. I don't know how much of a learning curve that was for you and the boys, but my word, 7-1 Dino. I don't want to say what went right, but what went right? That was utterly dominant.
Yeah, we just played Elevate on Cafe as well 2 days before, and they played Wildcard as well. So we just VOD reviewed our game. We fixed all our attacks and our small mistakes on defense. We VOD reviewed their game. We saw some stuff that they were holding wrong. And today, as you saw, we capitalized on the mistakes they were doing, and we got the win 7-1.
Yeah, look, something I really noticed is it really felt like you guys turned up the gear of aggression, and really at the start of the game in particular, the first 3 rounds. Was that part of that conscious effort? Was that something that you guys decided to do consciously?
We knew that coming into the game, if we can get into their minds over the first 3 rounds, we won the game. Because a team like LFO, once you get into their heads and you start being aggressive, you start winning rounds, they actually play more passive. And a team like them that needs aggression to win round, we thought let's start strong. And you saw what happened. They just turtled up when they lost, fair and square.
Yeah.
No, well, I think that there's not really too much I can ask you about. I think you've given us everything that we needed you to. Now, obviously, you're going to be coming up against. I'm just going to give a bit of context for the future. You guys are coming up against Ferox next week. Now, I don't know if you watched the match against Akami just then. I'm sure you will if you haven't. But it was a 7-3 victory. What are your guys' thoughts on Ferox heading into this one?
Don't take him on Villa. That's their best map for sure. We're going to VOD review that game. We're going to see why they won the rounds. We're going to see what Akami did that let them win rounds. And hopefully we're going to tighten up mistakes. And let's see what happens, I guess.
To be honest, I'm very interested to see how that goes, because you make it sound so easy. Just watch the mod review, fix a couple of things, and we're right. We're all good. But there is no doubting that you guys deserve this one tonight, mate. So congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you next Wednesday.
Thank you very much. Have a great night, boys.
My oh my. That is, I mean, I wish that everything was as simple as the way that he just put that, but obviously there's a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes with Dino and the squad, and I think that it was fully on display tonight. The fact that they've literally said, hey, we saw that there are a couple of mistakes that we were making against Elevate. We know the weaknesses that LFO have, so let's just find a way to capitalize on them. And it literally... That is exactly what it seemed like was happening, Raven. There was no question about it. They just had their number picked every which way they were looking.
Yeah, Dino sounded rightfully confident about the way they performed, and I guess the future as well. And I think a lot of things were confirmed with that. He said that they saw weaknesses within LFO, and they made certain conscious efforts. I think that was really obvious with the way they played. So it's like you said, surprisingly simple. Of course, it's not that simple, but
yes.
Look, they're looking scary again this season, so I'm definitely thinking they're probably a top 3 finish.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt that they're looking for at least that top 3 finish like we saw in the previous season toward the end of that August major. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break. On the other side, we're going to be looking at Rhythm and Elevate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a nice break. We certainly have, talking about what is to come, Elevate and Rhythm, of course. We can't dwell too much on the past, no matter how much we want to keep talking about it. There have been some crazy results from tonight's matches. We saw the 7-3 from Ferox in the first one and a 7-1 from the Knights in the second. Could it get any more crazy? I really don't know, Raven.
Who knows? We really have had a crazy night. That first series was quite a shocker in the way that it went. And I mean, the second one, the result was probably as expected for most people, but how close it was definitely not to be expected. And what I should say is lack of closeness in that game.
Sorry, what was that? I missed the last thing you said there, Raven.
The lack of closeness in that second game was definitely like the biggest surprise of that.
Oh yeah, for sure, without a doubt. That was. I think it was also a little lackluster going into it. Everyone was like, "This is it. This is the one." But I tell you what is the one. Elevate could be the one for the Oceanic Nationals. Who knows? We'll wait and see. Unfortunately, not the greatest starts from Elevate. They were able to bring it back extremely close against yours truly, the Pittsburgh Knights, but weren't able to get it across the line on Wednesday's Playday. And now this is the team. Raven, I think you, of all people, should probably be introducing them.
Yeah, look, I think that a lot of these names are very familiar. In particular, Vast and God Legion are long stayers within the scene. God Legion very well known for his fragging. Hotshot, the new addition, he had a bit of a tough game on Wednesday, but also wasn't an easy introduction for the poor guy.
Yeah.
But definitely, they're expecting a lot more from their season in Oceanic Nationals. As 6 Masters was really uncharacteristic for these guys, finishing in the bottom 2.
Certainly was. It was not something that really any of us were expecting, especially me included. I had very high hopes for them, and I still do for this season, so I'm looking forward to how they go. Let's have a look at who they're up against, which is Rhythm. Now, a team that we have battered and bruised in predictions, one that we have picked for that relegation playoff come the end of this season. It is, of course, Rhythm, and I would hate to see anything but a good fight from them today, Raven.
Yeah, look, I think it's tough to call where Rhythm may be headed for the season. They did actually have a pretty good performance against Okami, all things being considered. There are a few rounds there that they really could have held on to, and it could have been a really different scoreline. But either way, they have quite a significantly different roster coming into Oceanic Nationals than they did 6 Masters. So it could be a case for them where they could be a bit of a surprise for us, as we've already seen quite a few surprises as it is, Manic.
Certainly have, and you know what, just one more to top it off tonight, I would absolutely rate that. I think that when I was watching in the chat, obviously on Wednesday, Bouncing was getting a lot of love, let's say, from the community. I will just announce that. So who knows, maybe that's fired him up for tonight, Raven.
Maybe, and look, I think he is going to be up against some pretty tough opponents. Elevate, they played well against the Knights, and I mean, like, we just saw how strong the Knights have proven to be, so maybe a 5-7 loss to the Knights doesn't look so bad anymore after that smacking we just witnessed. So I think it's going to be a real tough matchup here. Something that is quite concerning for Rhythm is this is going to be, well, they've only had, what I should say, is 1 win in their past 26 competitive maps at this level. And that's a bit of a damning stat, if you ask me.
I would love to sit there and try and sell that the map veto is going to play effect, but Raven, I don't know whether that necessarily is going to be an issue. Do you have any thoughts?
No, I'm not sure. And I mean, the thing is, like, Rhythm, again, it's a significantly different roster compared to Six Masters. So a lot of map stats can kind of be a little bit invalidated when you have big roster changes, because synergies change, your playstyle overall can really shift. It's really common. And so a map that you might be really good at, you might no longer be good at. So I'm honestly not too sure here where we might end up.
Their rhythm may be out of whack, you could say, Raven, but let's have a look at where we're going for the map veto. It'll be Consulate, it'll be Clubhouse, Cafe off next, followed by Oregon Theme Park Villa. So we go to Coastline. I'm looking forward to this, in all honesty. I think that this could actually give Rhythm somewhat of a, maybe an upper hand. Maybe they might be able to get a little bit more aggressive than their previous match.
Yeah, maybe. I'm just looking through some of these results here. Not a whole lot from Elevate on Coastline. They had a pretty competitive match against Okami on Coastline. That was a 5-7. So maybe that's something they're leaned on, or maybe something that they have prepped a whole lot more of. Rhythm, on the other hand, I'm not going to go through their map results because, as I said, they've only won one map in the past 26. So, look, it was Cafe that they won against LFO. That's not being played tonight. I think, yeah, it's really hard to say where it'll go. Their last Coastline game was a 3-7 against LFO.
Jeez, that doesn't really give us much to go off, does it?
Not really, no.
No.
But
and
I think it should be obvious. I think Elevate are going to be the favorites for this.
Yeah.
And I think the map veto kind of points towards that too, but surprises maybe.
Well, the map may point toward it, but what do the community point towards? Do they point towards Elevate? By golly gosh, they do. That is really what I needed to see, if I'm being completely honest. So that's, 82%. I think that is a fair assumption. You know what? I will say the community vote has been pretty spot on tonight.
Yeah, I think the sentiment is pretty accurate. I think this is a very fair representation. Rhythm, like we said, they had an okay match on Wednesday. And granted, that wasn't against a particularly easy opponent in Okami. But at the end of the day, people need to be convinced about where this roster is heading. And right now, it still feels like they are in that bottom two section. Tell you what, though, if there's going to be a statement made by them that they are improving and better, this would be a big match for that.
It certainly would. It will. I mean, realistically, it is now or never for Rhythm. It's these kind of matches where Elevate haven't had the best season prior, and they've, haven't got off to the best start in Oceanic Nationals. This is the opportunity for them to really say, hey, we are here, we are going to be competing. And I've just realized one thing: the community vote for the last game was absolutely not spot on. It was 53%. In favor of LFO. So I do take that back. Community, you've got to do better. I expect more from you. By the way, you can, of course, have your say at the Rainbow Six ANZ socials. But I think that we would both assume that Elevate are definitely in the favor here, Raven.
Yeah, I honestly feel so. They played pretty decent against Knights. Comparing them to Six Masters Elevate, it looked like a lot of stuff had improved. There were definitely still some struggles there, but a standout for me was that God Legion was back in form. It was something that was a big alarm bell in Six Masters. He's normally one of their best fraggers, quite the impact player, and he really had a quiet season in Six Masters. So to see him be top fragging again for Elevate, I think that's a really crucial step for them to be back into that good form.
Well, you know what? We can have a look at what we all thought heading into this game. That is, of course, the snowball panel. And that is an avalanche, isn't it? That is well and truly going in the favor of Elevate. And I can't really sit here and promise otherwise, but I will say this. I sat here and confidently said that Ferox were not going to have a chance against Okami. We were trying to build a storyline for Okami and, a storyline for Ferox, and they blew us out of the water. So this could potentially be the night where this happens, Raven. Maybe the full moon's out. I don't actually know.
Maybe seeing all of us predict the same team is an incredibly bad omen. So if that's the case, sorry, Elevate.
Could you imagine Could you imagine if that starts to actually become a thing? Well, you know what, Raven, whether it becomes a thing or not, Elevate against Rhythm. Coastline is where we're heading, and it is a very dire time for both of these teams. Relegation now being a thing in the Oceanic Nationals. They have to take the best opportunity possible, and it starts here on Playday 2. Banning phase, wasting no time whatsoever. We've seen Thatcher, we've seen Ace in both matches tonight, and it will be the Sledge to start things off.
Sledge? Not commonly banned. That's going to be, I mean, interesting. Maybe that's just a pure target ban. A lot of teams use Sledge, great for soft breach, of course, because frag grenades, and of course the Sledgehammer, along with a great loadout in general. But there are a lot of alternatives to that, so I don't see it being a big hurdle. So I don't know, maybe it's something that will come back. Elevate with the mute ban, I think, is a great one as well, because teams that are struggling on their attacks, like Rhythm have been, they'll be heavily destabilized if they can't drone very well. So I think that will assist a little bit there.
And the Mirror, I feel like Mirror has just been... I want to go as far to say as Mirror has been the most banned defensive operator for as long as I've been broadcasting. I think that Mirror has copped it. So you know what? It doesn't make a difference. We're going into it. We'll see where they go first. They are going to decide to go to Bar, which I think, to be fair, it could start off on the right foot for Bouncing in the team. I feel like I've got to say Bouncing in the team just purely for how much love they've got in the chat.
Oh, you're trying to piggyback on that Cloud or something, Manic, are you?
Yeah, we're trying to out here, you know.
Yeah, look, I think it's a great site to start on. Some teams can perform really well on this site. It's not very common to be chosen first either.
Yep.
So you might be able to catch your opponents off guard in that first round. It's always a good little tactic to try. And look, if I'm Rhythm, I'd be trying all the little tactics there are, because I think they're just the kind of team that needs to be trying all these little pick-me-up kind of businesses, you know?
I would honestly agree with you on that statement. I think that whatever they can do, any kind of gimmick they can throw at Elevate's way, because of the fact that Elevate is such a good team and have been for so long, I think they've got to take that opportunity, Raven. They've got to try and find the little rounds here and there that could make a big difference by the end of it. So we'll wait and see whether Rhythm have something up the sleeve, whether it does catch out Elevate or not.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's a fun little fact, right? The last win that Rhythm had was against LFO right near the end of Six Masters. So sure, their win before that was all the way back in Pro League Season 11, and it was against Wildcard. Would you ever believe that? It was a 7-5 victory on Bank. Yeah, obviously quite different rosters, but still, I thought that was a neat little thing.
That's just thoroughly enjoyable, isn't it? I think it's one of those... It's one thing that we've said right from the get-go, which is, like, you have to be so careful when you're coming up against any team. Like, even the smallest slip could really cost you at the end of the day. And I think we actually saw that. Was it Season 11 or Season 10? Where Fury managed to beat either Wildcard or... I think it was Fnatic right at the end of the play days. And cause an upset. Like, it's just one of those things where you just have to be on every single game, and even more so now. Oh, there we go. Ping comes out, and the pre-fire. God Legion sweating bullets.
Yeah, almost hitting him, but not quite. It's some good aggressive entry there from Elevate all across on the office side, so the south side of the building. Looks like Rhythm have just generally held up on site. Maybe one room above. Can't quite see the outline. Yeah, it's Boats just holding up with Bouncing as well, with a lot of hit holes. Looks like Elevate are not really going to clear this out. They're opting to take that office side. They don't need to clear Hookah. They just need to have that aquarium control. Right now, that is going to be held by, looks like might be Digital that'll repel up. I don't know, but either way, there's not a whole lot of control they need vertically right now, at least.
Jeez, they haven't really wasted too much time either. Hot shot looking for the line across Bar. Not going to find anything just yet. Smoke Babe to delay some time. A minute left on the clock. It feels like Elevate have made very good timing here. We'll continue to do so.
Yeah, one thing they have to be careful of course, is the courtyard as well. Line of sight into it. And oh, Vast just sticks his head in the wrong hole. Novex is going to capitalize on that. It's probably going to slow down Elevate a little bit as they have started to spread out around courtyard. Hot shot going for the plant. C4 coming out, not going to hit, but he just sees him anyway, Matic. 3 versus 5 now. Looks like it might be a tough finish to the round for Elevate.
Yeah, that was kind of comedical, if you will. That was unfortunate for Elevate that he's put out at the wrong time, rather at the right time for Rhythm, if you will. But this could end up being a flawless round. It looks like it's going to be as well. Rhythm,
there it is.
They take it convincingly as well. I'm somewhat speechless on the first round.
Yeah, it was looking really good for Elevate up until close to that last minute. And then they just did not have as much control as I think they thought they did. Novatic's just able to play around that blue door. Like if they planted default, that C4 was going to deny it, no one covering. In the end, they tried to play into the drone hole corner. Novatic's could just peek it and deny it anyway. So I'm not really sure of the tactic there from Elevate. I think what they were trying was just not to have to push out that roam vertically and have to use the utility for that. But I think they kept it too simple and not enough control to be able to facilitate a play.
Especially when the door was wide open. It was a strange and free kill that unfortunately really unraveled Elevate there. And potentially it may have unraveled regardless, but we will never know. Not giving them a hope to do so. And look, this is what we needed to see from Rhythm, honestly. We needed to see, regardless of what they could do, they needed to pull something out that was going to, I don't know, surprise Elevate, if you will. Just catch them off guard in a small way, and it's done exactly that. I think that's mission accomplished here, and Rhythm need to now kind of work off the back of this and try and find their way into this game and really bury themselves in this first half. We'll wait and see though, because the stats don't lie, Raven, and it does concern me a little bit. You're dropping facts over here.
Yeah, Bouncing, he's gone for a cheeky little spawn peek here, and I would love to see Twitch chat if he manages to hit something like this. I can see it erupting with emojis, but no, not to be this time at least. Elevate survived that one. Extending vertically, so they are holding down below. It is kitchen service, and you want to be protecting as much of that vertical as possible, because especially kitchen, if you let the attack rip that floor up, oh my lord, it is one of the most unsafe places to ever play in Coastline.
Yeah, I think we've all had a small moment of panic trying to save ourselves and not being given the opportunity to. Regardless, it is going to be somewhat of a stronger, long-lasting hold from Rhythm upstairs. Last time Elevate weren't really interested in even making any kind of contact. It looks like there's only just the 2 at the moment. Player in theater has removed themselves from that situation. Need to be careful of God Legion repelling. Bouncing, you can see, is already onto it. Does he peek a little bit too far? God Legion, what can he see? Potentially the toes, potentially the body. Does get away for now.
Yeah, Bouncing manages to avoid everything there. Doesn't quite see the top of the head though. He's just going to keep walking towards it. It's not going to work out. Digital managed to find boats, so Elevate finally with a solid man advantage. And of course, their first kills on the board for the game. Looking semi-decent now. Still a minute to go. There are these players on site they'll have to deal with, but with that vertical control potentially obtained, no, it looks like they're going to piece away from it. No, Digital is in there. So he's going to be able to displace these defenders, and it might make a plant a lot more doable.
Us as well, obviously, just making his presence known. As Digital just catching the backside of a Nitro. And Rhythm, unfortunately, are just absolutely falling apart right now. The second they lost that vertical control, Raven, as you said, it's been all downhill from there. Hot shot this time will be able to stick the plant. No, actually, in fact, just pulls off it for a second. Potentially a smoke babe, giving them a moment to work with. But not for long. Digital will be able to find Drex on site. Novax, I don't really know whether you've got it in you for a 1 versus 4.
Definitely going to be tough. We've got the Monty here to be able to spot this player out. And before he can even react, Worthy is just going to eliminate him. Elevate get one round back, and that looked a lot better, Manic.
Yeah, no doubts about that one. It was really on the back of that overextension, if you will, from bouncing on the window with God Legion. They just kind of lost a lot of control. They lost a lot of presence upstairs and potentially needing to go for a peek, needing to relieve some of the stress as Vast was pushing with that Monty from guitar. It does get a little bit heated once you lose control. So 1-1. We will see the Blackbeard being sixth picked.
Oh,
that's a cheeky peek.
That is a cheeky pick. And you know what? Like, I think there's nothing scarier thinking about somebody that's considered one of the better fraggers on the team playing the Blackbeard. I mean, maybe they're not going to be as agile, but they sure as hell going to be able to tank some shots, at least to the face. I don't know. I'm curious how this is going to pan out.
Yeah.
I've never seen God Legion play Blackbeard. I can't remember a time that God Legion has played Blackbeard.
Well, you can add this one to it. I'm extremely keen to see what he's able to do, as you're saying, a very prominent fragger on the team of Elevate, not just on Elevate, but also in the region as well. That could be a bit of fun for us here on the broadcast. Rhythm now, they've decided to move away. As you can see on your screens, I don't need to tell you, they have moved up into Hookah. See if we're going to be spotting any cheeky spawn peaks from Rhythm, not this time. A little bit more safe and sound, it seems.
So far, Novaix is seeming to be the hot player on Rhythm. He's on 4 kills already. Obviously, he had the 3K in round 1. He also hit a really sharp shot in that previous round.
Yeah.
So I think he's definitely a player to keep an eye on for Rhythm. Seems like he might be a bit of their impact. Leb is another one to keep an eye on. There was a couple of occasions in Six Masters where he really had an impact for Rhythm as they were Kanga back then. But definitely, yeah, keep an eye on Leb, because if he does get into the game, he can be quite dangerous as well.
Well, live droning, finding eventual success in taking a large portion of the map now. Obviously, Theatre, Rappy, almost in the control of Elevate. So they start to edge a little bit further in. A minute 50 off the clock. They're not really wasting a lot of time here. I do love to see it. Boats just waiting underneath, waiting for the time to pounce. Bouncing as well. This could be interesting. Feels as though Elevate has a general idea of their presence.
Oh, that was a Mozzie drone just captured and eliminated by Vast. They seem very aware of this flank, as you said, so they're going to progress it a little bit quicker. I think it's a smart move from Vast. He's now got this luggage control, can pressure towards Aquarium. God Legion in a very dangerous position here, holding this VIP cross into Billiards with that face shield at that. It's going to be pretty hard to contest, so right now Elevator setting themselves up for a good spot here for the final minute. There are players potentially unspotted below though, so that could be quite dangerous.
I would imagine if they felt their presence before. Boats, is he looking for that C4 from below? 3 players now clumping up here for Elevate. Had he been able to find the timing on that, maybe that might have been the play. And Rhythm are getting caught out. Vast is just making way for Elevate here. The hit fire with the pistol. See you later. Leb manages to find the one and backs away as well. Still alive. May as well make his way back up. Cool vibes. Still needs to be cautious of that closer player, but there is well and truly Elevate swarming the site. Just absolutely taking it with no trouble at all, Raven.
Yeah, it was a good call in the end, and I'm not sure whether they were 100% aware of where the players were downstairs, but I think what happened is that they got the info, again, through the Monty and maybe drones, that X amount of players are on site, so they knew, okay, that means there's 2 below. And they said, let's just go deep, because, yeah, if they had just really taken their time around Aqua and tried to plant default in Billiards, they really would have just got totally destroyed by those guys below. So just that aggression to just push deep, clear the guys on site, much safer option. I really like that call from Elevate.
Yeah, you felt the pace pick up, didn't you? It just kind of all of a sudden you just saw Elevate just moving as one. And Rhythm will go ahead and reattempt Kitchen, hopefully with a little bit more success. It was not the greatest of rounds for them, but obviously not really left with a lot of options, they feel. I believe they could have gone and reattempted bars, right? Maybe that was just one of those throwaway strats.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. I think they also, just thinking back to that last round, felt like there was a bit of a missed opportunity. The player playing in Office had those verticals looking towards the window side of the billiards table.
Yeah.
And that's the path that the Monty took. So if he was just watching those holes, he would have been able to take the Monty out early, and it might have really just derailed that aggressive push, the deep push.
Yeah, it definitely felt like he had that intel, right? Like, because it looked like that's where he was watching as well.
Yep. Yep. Quite the missed opportunity, I think. But anyway, they'll have to look forward now and try and get this round back.
Bouncing. He's hungry. He's looking for it. He is waiting for someone to walk into the grasp. He will surely and inevitably strangle. He is one hungry boy right now in VIP.
He is. And look, I was a little bit worried. Somebody... it's really often, right, that somebody will hang up. Oh my gosh, he just hit it out. Not going to find anybody. What I was going to say is it's often that people will sit on that north side of hookah, sometimes not thinking about the VIP run out, and it can catch people off guard, but not to be this time. Leb is the only one in kitchen, Drex in service, so 3 off site for Rhythm right now. And Elevator's starting to get some pretty decent control.
I feel like that's nothing new, is it? Feels as though Elevator always trying to either clear the roam or just neglect it completely. Rhythm are very happy to play nice and spread, and hope to God that Elevate don't just go straight to sides. But obviously this time around, it's a little bit more in favor of them. It's been over a minute and a half played. That is a really good kill from Bouncing. That also eliminates a lot of Buck's potential to destroy. My word, Bouncing is not... He's not holding back. He doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, man is keen, I tell you what. But he's not finding anything on those runouts at least. Leb's found Hotshot though. Us finally gets an answer back on the Monty. Looks like it might be a bit more of a rhythm round here. Elevate have the Monty up, so it's really only 2 well-equipped guns at least. God Legion just ran past somebody in lobby. Oh, Manic.
Oh no, God Legion as well being able to dismiss Drex and Novax. No.
Got him anyway.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Rhythm. They were looking so red hot in this round, and now that's going to be able to be stuck. Plant with Bouncing, trying to find a way back into bathroom. Worthy's watching from above, and God Legion just dismantles boats. Elevate. Make that look easy.
I think, again, they just called to step up the aggression. Once they were down in that 3v5, we saw Vars get a pistol kill. He must have been pretty close to sight around service door, maybe deep in service. And it just enabled the other 2 to just, you know what, go through bathroom. We'll just leg it. And it worked out yet again. Rhythm just not quite ready for that step up in the aggression. Unfortunate for Novakes, I think it was in lobby, that was laying with his back to God Legion as he entered. That could have derailed it completely. Another missed opportunity for Rhythm.
I mean, God Legion ended up getting 3 kills in the end, right? 3 of the 5 kills purely on the back of potentially, I mean, we're just kind of umming and ahhing here, but potentially Novakes was kind of covering, quote unquote, the bathroom door, and so no one's watching that. God Legion just walks in and just see you later. That's a very unfortunate circumstance for Rhythm to have been in there, but never mind, pick yourself back up. There's still an opportunity to equal and tie it out at 3 apiece. However, Elevate feel like they're on with their calls right now. They seem to be adapting very well, like you were saying, Raven.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is coming through Vars playing this Montaigne right now. It's not something they had in that first round. believe he was on the Capital at that occasion, but ever since they switched to the Monty, I mean, they have had the last 3 rounds in a row, and it has been sourcing them a whole heap of info.
Yeah.
It is stuff that you will not see reflected on the scoreboard, but he has just been walking into rooms very confidently and just getting so much info. It's enabled them to make quick decisions, get frags, all kinds of things that are getting them rounds.
Potentially, do you think this Echo could have been brought to try and dismiss a little bit of what he's doing?
Yeah, I think could be a counter. Would argue that Legion would also be really effective. They haven't brought that, but either way, I think the Echo probably is to assist a little bit with that Montaigne.
Only time will tell. So once again, Rhythm have absolutely no concerns with playing on quite the roam. Obviously, Coastline is a little bit smaller, so it does allow you a little bit of time to run around and be cheeky, especially in the earlier parts of the round. However, Elevate just seemed to have picked the number in the past 3 rounds. There we go. Already spotting out the Monty, and like you said, walking with pure confidence, not even slowing down, and bouncing. All of his attention was on Vast there.
Yeah, all by himself as well. I mean, this is all info that Vast would have been getting. He's like, hey, this guy is just by himself in Theatre Hallway. Let's push it. So it's really proving effective, and he's not doing anything to clear them other than just walk at them. So, yeah, I think while this is being incredibly effective and not counted, I think Elevate are on a winner right now.
For sure, and it seems as though Rhythm haven't really been able to figure anything out. Oh, just not being able to see the foot there. Unfortunately, at the bottom, there was a little bit of protection. But Digital and God Legion will approach Cool Vibes. A lot of gadgets for Boy to be able to spot out as they now start to open up a little bit more. Drex will pop another smoke babe and walk away here, Raven.
That he will. I'm not quite sure if that's crouched through or not. See whether that works out, but either way, they have some good control here to be able to get towards site. Vertical is held by Digital as well. It really is just Drex they're going to be able to flush out, and then they might be able to set up for an execute. With the IQ as well, any yokais that might be able to deny plant, as long as they're thorough at least, will probably be spotted.
Recently we've seen on Reddit 45-second, 60-second denies. The yokais, let's wait and see what happens here. That's a lot of flashes flushing in here, Raven. 20 seconds left. Drex will be able to drop God Legion, which makes things a little bit more complicated. Leb trying to find a different line here with Digital holding tightly, waiting for someone to peek. There's 3 players awaiting from Rhythm there. Digital could just absolutely dismantle everything. The plant's down. They haven't been able to deny it. And you could not imagine that Elevate will lose it from here, Raven.
The post-plant position is quite good right now. It's going to be tough for Rhythm. I mean, it's doable, but just getting clear access to the site is going to be tough enough. Digital almost pulls away, but closes it out in the end. There's a really good execute from Elevate, well held, and they are on a roll, Manic.
They certainly are. They're not slowing down at all. They are ascending to another level on Rhythm, and there does not seem to be an answer. And this Monty, this will be the question at the end of the day, Raven, is this has to have been done on the fly for Elevate, and I don't think you could really be too much happier with the call to make this work, because realistically, we have not seen a single answer. Monty, every single round without fail, has taken bedroom and then straight into theater and continued all the way into security. Sorry, not security, luggage, and just continues to put the pressure on. However, this time we will see a 6 pick. Interesting.
Yeah, it was a real late 6 pick too, so maybe a lot of discussion around it. Honestly, I think they've just saved Rhythm a bit of trouble, because something that's standing out to me is it just hasn't been a whole lot of adaptation on how to deal with it.
Yeah.
I think Legion is such an obvious one. Maybe Bouncin, switch onto a Legion, or the Legion goes and roams with Bouncin, just because what's happening is that Montaigne is getting the info and clearing the roam just so easily.
Yeah.
And so if they're getting goo mines in front of him, he has to slow down, he has to think about pulling them out. That means that the roam clear gets slowed down. A lot of things snowball from that. So I think it's a real fail of adaptation from Rhythm, which would have happened again right now, but we're getting the Capital instead.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, the Capital last time we saw it was pretty much absolutely dismissed as he made way for at least some of his utility to be used. So if we see any kind of repetition, as we have done in the past 4 rounds for Elevate with that early control in the Monty, potentially this might be the opportunity for Rhythm to grab a second here. And I mean, hey, never say never, Raven. Elevate have looked strong, but it does not mean that Rhythm won't be able to pull it back.
That's right. Have to see how they perform in their second half, at least on the attacks. But right now it is looking pretty good for Elevate. See what adaptation they've got. I mean, last time they had this composition, it was more so for the Blue Bar Sunrise round, which was all the way at round 1. That was the one that Rhythm did get flawlessly. But obviously outside of that, it's been looking all Elevate, and swift control of Penthouse and Theater has been obtained now from Elevate.
Rhythm are just scared about the Monty. They're not interested. They're
Maybe.
away. I mean, I highly doubt that's the reason, but, you know. They definitely aren't interested in playing on that second floor roam. They're more so underneath. Leb, obviously in kitchen. Ambitious C4 will do a little bit of damage to Vast. So, you know, not a bad attempt to start.
Yeah, bit of damage. Can help later. Something I'm just noticing again with Rhythm's roam is Bouncer's just often by himself, and I don't know whether that's because his teammates can't keep track of him, or I'm not really sure of it. I think it's something that Rhythm might need to be careful about, because like we saw in that previous round, it can be really easily capitalized on if Elevate get the right info. And right now they're banking a lot on these roamers downstairs.
So that the Mozzie and also the Jaeger. Elevate just looking to make somewhat of a nuisance here. That's from God Legion, actually, just being able to find that close corner. Slowly and surely chipping away at Rhythm's defense. How much are they going to be able to hold when they do start to pick this pace up from Elevate? You have to wonder.
Yeah, and they just don't have a whole lot of control around the site right now, so it's going to have to be a little bit explosive away if they're going to try and get a plant down. Otherwise, I feel like Rhythm might have too much to deny. I think this is going to be quite chaotic, and Bouncing now on this flank.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
What just happened? What? Okay, Rhythm have gone off so much that they've had to kill one of their own teammates. Leb was like, Drex, you are doing far too much this round. See you later, alligator. But in all honesty, that was just dominant. That was ridiculous from Rhythm. There was not even a question there. They just literally outgunned.
I honestly feel like it was just a mistake from Elevate to not bring the Monty again. It had just worked so well for 4 rounds. And they looked stalled out in the end. It's like they couldn't figure out how exactly they were going to displace those final defenders / deal with the guys downstairs. And that's what the Monty really assists with. Is he just walks in, gets the info, you can make quicker decisions. So I think that's what they were really missing in that last round.
And it felt like that was, again, the quicker decisions was really what just seemed to work for Elevate. Was like, you know, as you're saying, using that Monty to explore and kind of push back the roams of Rhythm. And then if they're not seeing a lot of players on site, they could go off of that. And unfortunately, potentially they've given Rhythm an opportunity back into this game after that. A 5-1 half, I don't know, I'd kind of wash my hands after that and be happy, be pretty satisfied in the fact that you really only have to win 1 round for them to then have to force it to overtime. Whereas now if Rhythm win 1, it's a lot closer than what it should have been. So there's a lot of ums, ahs, ifs, and buts, but, you know, I think that Elevate have played the better of the two, and quite convincingly. So all they've got to do is back it up on their defensive side here.
Yeah, and that's a pretty important point. It's all about backing it up now on the other half. And something that happens on Coastline is it's not a particularly complex map for attackers. So something that we expressed with Villa and Cafe like earlier tonight, for example, isn't seriously the case on Coastline. In fact, it can often go the way of attackers in Oceano in particular. So this is going to be about Elevate just tightening up and being solid in this defense half.
I think it was It was the defense of Elevate from the 5-1 down half on Pittsburgh Knights on Cafe. So, you know, if we're playing off the back of any kind of information like that, I would say that we should be in safe hands for Elevate to take this W here. But it is a new day, and Rhythm, look, they're giving it a red hot go. There is no doubt about it. And bouncing this time won't be too far away from his teammates. Not this time, anyway.
All right, Worthy looking like he's super keen for a flank up white right now, but he heard all those drones. I think that's something that decided to pull him back, at least for the time being.
Rhythm very quickly dismissing the opportunity for Worthy to still be coming from behind. I would dare say he's still got some information there, so they do play one just coming back to ensure that he's not up white stairs, he's not back into luggage. You can see boats there with the drone at the top of white, so Worthy does have to try and find a different way around it. Now with the minute left on the clock, Rhythm can really start to do some construction to the floor and maybe destruction to Elevate's defense.
Now, something they have to think about, though, is they've got to be able to clear out Hotshot over there with the smoke. He's playing comfortably behind a shield where you would default plant, so to speak. And that could be really tricky to clear out. They have cleared some of the utility, and look, it finally is cleared out now. Maybe ill-advised on that rotate. Very well watched. So Rhythm have a strong man advantage. Site control at that. Could be tough for Elevate on this retake.
Certainly is straight into default plan on bench. God Legion still cautious of the player on Cool Vibes, so he'll find one. There's another fight going the way of God Legion. Leb from above, you have to say, has saved Drex there. Worthy will inch forward closer to the site. And comes the Nitro. Drex, though, he wasn't interested. He was not interested at all. Cheeky little line on the lean does save him in the end.
Oh,
yeah, yikes.
It really did save him. That was seconds away from being blown up. And look, God Legion, a bit unlucky there. If he'd just gone a bit deeper, he would have avoided the person that had the vertical control. Might have been able to get the guy that planted and then maybe the win. But it was a great attack from Rhythm. They got the vertical control they needed nice and quick, set up the flank drones, they had the air jabs from the Nomad, and they didn't really waste a whole lot of time. And once they got Hotshot out of the way, it was a pretty clear plant for them. So great attack from Rhythm in the end.
You say that almost with a hint of surprise there, Raven.
Oh, no. It's more like
I'm just throwing you under the bus, mate. I'm just throwing you under the bus.
Thanks, buddy.
No, it did surprise me as well that Bouncing wasn't just running around looking for heads to tap, and very calculated. And now, like I was saying, you know, if it's 5-1, it isn't so much of a concern if you lose that first round, but all of a sudden Rhythm are only one away from tying this up. So this could be a lot closer than what it potentially could have been, Raven.
Yeah, it looked like Elevate were potentially going to run away with it, but no, it's become closer. 4-3, and they've got Penthouse. So look, this is not common these days. There are some other regions that don't mind a bit of Penthouse, but really here we don't see a whole lot of it. So Elevate have got something up their sleeve, I guess. Going to be interesting to see whether Rhythm are able to read this and have a pretty decisive attack, or whether maybe we'll see a stall because they get a bit confused or something like that.
The drones will surely alert them. Worthy on the other side of the map, and you would have to assume that Rhythm are going to drone pretty thoroughly there. He hasn't been checked at Blue Bar. Obviously, the rotate is now going to be watched. Oh, my word. If he'd waited half a second longer, I mean, kind of felt like either way, there was going to be an opening for the round there, Raven.
Yep, and there is the opening there. God Legion coming down the white stairs does in fact save Worthy. Worthy would have ran out to his demise if God Legion hadn't come down to catch that player rotating from bathroom. So good comms or good teamwork there from Elevate to be able to secure that. And Worthy's going to continue the run around with Vigil all the way over on the west side now, Billiards Room. Potentially flanking back down because there are a lot of Rhythm players right now around Sunrise.
Could do some serious damage. Obviously, Rhythm are really unsure of what's going on around them on that first floor. The fact that there's no one there, you can see now after the drone, Leb was able to move a little bit more freely. They now have full control. The question does, for me, lie around what Worthy is going to do, whether he's still over on that western side, which he is. Does he find his way back down? Cool vibes. I don't know whether anyone's hurt him either. That could have been really dangerous had he kept pushing.
Yeah, and look, he still can catch Leb off guard, but decides to just look for the drone and bail back. Big thing right now is only 50 seconds to go. Rhythm really don't have any control. They're at Windows still. They haven't got VIP. They haven't even got the music control, so I think this is going to be a really tough finish to the round for Rhythm.
And Worthy is still just trying to cause himself a bit of trouble there. Digital burning through that utility from Novax. The plan is going down by Drex. Obviously has to pull off for a second as God Legion manages to find one. Worthy finds another as Novax does trade. 2 players low for Rhythm. And how much longer are they going to live for? Novax chasing as if his life depends on it. And he knows it does as well. Digital. How good is that? See you later, Novax.
Oh, such a feels bad for the Capital there, but look, it was a good defense in the end from Elevate. Rhythm, they lost out. If they were able to catch Worthy rotating back, or even get the pick onto God Legion when he came to help, I think a lot of that round could have gone differently. They spent so much time after the fact re-droning because they just weren't sure where Worthy went. I think that was a really critical thing.
So, Worthy causing all sorts of disturbances. Continuing to destroy drones left, right, and center. Just create a little bit of doubt as well. A beautiful storm coming together for Elevate in that round. And now, Rhythm, they're a little bit more stressed out about this one. Back to Kitchen, or rather the first time we've seen Kitchen now. For the squad of God Legion and co. And Rhythm not opting to look for a similar Monty play. They're not even interested in attempting it.
Just taking a peek at the scoreboard, it's again God Legion doing some pretty heavy lifting for Elevate.
Yep.
Worthy backing it up. It was a similar story for the Wednesday. And look, I want to highlight, I mean, like, you look at VAR's scoreboard being 1-6, and a lot of people might think he's having a shocker, but he was so instrumental in how successful Elevate's attacks were.
Yep.
Playing that Monty. And again, it is not something that you really do see reflected on the scoreboard.
Nope.
So, yeah, definitely something to keep in mind. Rhythm, this is dangerous territory now, Manic, if they bleed at least one more round.
Yep.
That's where it's real scary territory, because
Yes.
then you have to force overtime at least just to stay in it.
Yep. Totally understand that. And it's, I kind of expected Elevate to have closed out that first half very convincingly and to almost have put the game to bed by now. But look, Rhythm are still, I hate to say they're still in it. Obviously, they're still in it. The game is still being played, but I do feel as though Rhythm aren't, necessarily fully out of this yet. However, this round will be quite telling whether Elevate looking for a dominant round number 9 or whether Rhythm will be able to challenge them. And for now, it doesn't look like there's a lot of attention from Elevate on the vertical play necessarily in terms of roams. Obviously, that Pulse is getting all the information needed.
And Rhythm are just spending... Oh, let's see fall through. The gap doesn't land, though. That was, that could have been deadly. What I was going to say is just Rhythm were getting quite stalled out about that entire scenario. That was about 40 seconds of Novakes just scanning that Pulse and deciding whether they were going to push through, how they were going to deal with it. So we're already seeing half the round go before they've gotten any vertical control. And they're yet to really tear it up. Leb is trying to do so now to flush Vast out of that lobby. Didn't get the pick though. So I think, again, time is really starting to play a big factor in Rhythm's attacks.
See as well, 2, potentially even 3 players across toward that western side by bars. And God Legion just sitting on the top of Cool Vibes. Might be able to cause even further nuisance, but Leb finding Hot Shot, taking down the smoke. No smoke babes being used prior to that, so the time wasting isn't as prominent now. Worthy will be able to find boats, however. So it does even out the man count. Firepower is still well and truly there for both sides as the 30-second mark starts to lean in on us a little bit closer, Raven.
Yeah, I just feel like vertical control could be being utilized a lot better from Rhythm right now. It's not allowing a safe plan. In fact, it's not going to happen at all. It's all up to Leb. He's the only one that's up there. God Legion flanks and closes it out. That's going to be Elevate moving to match point, Manic.
Wanted to hold more promise for Rhythm, but, you know, by we, I mean you. We were talking about the vertical control and how crucial it is for that top floor. And like you said, it just felt like they had wasted so much time before they'd even tried to make a play. So very unfortunate for Rhythm in that it did look like they were in control. It did look like they had an opportunity, and Elevator just feeling a lot stronger right now and increasing with every round as we do head to Hook-Up. Digital 6-picking. And so too Novax looking for the Jackal. No, in fact, it will just be the Capitao. Thought potentially trying to rid Worthy of the opportunity to roam efficiently, but not yet.
It's the first time we're seeing Hookah Billiards as well. This is Elevate playing all 4 sites available on Coastline, so flexing a bit of flexibility, so to speak, there. And look, this could be the match. We might not see them ever repeat a side, and that is the strength of having 4 competent sites in your arsenal. Is you can try and avoid repeats for as long as possible. So right now, I think for Rhythm, they just need to be, I think, a little bit quicker and more efficient, and capitalize on the ground that they're taking.
Yeah.
Because in that last round, they just were not utilizing that vertical as well as I think they could have.
Yep. Yep. Well, Rhythm have 3. Oh, wow. All right. See you later, Led. Sorry, mate. You are out for the count. Was that a run out on VIP? Yep.
It was. Yeah, very, very Bouncing Balls-esque.
Bouncing would be absolutely fuming right now after all those attempts. At least they do find one back there. Drex catching all the way through bar.
Well, speaking of Bouncing, he's down to 1 HP. Bit of an off-site fight there. Didn't quite see where that was. But look, that's it's not a great start. On top of that, it's the Buck, which could be very critical. He is a great operator of Coastline in general. There is so much of sight you can tear up with a Buck.
Yep.
So missing that is going to be a bit of a big deal, I think.
Yep. A lot of the presence that you would generally be able to gain from underneath bars is kind of diminished a lot more, and it's then harder if that's what you are looking to play for. But even though it is a 4v4, like you said, Bouncing on 1 HP doesn't really give a lot of promise. So they are going to have to rely on headshots only from here on out for Bouncing. Any kind of confrontation and fight will not bow favorably to him whatsoever.
Even just Hot Shot chucks a gas babe on the window. That's him done.
See you later.
Even if he tries to move out of the way. So definitely gonna be tough. They look like they're ready for an execute, but there's still so much denial and control from Elevate. I'm not too sure they're gonna be able to get away with this. And, you know, mistakes can be made though.
You definitely have to hope that there is a mistake made from Elevate at this point. Rhythm with their backs up against the wall. They're First 2 opening games in the Playdays with no victory thus far. Default is going to be stuck on that plant. Arsenal shut down, bouncing. They haven't really made much of a move there. Plant does go down, but he won't be able to get away. Drex does fall at the hands of Vast. And now a retake is in full effect here for Rhythm. Rather elevate. Rhythm have to hold strong. Boats will find one. Novak's still cautious of luggage being pushed. Vast tries to make a play, but it's not going to happen. God Legion trying to hold him down, my word. Novak's will manage to catch him as well. How on earth have Rhythm made this work? It hasn't been successfully done just yet. Vast cannot catch a break right now. And it looks like Novak's is just going to go out and go ahead for the rappel. It will be all but impossible for Vast to pull this off at this point. And there we go. The time has expired and Vast will fall at the hands of Novak's. Rhythm, my word, they get the break they were looking for.
They do. They managed to get that plant down, and then in that post plant, really strong crossfire in Aquarium that was held. Managed to close it out. So great job to them. Elevate just maybe caught... not even sleeping, actually. I think just the utility used to get the plant down was really effective from Rhythm. In particular, they denied what looked like it would have been a C4 from God Legion on the Malusi. The concussions coming through and then the angle held. That really stopped that denial from coming out. So yeah, great job. They saved themselves in this game. They got 2 more rounds to find. Just really stay alive.
Yep. And with that, they're going to continue to flick through the deck of sites that they can go to. As you alluded to, they've already visited pretty much everything. Bars, with no exception. Elevate are just that 1 round away. It really did feel like they had the upper hand in that. It felt like they had everything they needed to stop Rhythm from getting that plant down, but nevertheless, sometimes when you tap heads, it can be a little bit too strong.
Sometimes it can be. So, see what Rhythm have in store. They're going to keep it going. They did win this last time. Blue Bar Sunrise. Pretty convincingly as well. I mean, God Legion almost had a solid retake, but didn't really work out. So I'd be seeing or expecting a little more from Elevate in terms of their vertical presence, because that's what really hurt them. Was Leb actually really effective in Hookah, and there wasn't much they could do in Sunrise.
So once again, will they play the one player, in the anchor of the corner? Wait and see. Worthy looking for any kind of opportunity to take Rhythm's attention away from the side, away from controlling the western side. And as per usual, Rhythm doing their due diligence, ensuring that this clear is safe and sound. Vast, however, waiting underneath. Could potentially look for the C4 the second they make any kind of movement. Now with a little bit more vision on top of that as well.
A bomb has been located.
Yeah, bit of a cheeky little 1 minute late Valkyrie camera to go out. IQ is out that direction. They would have heard it land, so I think they will probably find that and get a clear on that pretty quick. Out that pulse of digital onside as well. This is IQ being very effective for Rhythm right now.
Digital getting a fair bit of information. That is, oh my word. Oh, I thought Digital was just going to hit that. I thought that was going to be left, right, good night. And it's not. Unfortunately, it now sits there and resides potentially out of reach. Vast still watching cool vibes with the information Digital was able to give him. Someone just sprinting directly through Hookah and on toward the top of cool vibes, doing bouncing things, chilling out for now.
G4 coming out. Oh, shot just in time. Thinking it was going to miss the mark, but Novak's was low HP, so could have been, or lower HP than full at least. So might have been deadly. Either way, Rhythm starting to get a little low on time now. It's just less than 50 seconds. They still have Hotshot to clear out. They did a great job clearing him out last time, but then again, Felt like he could have stayed longer. Leb has been tagged up in a gunfight right now. So definitely not as comfortable as the last time this attack went well for Rhythm. They need to hang on, Manic. 30 seconds to save the map.
Saving the map is what is completely at stake, and Drex will step up. A little cherry on top as well, but 20 seconds left. It might not be enough here, Raven. Vast is still causing troubles. Drex will find a third, but Worthy, he's not out of this one yet. However, Novax will come through for the cleanup, and game on, Raven.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We are potentially going to the full OT. Maybe. It's one round to see whether that is the case. Elevate trying to close this out. Rhythm hanging in there. That looks like it was going to be an Elevate round with 30 seconds to go. Elevate had what they needed, but Rhythm dug deep, got the picks, and they ended up winning the round. So here we are. It will be kitchen service.
Geez, there were so many points in which that continued to pivot.
Seriously, yes.
Drex really put in work for Rhythm there, and that will not be understated. Finding a 3K entering the site, it made way for Novax to push through with relative ease and obviously have two, I wouldn't say free fights by any means, but easier than usual. Now, one round to wait, and Elevate, you do start to wonder what if they had brought that Monty in the last round of their attacking side. I hate to dwell, I hate to look back, but that's the only way you can connect the dots.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely think that could have been a round in their favor, but it can be hard to say. I mean, you never know how that might have panned out.
That's it. The what ifs.
We are, though. Vast on the Oryx is not something we've seen yet in this match, at least. We saw it a bit earlier tonight, but see it changing it up yet again. Vast has really clawed his way back on the scoreboard. I mean, we highlighted that his whole attack half, he basically played Monty. He had 1 kill. But he's all the way up to 6 now, so really excelling in his defense. Here we go, Elevate. Can they close out the map, or are we going to be seeing OT?
There's definitely a vibe that it feels as if Rhythm are forcing us to OT. But sometimes this is where the almighty do fall. They stumble. Digital just getting away from bouncing, who we have seen time and time again be more than happy to get aggressive, more than happy to hot-foot it into anywhere that is even half safe. You can see now holding a deep line to kitchen.
Sometimes that kind of confident aggression that we've seen from bouncing can be both a blessing and a curse, right?
Yeah.
It can be really great. You can catch people off guard and just really open a round, but can also be shut down, leave your team at often a disadvantage. Right now, Rhythm only really have that horizontal control from the west side. So maybe this is going to be a pure kitchen play. It looks like they might just heavy it onto site around kitchen door. There is no vertical control at least. So if Elevate do manage to hold them off there and hold that control, could be really tough to get a plant off. Look like one Rhythm player at least is starting to push towards the IP.
Right now, what could Vast potentially do on that flank? A little bit of damage being tagged up. Novak's quite low. That is a really nice smoke bait that will absolutely demolish Rhythm there. I mean, realistically, the Nitro is just a helping hand. That was very well done. Oats now trading out. God Legion does go down, so a heavy fragger off the board for Elevate. So too, though, Drax is gone for Rhythm.
And there it is, that vertical control. Worthy just sitting right above the diffuser, pinging it for his teammates. Also saw Vast holding the long angle from Luggage. So again, Rhythm have just gone go before they actually had the control. And right now, it's a really tough ask for Rhythm.
I don't even know whether they necessarily knew where he was for a second. Hang on, you said tough ask. What has happened there? They've gone in and they've found themselves every trade they needed. Worthy's left wondering what has happened. The diffuser is still down, so there is every chance for Worthy here Plant is being stuck, and unfortunately, he can't do anything. Rhythm somehow pull that round out and force us to overtime.
Oh, and that shot too through the gap. Are you serious?
Bouncing,
Oh,
dude.
I can't believe that round ended up that way. Elevate had all the control, 5 versus 3 advantage. And yeah, geez. I'm shocked, Matic, but here we are, OT. Unreal.
Yep, that's one way to say it. Unreal. And straight away, there is no questions asked from Elevate. The only 2 rounds they did not bring the Monty were the 2 rounds they fell to on the defensive side of of Rhythm. I went to say Elevate for a second there. No. Naughty. But
Attackers need to locate.
they're going to go back to what they know and to what has done them well. And I think one of the big questions for me as well is surrounding Bouncin on the on those roams. We were saying he's a very fast-moving young lad, should we say? So whether he will continue to do so, you would just imagine at this point that is 100% going to happen.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. And again, like it could be a blessing or a curse for Rhythm. He might open the round up and it might be able to move them in towards that match point. But there's always the flip side to that. It's just the nature of that kind of play style. So we'll see whether he does do it and whether it works out. Looks like Leb may be getting a little aggressive too, peeking in towards Ruins. Might catch someone off guard. He is hungry.
Hungry like a wolf, I'll tell you that. He'll pull away after a short period of time. Now, not sure whether I just saw that, but Bouncin is the only one downstairs at the moment. And once again, he has to run with his tail between his legs, and away he goes. Out come the pings. Bouncing just hoping potentially to catch someone, and instead he's the one that's nearly caught out. But they've really needed to be careful of Vast in this situation. They do not want to drop that Monty.
Yeah. Look, he almost got himself cornered too. He is absolutely being hunted right now. There are Elevate players all over this map trying to shut this down. They haven't been able to do so. He has been tagged up at least. Back to site as well. He's over in Aquarium? No, he's over in music. Cannot keep track of this guy.
Seriously, let's put a GPS tracker on him and just watch him. I reckon it'd be like a cat around the neighborhood. Just here, there, everywhere. However, like a cat, he always comes home. Back to the site. Not just yet, though. Still holding from VIP. They're still decently unsure of where he could potentially be, I guess. But they are starting to make their way up Cool Vibes. A little bit more pressure now from Elevate as they'll start to hone in a little more.
Yeah, this is a really good use of the buck again. Just ensuring that at the top of Cool Vibes, there's no one playing tucked in that corner of Hookah. Leb has rotated there, so could get caught off guard if Digital is keeping an eye. He's going to get out of there, tagged up a little bit as well. Vague's playing at the top of Cool Vibes. He's going to try and stop Vast getting up with that Montaigne.
Leb playing hot potato almost. Dancing around with the shoes, and they heard that C4 coming from a mile away there. Bouncing, as we say that, does take down Hotshot. Still not really sure where he is, but that was seeming from behind Hookah, and that was Leb. He could drop Hatch if he wants to. There's a fair bit of attention across toward Cool Vibes and just out of Hookah at the moment, Raven.
Yeah, I'm just surprised Elevate haven't got somebody on Hookah window. Leb could so be easily shut down or stopped from moving at least. They have sunrise controls, so not much of a run out can really happen. Maybe from VIP side. That's Vast going down to Nevake now. 3 versus 5 Manic, 15 seconds.
It does not look like there's enough time. The C4 will well and truly dismiss the push from Digital, and Worthy is left with it all to do. Cannot get past that first hurdle, and Rhythm, believe it or not, have taken the first round in match point. They are one step closer here to pulling off what many thought the unthinkable.
It would be the second time tonight, too, that we really are seeing a solid upset. And look, Elevate were on 6-3 match point. It has been 4 rounds in a row for Rhythm to bring this back. Pretty unbelievable. And look, it was Elevate's attack half that was more successful for them. So statistically, this feels like it might end up being the Rhythm map. But you know what? It's hard to say. See what they've got right now on their Hookah Billiards defense.
Oh, I love a good storyline, Raven, and this is just getting thicker by the minute. Surely Rhythm cannot make this work. Surely Rhythm are not able to pull off. So, what was it again? Sorry, I think it was. This would be their third win in 27 officials. Is that correct?
They've had 1 win in 26 officials. So yeah,
it would be their second
win in 27.
Holy moly. Oh, Elevate. We were talking to them before the start of the season. They were obviously very displeased with themselves in coming 7th last season. And they said themselves, obviously, there were very close games. They were just unable to win some of them. And that really pushed them, I think, 3 points behind 3 other teams. So, that's how close last season really was. But this is not going to be the greatest of signs, especially starting out. Again, I will just remind all of you at home, the bottom 2 teams have to fight relegation, and it's quite serious consequences. If unfortunately you are relegated, that's a whole year that you will be sitting out, if I'm not mistaken there, Raven.
A whole year that you're not playing Oceanic Nationals, that's for sure. So yeah, look, not a great spot to be. And I think I said it on the reload. These are the games that you need to be winning. Like, if people are considering Rhythm to be one of those teams in the relegation zone, like, these are the points that you need to secure. So yeah, if Elevate drop this, it's quite a warning sign here for their season.
Yep. I think I will just. You know what? I'm not going to say it just yet. I'm just going to hold off and say it at the very end of the match. That's right. We'll wait. I think you know what's coming, but anyway, it's a very promising sign from Rhythm, considering the fact that they were doing so well at the start of the game in the previous week. Against Okami. They had a couple of rounds where, potentially we might have even seen a 4-2 half in favor of Rhythm on Clubhouse. Unfortunately, it didn't happen like that. Bouncing, well, that's mighty unfortunate. That is not a great way for Rhythm to kick off this second round of OT.
All right, so man advantage for Elevate. Half the round gone. Some control obtained right now from Rhythm. It's going to be about Elevate holding off. And I mean, last time we saw them defending Hookah way back in round 10. Elevate had a lot of control, but Rhythm were able to get the plants off. Quick trade coming out makes it a 4 vs 3 Manic coming into this last minute.
Adworthy have not found that. It would have been a bit... Oh, well, talk about using a body shield. That is literally a meat shield if I've ever seen one. Rex trying to take some pot shots. They do catch Worthy out here. Raven, dare I say it, but a 3 vs 3 right now. Rhythm are looking really good to take this one. Still, obviously, the Smoke Bay and the Maestro left up, so they need to get rid of the utility as fast as possible.
Yep, they still have a really strong position here, though, with hot shots. So this could be tough for Rhythm. They may have to go deep, and go deep they do, Manic. They are pushing long. God Legion with a huge double C4. Saves the round for Elevate. We're going all the way, Manic.
My word, talk about a moment for you to step up. Talk about a moment of need for Elevate. We've said it before and we'll say it again. God Legion has been the savior for this team multiple times. And look, we can talk about the support players, the flex players. We can talk about the ability that they give him to be able to do things like that. But it is really executing on those kind of plays that manages to just get it across the line. And that's exactly what they needed there. They needed a saving grace, a Hail Mary, and it came in the form of a nitro cell from God Legion. All the way 15 rounds as we head to the bar for the last defense of this map.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, this is a 50-50 for Rhythm in their defense half. They won it in round number 1. They lost it in round number 5. When they lost it, of course, Vast did have that Monty. He's gone for the Jackal this time, so still going to be assisting with the roam clear. Maybe they are just concerned about the fact that they lost track of Bouncing in that round 13 defense.
It's pretty easy too.
He does not stop moving. I'll give him credit for that. So maybe that is just something that they wanted that assistance with, because the Monty obviously can't keep up with a 3-speed defender. It's just not something that happens. Or a 2-speed, sorry, because it's the Jaeger. But yeah, see whether this adaptation works out for Elevate. There is no mistakes left to be made now. Well, you can't make them at least. You don't want to, because it's all down to this round.
On a nice edge. And honestly, you really couldn't pick it. You wouldn't have picked that this game would have gone as far as it has, and you would not have, like, you cannot pick who's going to take this last round, because equally, as much as Elevate have had good attacks, they've also had some pretty weak attempts that Rhythm have been able to capitalize on. And I should also add that Rhythm have played decently well this game, so by no means would they not be deserving of this. They've gone through thick and thin. Now we're down 5-2 at one stage. Oh no, sorry, it was only, I think it was 5-3. I think that's the lowest they've really been down, so got to give props to them. They've kept hot on the heels of Elevate the entire time.
They have. Yeah, it's definitely something to commend Rhythm on. They are looking like a lot stronger than last season, that's for sure. There are things working out really well for them. As you can tell by the fact that they are 7-7 right now against Elevate. But all positive things that they can grow on. Starting to tick away here as Elevate have obtained some control across this east side of the map here. Bouncing, of course, lurking, and there is a player heavy playing top of Vase with the shield, so a lot of utility is going to be needed to clear this out. It's a good start to get really hairy for Elevate. These gunfights are going to be tough to take.
Especially with your speedy boy Bouncing, who just never stops moving. There's also one more supporting from Cool Vibes. Bouncing's actually gone down. Thought for a second someone may be coming down the hatch as he takes full control of Office. And this is exactly where Elevate look to attack in their first round. However, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case this time. It's quite similar from the last time that Rhythm attempted to hold bars. Not a great start for Elevate whatsoever. I don't even think he was able to really get any kind of vertical control there.
Not a lot, and that's big, because that's really important. If you're going to be trying to get a plant down in Sunrise, you need a lot of that floor torn up so that nobody can sit in bar position or behind pink couch. And of course, we saw it when Elevate did win this. Nobody can rotate through the double. Digital himself was holding that. Trade back from Worthy. That's bouncing off the board, Manic. 4 versus 4, 20 seconds to go.
Johnson has been a nuisance. Boats just doesn't really fire at that God Legion now, and a great opportunity. Hotshot starts to stick that plant. Rhythm, it's all falling apart for them, but Leb steps up. Can he do any more? They're still going to stick that defuser, and it is down. It is waiting. Drex will drop Vast. A 2v2, 30 seconds remaining as Leb making sure from behind. Trying to flush that player out who is just sitting deep there, Raven. This has to be it. It has to be now.
Hot shot, great prone angle, good crossfire held from Courtyard. They know the position. Leb, it's all up to him. 15 seconds. He has to push through. He has to find at least one of these guys ASAP. 3 seconds until it is out of reach for Rhythm, something that was so close. And there it goes. It's going to be Elevate's map. 8-7. Manic, they secure the win.
Holy moly. I cannot believe it took us 15 rounds. Elevate saved all of us. Our map picks for Snowball, that's all I've got to say. No, seriously, it was, you do have to give credit to Elevate, even though oh my God, God Legion.
Big game.
Jeez, for all of the running around that Bouncing did, 7 or 8 kills. It's just the nuisance he was causing, but that was way too close.
Yeah, and look, I'm sure that's exactly how Elevate are going to look at it. They had that almost wrapped at 6-3, and then it came all the way. They lost 4 rounds in a row to be down 7-6. Got those final 2 in a row in OT to close it out, but I think they would have been expecting a lot more from this game. And look, it's hard to say. I felt like Elevate played pretty well, but I think it's just more the fact that Rhythm probably surprised Elevate just as much as they surprised us. They are definitely looking a lot better than last season.
Yeah.
They didn't play half bad against Okami on Wednesday, and you can't say they played bad tonight because I think that was a really good performance from Rhythm.
Look, promising signs. I think that the whole question about Ferox, when we started talking about this at the start of the season, we were saying Rhythm and Ferox, there were no real questions about it. At least one of those were going to be in the bottom 2. However, they have pretty much impressed all of us today, especially by their performance. I think Rhythm had a very good game, like you were saying, already alluding to, against Okami. And the fact that they're able to back it up today, this does kind of turn the pressure on for everyone, really. It doesn't really leave a lot to be desired for, the LFOs and teams like this who we know can pull the performances out in a best of 1. You don't have a lot of time to play with it.
No, and it's interesting you raise LFO now because they're going to be in a tough position. They are down at the bottom of the ladder at the moment, and Rhythm's here fighting pretty hard against some solid teams, and LFO just got totally smacked by Knights, so you'd be a little bit worried that maybe that they might be facing that. But look, to bring it back to this match, I just think it's really important to note that Rhythm have stepped it up. I think something that I've learned a lot tonight is that Ferox and Rhythm are definitely not free. I don't think it's safe to assume they are going to be the bottom 2.
Look, it's going to be a very interesting season when we look at it at the end, purely because exactly that point, we don't know what's really happening at the bottom end of the table. We have Digital on the line. Let's have a chat with him and get his thoughts on how these guys have just played. Digital,
what's up?
I need to ask you, 8-7. Were you expecting such a close game?
I'm actually just speechless. Was I expecting a close game? I don't know. Well, I wanted to be confident. And think that we were going to win. But I don't know. To be honest, I wasn't expecting an 8-7. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, man, I would love to hear some insight about the stuff that was starting to go wrong for you guys, because you were up 6-3 and it looked like you had the momentum needed and that you were going to comfortably cruise through to maybe 7-3. But they clawed it back. So was there something that shifted at that part of the match?
Yeah, definitely. 6-3, we threw so many rounds. There was a round where we could have, I know it was on kitchen defense. We had the man advantage, and then we got picked. It was 4v3, and then I died, but we traded. And they somehow just got the man advantage back, and we just throwing little leads like that, which got in our head a bit, I think. I can't really remember on the other rounds. I'm just stunned a bit. So that's the main one. That's the one that's ringing to me because I died as Pulse. And I thought they were rushing us, and so I thought that if Hotshot can trade me, who's playing kegs? I know it was wrong. They just stayed back. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just speechless, boys.
Us too, mate. It was a long game.
Yeah, that was surprising for I think everyone, and everyone had you guys picked to take that map as well. Raven, was there any other questions you wanted to ask Digital?
I mean, maybe just real quick, if you could give us insight on Coastline. Definitely not a map that you guys have played a whole lot of. Was that definitely something that you prepped for, or maybe a little surprise?
Yeah, definitely sort of something we prepped for. Wanted to turn that map around. We haven't really had much success with that map, so wanted to turn it around. And I think maybe a little bit of our inexperience on that map showed a little bit, but no, we'll look back over and we'll find out why we lost and what we can work on. But yeah, no, definitely it was a map that we turned around, Raven. So yeah.
Now, I've got to ask you got Okami coming up on Wednesday of next week. You guys, unfortunately, you obviously weren't happy with your performance of last season. in relative perspective, finishing 7th, but that doesn't really sum up the season, I don't think. How are you feeling coming up against Akami, one of the teams that, you know, were really surging toward the end of last season?
Just like any other game, pretty much. We'll just like go in it. We are, obviously Akami are a good team. What makes them so good is they'll just find picks. They're really aggro and they'll get that pick and they'll play really passive after that. So just like, you know, just got to you know, strategy and structure, play safe. And hopefully we can take it to them and get the W there. So yeah, just take it each game by game sort of thing. Just treat every single opponent with respect.
Yep. Well, I couldn't have said it any better myself, mate. So thank you very much for chatting with us. Congratulations on your win, and we'll see you next week.
Cheers, boys. Cheers for the cast.
Ciao, mate. Okay, so, I mean, it's good to know that they wanted to go to Coastline because they're not good. I would assume they wouldn't go there if it was a team that's not Rhythm, I would say. I would say that they've taken the advantage to go there with Rhythm, and potentially that could have been a very detrimental choice, if you will, Raven.
Yeah, it could have panned out poorly. I mean, it looks like that map is not too bad for Rhythm, so something other teams can note in the future. And that's the tough thing about prepping for Rhythm, in that they have changed so much. They are really such a different team compared to last season, both in the players and just the way that they play looks very different. So it's going to be hard to prep for them, I think, as the season progresses, because they'll uncover maps that you might have thought they were bad at, but maybe they've improved on a lot, or it just gels really well with their playstyle.
And I do think that, you know, like as much as we are giving the credit to Rhythm, it looked like Elevate were, especially in the first half, adapting really well to a couple of things that Rhythm were really bringing to them. And whether, you know, like in the second half, it was miscommunication or potentially they just got flustered. I mean, we all know that can happen, right? It's coming down to the wire and you feel like you just have such a big advantage that you can't simply throw away, and things start to go a little bit wrong. It just starts to, it starts going down a little bit more. Let's try not to throw the microphone across the other side of the room, shall we? But definitely, I think that we should be taking away the positives for Elevate, which is they did have a good attacking side and were able to capitalize on some mistakes that Rhythm were making.
Totally, and I think in terms of adaptation, if you talk about that, Elevate were probably the better team in terms of adaptation.
Yeah.
Particularly in that first half, they got that Monty out to obviously deal with something in particular. There must have been a trigger for it, and it works. And they continued to use that. They were just looking at what Rhythm were doing, and Rhythm were failing to adapt to that Monty play.
Yeah.
We've said it before. Like if Elevate just brought Monty the whole time, I think they could have almost gone a flawless half.
Yeah.
Just because Rhythm they weren't bringing anything to do with it.
Well, you know what? We can actually ask some questions about that. We've got Yoshi on the line, so I think that might be the first question. Yoshi, it's good to see you again, my friend. It's been a whole season since I saw you last. You handsome young lad. Now, I need to ask you. We've been talking about the Monty that Elevate were bringing in that first half. You know, I think it was from round 2 to round 5. Let's say. Did you guys have significant problems trying to deal with that?
I think the first round, yes. We probably just didn't expect them to bring the Monty because it's generally not something that we see from them. But then after that, I think it more came down to how we played against him, with us kind of getting a little bit flustered from him pushing into us. The kitchen round, when it was, I think we had the advantage, and Drex just got a little bit flustered at the end there. So I think that just came from a little bit of inexperience with those defense rounds. But yeah, I don't think it was too big of a deal with the Monty, to be honest, in the end.
Yeah. So I mean, like, I'm going to speak a little bit more broadly. Coming from last season, obviously, it wasn't too great for you guys. You've come into this season with a pretty refreshed roster. What is the feeling right now? I mean, this was a really good match for you guys, although you didn't get the points. That was a really solid effort. So what is the team vibe at the moment with how things are progressing?
Obviously it's it's a little bit fresh at the moment, so you know, a few players are a bit down, but I think after we've kind of taken it all in from tonight, and how much we stepped up from Wednesday's game, I think, you know, people are going to be feeling a lot better about themselves, especially in comparison to where we were sitting at this point in the season last season. So, you know, it's gonna be interesting to see where we go from here, and I'm looking forward to hopefully the boys just continuing to work on their mistakes. You know, learning from each game and taking it from there.
Raven, any final questions?
I'm all good.
Beautiful. I have one question to ask. Was Spruce the problem?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. No, it's definitely been pretty tough to fill Spruce's shoes, and it's taken a bit of a roster kind of not roster shuffle, sorry. Just like how we played the game. So Leb's obviously moved on to the soft breach, and Bouncing's come in on the entry, and then Nove's moved to IQ, and Drex is on the hard breach. So definitely a lot of position changes. But we're still trying to find our footing. But I think, you know, this is only the beginning, and it's going to be good from here. You know, so Spruce was not the problem.
I'm disappointed that you've said something nice about him. I'm absolutely devastated, Yoshi. But no, seriously, mate, it looks like you guys have really stepped it up a gear, and I think that you are to be commended for that. So I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the season for you guys. You've got surprises in store for us, no doubt. So we'll see you next Wednesday.
Thanks, gents. Have a good one.
Yep. Pretty positive across the camp there. Spruce was 100% the problem. I don't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The coach of the team just...
Jeez, buddy. Jeez.
You got to go in. You got to go in.
Yeah, look, I think it was pretty much the things he said is stuff to be expected, and it seems like, yeah, they've got some fresh players, not just to their roster, but to competitive play at this level, and that can be a tricky adjustment sometimes. So it was really good to hear his points about flustering, because as stuff that we will never know, sometimes it's not obvious when you're looking at somebody's point of view if they're flustered or not.
Yeah.
And that can, it can be a big factor. Like if you come down to crunch moments, like 10 seconds where it's like 2v2s, if just one person gets flustered, it can cost you the round. So I think that's a really good point to bring up, and it can be a significant factor. But yeah, I think Rhythm are starting to build into a competitive team for Oceanic Nationals.
Well, I really hope that they can stick around and continue to push the teams above them at the moment, because, as we said, relegation is just around the corner. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a banger tonight, and guess what? It's only going to get more intense. A barn burner after the break. Wildcard up against Noble. See you next.
Attackers are activating the bomb.
Loading mag!
Welcome back. 3 maps down, only 1 more to go. Wildcard and Noble to play off for our final match on this Friday night, or potentially wherever you are in the world, of course. But Raven, we cannot go past without mentioning how crazy the results have been tonight.
It has been nuts. We were just commenting about the schedule graphic in the break. Just if you were to say that's what the results were going to be, totally unexpected. Just the Ferox win in Series 1, the absolute stomp of Series 2, and then the closeness of that third one. Just pretty nuts.
It's been mental. It's been an absolute ride, and it's only about to get better. And that's because Wildcard are on the scene. They will be playing off against Noble, of course, the team that most of you in the chat will probably know more so than most. Diesel, the new recruit of Vincia, Emo, Rind, Pat, Geo, and of course Flux and Silex in that coaching role. I don't really know if there's too much that needs to be said about Wildcard here, Raven.
Look, I think, their success speaks for itself, and the strength of these players all does as well. And it's hard not to note Vincia being the newest addition to the roster, an incredibly strong player in his own right. An incredibly exciting matchup here because he will be against his former roster on Noble. So whether that plays a factor in how he performs could be an interesting thing to keep in mind.
Storylines, my friend. That's what we love to build here. Noble is the team that Wildcard are facing, as previously mentioned. Now, I'm not going to go on from your comment there, Raven, but it is going to be somewhat of a grudge match, of course. This team right here were able to finish second in the regular Six Masters season of last. So there is definitely a fair bit of competition, if you will, between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Noble are a team fighting to achieve more and more each season. They finished top 4. They didn't quite make it to the major, which they were definitely anticipated to make. So here they are again trying to build on top of that into Oceanic Nationals and try get to a higher position. What better way to do so than to not only beat Wildcard, but of course the player that has jumped ship to Wildcard.
And what a player he is. Vinny is feared by most, and I'm sure missed by everyone on Noble. So this is going to be one of the more interesting matches of our 2 play days that we've had. We've had some very close matches, don't get me wrong, but this is probably one that we were all looking to see how these 2 teams would perform after last season. And I think that, you know, the past 2 matches that they've played against each other kind of speak for themselves. 7-4 on Clubhouse and 7-5 on Theme Park. So 2 incredibly close matches there, Raven.
Worth saying too, that was all the way back in Six Masters Day 1, which was April 28th. So it has almost been 5 months since these guys have played each other in an official capacity at least. So I think that's quite huge. On top of that, Noble have actually never beaten Wildcard. I went back as far as Raleigh qualifier stats, and they've only ever had as best as a draw. So this would potentially be the first time they get a dub over Wildcard, if they manage to pull it out tonight, of course.
The Raleigh Major, that has a special place in my heart, Raven. That's where we cast for the first time. Anyway, enough with our love story. Do you have... You're shocked. Come on, man. How do you not remember our anniversary? Any thoughts on the veto here, Raven?
I think a cafe might be a possibility. Something that Wildcard are definitely good at, as well as Noble. It's hard to say how the additions will potentially change that.
Yeah.
But that's definitely one that's sticking out for me. Clubhouse is also a solid favorite for Noble in particular. But Wildcard have posted some great results on it. So I'm thinking Club or Cafe. Classic Oceanic maps to come through.
Spicy meatballs. Let's have a look at where we're heading. Getting delirious now. Let's have a look. I think one thing that we mentioned on the reload was the fact that Vinny, obviously being on the roster right now, can give some insight as to map pool or strats that potentially they were running last season. Cafe, it is. Raven, you are a god in the predictions. Apparently only half the predictions though, because the rest of them we're just doing atrociously with. Anyway,
Yep.
Cafe, my friend. That's where we go.
Cafe. Look, I'm excited to see how this goes because Wildcard have had some inconsistencies on Cafe in the past. So they did have an 8-7 against Okami. No, 7-5, sorry, against Okami back in Six Masters. So they have been challenged on the map before.
Yep.
Noble have had some great performances on it too. So I think this could be a close map. Feel cursed though. Last time I said that was LFO Knights, and wasn't quite that close.
Didn't really go that well for us, did it?
No.
No. Well, the community had that game picked at 53 to 47% in favor of the Knights, and the Knights ended up pulling this out. 76% to 24% in favor of Wildcard. I think that's a fair representation of the community's vote, because I still think that Noble have a very good chance in this series, and I don't want to understate that. They have and will continue to be one of the best teams that we have in the ANZ region. So this is a very good opportunity for them to show it. It's a best of one, and it's pretty much everything out on the line at this point, Raven.
Yeah, it is, and it's hard to look past the strength of Wildcard. It's just something that's really hard to predict against. But at the same time, Noble are a team that have pulled out innovative strategies before and surprise victories. So it's definitely in the realm of possibility in this matchup.
Yeah, when I think innovative, I think Nico, 100%. That's
yes, exactly.
I remember some wild things happening on I think it was Coastline the last time I watched what was back then the Sinister roster. I think they brought Finkers and Lions and just destroyed the upstairs flooring. So I mean, to be fair, I'm not really 100% sure what I'm strapping myself in for here. We have seen a lot of interesting things being pulled out from Nico. I think we saw on Villa one of the Banshees across toward main stairs, being pushed up on top of the railing. I'm very interested to see what they can do to kind of throw Wildcard off here, and if they can, that's a very good point as well.
Yeah, and look, Wildcard, they had a pretty strong Wednesday against Rhythm, but Rhythm, sorry, I don't think it was Rhythm. It was I'm starting to get delirious. It was LFO. But they had cracks in their armor. I think that there's still some vulnerabilities there, maybe that have come with just getting Vinny back into that roster. So I wouldn't say that Wildcard are full strength right now. So definitely, if there was a chance for Noble to strike, it would be now. On the other hand, I wouldn't say Noble's full strength either, because they are also grinding in a new player in President. And he is very green to this level of play. So that could arguably take even longer.
It certainly is a game that really have a lot of pros and cons for both teams. So let's have a look what our experts are thinking of this one. We're all going Wildcard, but then again, when did that possibly go wrong tonight, Raven?
Look, it almost blew up in her face again in that last series. It's all I could think about, honestly. But we bucked the bad omen business here, so I'm not too worried about it now.
We certainly have. I hope that we can continue to buck that trend, but it is Wildcard flush across the entire 7 of us, and of course you at home think it's pretty much the same. And again, we're not trying to discredit Noble, but Wildcard, they just have the history, they just have the power, and well, to be honest, I think they've got the influence on it as well, Raven.
Yep, hard to look by it, Manic. So here we go into Cafe Wildcard versus Noble. Final game for the evening. I'm excited about this one. This is what I anticipated to be the tightest clash of tonight. Hard to top the last match, though, that's for sure.
I don't think we can. I don't think we're ever going to. But, of course, complimentaries, good luck, have fun in the chats. It is time to get started on Cafe Dostoevsky. Sledge will be taken off as a first point of call for Noble, and of course, I think that in all honesty, this one right now, this match in particular, we were all so uncertain on how close it was going to be, and I think we all want it to be close because this has the potential to be an absolute barn burner, but it could really just flip on its head here. And I think that, like you were saying, there are kinks in the armor on both sides. So it's kind of judgment day for both of these teams in terms of the regular season anyway.
Absolutely, Manic. Wow, there are some great bands here. I've just been calculating this in my head. This is the second Sledge band, which honestly I have not seen Sledge band much, and tonight we've seen it twice.
Yep.
I'm not sure whether there's something in particular behind that I am missing right now. I'll totally admit that I might be overlooking it, but seems like a pretty indispensable band. Maybe it's just more of a comfort thing, but I'm really vibing the Wamai and Valkyrie bands on defense. I think that really will hinder the defense a little bit, because Wamai in particular is one that's really leaned on for this top floor defense.
IQ, Zofia, Castle, Mirror. Interesting. As we head to the upstairs area. Now, not going to say by any means that the first round is going to be a telling tale, but obviously both of these teams getting off to a good start is going to be absolutely crucial in this matchup, especially. Now, I really would like to look back on that 7-4, 7-5 these two teams had, and I do think that in many ways, Sinister and Wildcard are relatively one of the same in terms of, being able to perform under pressure, Raven, being able to perform when push comes to shove, and it getting closer, rather to the scoreline being a little bit closer. However, it unfortunately doesn't show true when Sinister were unable to go through the bracket for the playoffs, but I think the point still stands that the ex-Sinister, now Noble, full Noble roster, just are someone that you definitely do not want to underestimate by any means.
Absolutely. I think Noble are definitely one of the rosters here in this region that seem to always have... I feel like every time I watch one of their games, at least, there's some kind of surprise. They've pulled out something that's a little bit innovative or just something that's a bit tricky. You highlighted Nico in particular. He's very well known for finding just weird and crazy stuff that just works out for him. But just some of these players can just pull out some of those special plays that just seem to turn matches. So
yeah,
I think they're exciting roster to watch. And I think that's something that makes this match particularly exciting, because Wildcard with a lot of structure, they might be able to find something that destabilizes that.
Without a doubt. Now, having said that, we must give credit where credit is due. Vinny, obviously, not the first technical official, but the first official under the Wildcard banner with the official announcement, played pretty unreal on Wednesday night. So all eyes will be across to the Wildcard camp. Already flushing Fisher away from Pixel, even if it's just for now. 4 players repelling on that west side. They're not taking any chances with that.
And that's the real impact of that Wamai ban. That's really where that Wamai can excel. It's just holding Pixel with those magnets. It just takes so much time to be able to clear it out. So that's really efficient from Wildcard. It's that ban working in their favor. It was their ban. So now they've got quite a lot of time to try and take some piano control.
Oh, Fisho just needs to be cautious. Smoke Bay will eventually push the Wildcard member away, as the ADSs will continue to burn any utility coming in. So being cautious of the White Stairs push, rather the rappel onto that window. A minute really burnt off the clock here, Raven. Has there really been a lot done from Wildcard? That's the question.
Not really. I mean, Geo has started to take some control around Cigar, but the looks like the rest of them are basically on the roof, so they haven't been able to display Snowball a whole lot. And Noble are pretty set up to be able to anchor this in, so this could be a real hectic finish here. Might come down to a lot of an impact if Vinny can get a rappel in on that cocktail balcony. He might be able to get a couple of picks that really destabilize those positions.
Well, with 20 seconds left, the only time is going to tell, Raven. Now things start to heat up a little bit more for Wildcard. Diesel now starts to come and meet with the rest of the team. He's going to go deep behind the bar as well. They're going to continue to push. They find 2 apiece. It's Derp who manages to only find the 1. Actually, sorry, make that 2. Shut me right up quick, smart, and in a hurry. They are going to have to stick this. They can't manage to get through. Geo will go down on the back of Derp, pushing, but it won't make a difference with Nico closing out on Emo and Diesel on that Cigar Belk flank. My goodness. That was mighty intense there, Raven.
It was, and it was always going to be, just because Wildcard did not have a whole lot of control, so it just meant exactly what happened. Diesel had to go deep, or somebody on Wildcard had to, and once they got that opening, it was just about trying to hold the rest of Noble back, but in the end, Wildcard they didn't have enough footing, they couldn't cover everything. So great round from Noble, great defense. They never overextended. I think that was a really important factor to that defense succeeding, is they did not give Wildcard a pick. So when it came to that last 20 seconds, it just was all hell breaking loose.
Understandably as well. Vigil being picked up as we head to Kitchen.
Defenders, protect your
Now,
bombs from being defused by attackers.
the two matches that we were able to see from... sorry, I am completely losing my mind right now. It is Pittsburgh Knights on this were very, very heavily favoured onto the defensive side. So Noble continuing that tradition thus far. Now, you were saying things are starting to even out a little bit more, Raven, on this map. Wait and see what Noble have to say about that. So far, pretty good promising signs.
Yeah, I think it's a really important round for them to win as well. It's always great to win the first round just to help settle some nerves, just relax everybody. Relax probably isn't a great word for it, but you know, everyone chills out just that touch more. You know, like when you start an official, one that's as important as this one as well. Sometimes you can be a bit agitated on edge. That round win for Noble, I think, is really important for settling that mindset.
Yep. I can understand that completely. So, wait and see how Wildcard approach this. Obviously, in the previous round, it's very true to their form. Quite slow in their approach, and then explosive toward the end. Obviously, that round wasn't very successful, but nevertheless, Wildcard are very well known for not rushing into anything particularly. You saw Milo there, just on the other side. A bar. Oh. Talking about not getting aggressive or trying to make a play, Emo Rin, he's had a haircut. Thank you very much, President. He'll run away for free.
I don't think Emo Rin was quite expecting it either. Didn't look like it, at least. President is a great shot, so Wildcard on the back foot again. And to your point, Manic, about Wildcard definitely not being a team to rush to anything. Not really, but definitely as their roster has progressed towards its current form, they have added players that can facilitate that. So Pat and Gio are definitely players that are not afraid to take heads-up gunfights or try and be aggressive. And Vincia now is just another one to that list. So I think in the long run, it's something that we will see Wildcard really get on top of.
I think that's a very valid point as well. Obviously, Vinny brings just another level. Losing someone like Ethan is not an easy loss by any means, but Vinny, obviously, probably you'd have to say one of the best pickups in the region for Wildcard to replace what was an immense firepower for them. So,
yep.
And Vinny's proven his worth so far, and I have no doubt it will continue, but Noble, how much are they going to take it to them in this game? Only one loss in 14 games for Wildcard last season. Wonder whether that trend will continue down the line.
So far, I mean, this round's not looking good for them. They've lost a lot of HP. They're about to come into, again, a last-second rush to site, but they have not had any luck getting picks on or obtain mini control. Geos is going to flash himself. Not sure what Fisher Guy's doing, Manic. Here is the last 15 seconds.
Vinny, look, finds that second opening there, and it could be on, but unfortunately, it really slows everything down, because now it's looking like it's going to be one prone attack. Geo does fall, and what's happened there? Actually, Pat, sorry for a second. That really quite took me by surprise, in all honesty. I was kind of still trying to scramble to figure out what had actually happened there, but a 1v1 right at the end of their running toward each other, potential for that to happen, but nevertheless, I think those late rounds are really not giving Wildcard a lot to work with, Raven.
No, they're not. They're not setting themselves up very well to be able to execute at that stage. They had vertical control, but they weren't working the picks. So I think again, this is going to be credit into Noble in that they're staying quite patient and generally just not giving wildcard much. That's why I was really confused when Fisher Guy was just running through bakery at the end there. Like maybe he was just going for a bit of a flag. I don't know, but either way, Noble are just doing well and not giving the wildcard enough. It's really countering the way that wildcard are attacking.
Yeah. And again, there are potentials there. Like, I mean, if you want to put a big if Vinny manages to catch that player just on the other side of prep window, that's another kill, and all of a sudden they've opened up kitchen. Service is a little bit more under pressure, and that push from wildcard becomes a little bit more of a challenging angle to deal with, if you will, with Vinny just making a nuisance. So there are always little bits and pieces along the way that, had they have twisted in the favor, would have completely changed the round. But for now, Noble, they are looking pretty good on these defenses, you'd have to say. I think two of the players lined up at the end for Pat or Geo, and maybe it was Geo, but regardless, sometimes it can be a stroke of timing that gives you the upper hand, and timing is something that Wildcard are severely lacking right now.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things that Wildcard need to start doing. They either need to just try and just be a little bit more aggressive, work a bit faster, because what they're relying on is just catching Noble off guard and getting those picks, or just moving Noble into positions to make mistakes. But I think they have to be more forthcoming with that, or more forceful on it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm hoping that Wildcard can open the scorecard halfway, or now, thanks Gio. That'll do.
Ask and ye shall receive, Raven. Your prayers have been answered, and with that, Wildcard do what Wildcard do best. They find the opening kill and they relax. They have not really needed to pick up any sort of pace now. The pressure is on Noble to try and hold off these pushes. A minute 40, and this is a lot better in terms of timing for Wildcard.
It is. They have some really good control right now, and they can really build on this. Get Geo above, get vertical pressure into Train in particular, get President out of there. That's a really key part because it gives you access to both bomb sites, gives you a lot of flexibility. So, oh no, that's going to be a great shot from President though. So there goes that option. 4 versus 4 now, Manic, and maybe that's going to make them stall out a little bit more.
I think it might actually double that up. Nico finding Diesel. Oh my word, make that a double. Fisho just putting a ribbon on it at this point. And Emo, I mean, we have seen Emo in some pretty unreal situations, but this is even a tall order for him. A very much needed round for Wildcard just continues to dwindle away here as the time just ever so quickly releases from the grasp of them.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds for Imran to do this, but for 3 to find, and something we've highlighted so much is just the patience of Noble. They're not giving Emo any chance right now. Like, no one is running for this pick. They're all holding just angles and crossfires. So, I dare say it's going to be tough. That was a good little attempt on the drop, but no, not to be. Noble close out the rounds, and that's 3 in a row. They're looking pretty good, Manic.
Yep. They certainly are, and I think it's one thing that we definitely need to highlight is Noble aren't really giving Wildcard anything, but at the same time, they're not afraid to take those fights, right? We saw President taking down, I think it was Emo Rin in the round before on Cigar Balcony, taking an aggressive line from Pillars, and then in that round, it was President who, actually it was President again who caught Geo off looking through the hatch. So by no means are Noble, just playing defensive and turtling at all. They are more than happy to take those straight up gunfights, and Wildcard are definitely coming out second best on pretty much every occasion here. So let's have a look. Noble are definitely making their money's worth. And you know what, Raven, while we do have a quick second in prep phase, Livin is obviously the sponsor or partner, if you will, with Oceanic Nationals at the moment. And it's definitely, I think, a message that a lot of the gaming community should be welcoming to see, which is, you know, like it is okay to speak out and to talk about your mental health, and obviously to seek help as well. And I think that it's something that we should all be encouraging a little bit more. And potentially I may have left this a little too late in the night, but I thought better late than never. And just wanted to make a quick point of that as well, that Livin is actually just a great bunch of people doing some incredible things. So make sure when you do get some time, guys, you make the adventure to go over and check out what it is that they do.
Yeah, I concur with that and totally echo the sentiment. Living great people to be working with, and great message to be able to get out there. Definitely look into what they do. I think it's it's really beautiful that they are a part of this. Back to the task at hand though. Noble on a bit of a late setup here. Sorry, that felt like a really hard sidestep, but
No.
I just wanted to point out they're flexing all 4 bomb sites. It's something that we talked about Elevate doing on Coastline. It's now something that they are doing here on Cafe, and I think that just shows a lot of preparation and confidence in their setups. So
yep,
it's going to be a real dangerous thing for Wildcard. I think right now it's going to be about just staying in touch, and again, it's going to be about a test of how's Noble's attacks on this map.
So, alongside that now, Wildcard, who have had the issues of flushing Noble out and really starting to engage them a little bit more. This time with Emo Rin on Cigar, does not wide peak balcony, funnily enough, but Geo will. And Wildcard will start to extend those fingers across that top floor and try to flush out these players, but Noble have a pretty solid setup right now. Oh, see you later. Oh, wow.
They've been hitting their C4 so far. It's Geo early again, so again, Buck is a really important operator for a lot of attacks in Cafe. Great at renovating floors, and with the sledge ban as well, pretty important. Good answer from Wildcard. Milo gets another, make it a 3 versus 3. Into the final minute, Wildcard are still just not getting anything easy to go their way. They are up against it at every step.
Would not agree more with that. And Emo Rin and Diesel now, they're left standing. Although that is a pretty terrifying sight against Nico, Fisho Guy, and Milo. All 3 players are pretty nutty. So this last 20 seconds back up against the wall for Wildcard. They 100% need to find a round amongst all of this. Are they going to leave it too late again? It's going to be Diesel trying to make the contact, but Fisho Guy will actually win that duel. Diffuser's down, and now Vinny's going to have to go deep on default and try and get that plant, but it looks as though Emo Rin can't hold the line, and Fisho Guy comes up massive once again for Noble.
Yeah, super well played from Fisher Guy on that. Just closed it out for Noble. He looks so solid in reading. That was 3 kills just from playing in that one little position, kind of running in between there. Fantastic. Noble are just looking dominant right now. Wildcard are trying to bring answers. Like they're trading out a lot of these kills, getting into positions, but they're just struggling to get enough control or an advantage to actually be able to secure a round. As things go, Manic, it feels like Noble might even get a flawless half at this rate.
Honestly, it is not even questioning it. Not even questioning it. Noble are looking very strong. I mean, what is it with tonight? There has to be a full moon. There's got to be a full moon out. There is something going on tonight that is making these matches absolute chaos and mayhem. But my goodness, it is welcomed, I'll tell you that much. I have thoroughly enjoyed my first day back on a Rainbow Six broadcast. That's to say the very least there, Raven.
Yeah, it's been very entertaining. I love a good old upset. I love underdog stories, and it feels like we've just had all kinds of stories happening tonight. So yeah, look, I think that's really cool. See how it continues. But right now, it feels like the story is that Noble might get their first ever win against Wildcard in an official.
I think that we should probably. Oh, Geo. Oh, you cheeky beaky. Like, oh, they've got so much information there. If that drone is still there, I mean, I don't know how much they're going to be able to do against it, but.
Almost went bad.
No. Imagine that going sour.
I think it got stuck on like a piece of window as it fell.
Yeah,
something like that. It didn't look like it went far, but I like that. That's cheeky. I like that.
It's definitely. I mean, like, imagine that gets the opening kill. That would be a very nice way once again for Noble to start. It just, again, it looks like they're pulling out some of the, just the 1%ers, Raven. We've talked about it quite a lot. Well, we used to talk about it quite a lot on the broadcast, which is just those small 1% strats and opportunities that really turn the tide in a full match. And it feels like Noble have been able to pull it out 9 times out of 10 at the moment.
I just saw something that I really like, and that was just a mirror strategy down in Laundry, just to prevent any vertical control through reading. Like, they actually have to think about clearing out that Laundry position if they want to do so. I saw Derpe put it up late, so there's a couple of them playing around there. And it just means that Wildcard, if they want any control of Cocktail at all, they have to think about clearing this mirror to get verticals. So they're probably just going to push from Piano side and Cigar side, which is what happened all the way back in round 1. And they just didn't have enough control to plan to win the rounds. So could be a repeat.
Well, Noble are looking extremely good right now. Vinny drops to half HP, but will find Fisher, guys, so not for naught. Now, White Stairs, it is Derpe holding that angle. And it doesn't look like he's going to be contested just yet. Oh, Vinny!
But right now
hello. There we go. Yep, that's the one we're after.
Jeez. Well, Derp actually got tagged up a lot more than I was expecting in that, given that Vinny was already a little bit low. But 4 versus 4, less than a minute. Again, this time is just evaporating before Wildcard's eyes, and they are still not really in that much control.
Oh my
much less now with Pad off the board.
What is going on? These C4s are unreal from Noble right now. Wildcard. It just feels like their number has been picked every single time. It's like they're an open book, and now they're going to have to try and find a way in, Raven. I just don't... Diesel's going to have to go deep on the back of a couple of flashes to try and support him. He can't get past the first player. It is Emo Rin that comes in from balcony, picking up 2 kills. Could this possibly be it? No, not just yet. Geo in a 1v2, 8 seconds left. Can't find a damn player and is running around like a headless chook trying to find anything. And Noble continue their flawless streak on this first side of Cathay.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible. It feels like everything that Wildcard are throwing at them, they're ready. Their C4 game has been on point. I haven't been keeping track, but there's been like 5 or something C4 kills, I think, which is a pretty significant number. Like, they don't really add up to a lot or a high percentage of kills, but I think that is pretty significant. And just in general, Wildcard just, I don't know, they just don't look like they are really figuring out what Noble's doing. Because at the end of the day, just then, they would just have, like, again, it came down to Diesel just rushing deep in bar, or like Imorin repelling in through Cocktail balcony.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's just such a 50-50 scenario.
And that's twice now they've had to do that, which is just very uncharacteristic like of Wildcard, especially when you're looking at the ANZ region, obviously. You know, it doesn't... Typically, we see Wildcard at least pulling out a couple of rounds here and there, but Noble had... Whew, I mean, you'd be cheering. You'd be absolutely cheering for the squad right now, and quite... I mean, not even it's a potential. It is almost a thing. We are literally one round away from a flawless half in a game that Noble has never been able to win before.
Yeah,
obviously I'm talking about against Wildcard. I just wanted to make sure I made that abundantly clear. Like, obviously they've won a Rainbow Six game before, but like, you know, that that is an unprecedented victory if they are able to pull this out.
Yeah, look, they look very solid. Maybe this is just their best practice map with this new lineup, President being the new inclusion. Like I said in pre-show though, this was always a map that Noble have performed pretty well on. Wildcard as well. But, oh my gosh, Fisho opens it up. Fisho with a double.
Oh my
this
god.
man with an SAS shotgun is an absolute lethal weapon.
Has Fisho just saved the round there for Noble? If Noble can pull this back in, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Emo holding the tight angle, but it is Milo that manages to catch out Vinny. A 2 versus 2 now. Nico down on red stairs. They're still being cautious of every possible angle. Emo is going to stick this at the moment. It doesn't look like Noble are going to be able to contest it in time. A little bit of the vertical play might be it, but Raven, this is to save what would be an absolutely incredible flawless half for Noble.
Attackers need to protect it.
Yeah, it's like Wildcard just said, we eat now. And they rush site. They managed to get this plant down. It's a 2v2 retake right now, 20 seconds though, so not much time left. Noble to get this retake. They're all coming from the same direction. That air jab's going to really bugger it up. Emo Rin gets one. It's going to be out of the realm for Milo now, Manic. It is going to be a 5-1 half. Feels very reminiscent of earlier in the night.
Certainly does. I mean, Fisho guy nearly saved that entire round for Noble. He picked up the 2 on the entry and denied them prep access. If they had been able to hold on to that small angle into service, the double door into service, they may have just been able to pull off what I would definitely have said is near impossible, which is a flawless defensive side against Wildcard in the ANZ region.
Yeah, 100%. But not to be. It's a 5-1 half, and look, if I'm Noble, I am incredibly happy with that because you're going to be putting so much pressure back on the Wildcard. Like, even if Noble have a bit of struggle with their attacks, they only need 1 to secure overtime, and then they just need to fall through into a second one to win the map. So it's a comfy position to be in.
Doesn't get... it can only go up like 10% of comfort from here, and that's if that's a flawless round. So there's definitely put themselves in prime position here, but of course you definitely cannot take away from the fact that this is still Wildcard and they still have plenty left in this game. And I think that if you're already looking to count them out, I would literally just point back to the game the other night, literally on this map with Knights and Elevate. It is more than possible for that 5-1 to very quickly spiral out of control. So stranger things do happen, but will they happen? That's the question, Raven.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see. Wildcard have gone for a... This site is really coming into popularity a lot more lately. I mean, it used to be popular back before Cafe rework, but here we are again, mining and fireplace. And see whether it might have thrown Noble off, not sure. They've got a pretty well-rounded lineup for almost everything on Cafe anyway. Really swift verticals from Nico too, down in kitchen. Already bucking that floor into train.
Well, okay. Depe wants to start Noble off on the right foot. Obviously, previously playing for Wildcard. 2 seasons ago now. Was that a pre-fire through the window? I think it has to be, right?
I think it was. Yeah.
Well, that's as good as it gets, I guess. Yep.
Yeah, could have had intel. Solid pre-fire though, and look, that's a big player. It's Pat. Can have a lot of impact on that mute. Fisher guy is already on site. Walks into the line of sight of Gio though, holding a great pixel all the way from fireplace hole over here. Places out another Banshee.
What a shot. Oh, Nico! You would pretty much pick him to win that fight. That engagement, 9 times out of 10, unfortunately. The high ground is too much for him. Now, Noble just starting to open up these lines of sights a little bit more now. The use of Ace, which I think is the first time we've seen Ace used tonight.
He's had a lot of bans, that's for sure.
Yep.
Oh no, the whiff.
No.
Oh,
It's the
whiff.
Fast and the Furious Vin Diesel.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Gosh. All right, Matic, 40 seconds to go. Noble, they've also had the troubles of stalling out here. They've always had some control around site, but they haven't been able to break in. Milo gets a good entry. It's traded. 25 seconds in a 3 versus 3.
Very nice shot from Emo Rin to deny that on the angle. Now, Noble, can they step up at the moment they need to here? Diesel obviously well and truly above, getting some pings and looking for those easy shots. He can't find anything, unfortunately. Is he able to find it through the bottom of the flooring? Yes, he will. Geo will clean up Derpe as well. And what looked like could have been an interesting round for Noble turns into quite the clean round for Wildcard.
Yep, did work out pretty well. And again, Noble had pretty similar issues. They didn't have a whole lot of control. I mean, Diesel, you saw right there, was able to still play vertically above. Had all the info he needed to be able to deny that plant. So that was all that said and done. But I got to highlight, you know, Noble do have quite a big lead here. So they can afford to drop a round or two in pursuit of just finding the ones they need to close the map out.
At this point, that's all it becomes, isn't it? It's a game of how close a wild card going to get before Noble kick into gear and find the round that they're after. They've still got, realistically, they've got 4 rounds to do it, so not a lot of stress on them right now. Although, you let one round slip, the next round slips, and it just kind of snowballs out there. We'll wait and see with 20 seconds left in the prep phase for Wildcard. Of course, dining and reading in the site of contention.
10 seconds left before insertion.
It is going to come down to every round, my dude.
Definitely is. And I was going to say, we are yet to see Vince really make a scoreboard impact that we saw on Wednesday at least. I was just going to highlight, maybe that is down to him feeling a little, I don't know, extra nervous or something about being up against the old team, or just something in the back of his mind that's making him play not as well. I mean, of course, there's a lot more to the siege than fragging out, but generally that's what he's known for.
Yeah. Yeah. It'll be unleashed, undoubtedly. So, Noble not as interested in taking as long as what we've seen Wildcard in the past. Up the top of red stairs already. Yeah, very methodical, flushing out a lot of these players. A lot of knowledge being given at the moment for Fish Show. Nicely done. Emo Rin falls down.
A really good entry from Fisher, just super confidently up the stairs, had the info he needed. Great peek. Nico's been shut down though. Diesel tagged in the process. Does even it out at least, albeit Noble having a slight HP advantage. Vincier still holding on to cocktails. Diesel has retreated to laundry, so still some good map control held by Wildcard as half the round has ticked away. Looks like we might get a bit of a pinch from the lower stairs from President here, though. It looks like he's just a bit worried about something.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Just not enough information, I guess. Being very cautious in the approach, waiting for someone to peek, and not really happening yet. Derp just making Wildcard feel a little bit uncomfortable now. In comes the second nade. Fortunately, won't catch the top side. It's okay for now. President has made his way to the second floor landing, but Diesel will swing on the mute and disable President. 40-second left for Noble here, Raven. Time is of the essence.
Yeah, not sure about the white stairs funnel there that we saw from Noble. Milo, great pick onto Geo, 3 versus 3. Does make it still doable. They have the HP advantage here. Vinny above though, undetected. He can't hit his shot onto Fisho. Makes it tough, but Noble, they have to get moving. Try and get this plant down.
Well, the C4, my word, it's been shot out of the air, and not only that, Derpay's been able to shut Pat down and get out as well. And now it's all up to Derp. I don't know whether he's going to be able to get up in time. Diesel should be able to deny. Tried to make his way up of white stairs. That could have been monstrous from Derp had he been able to make that trek, that journey up the top of white. And it feels like these rounds are still quite close here, Raven.
Yes, they are. And look, that was a huge round from Diesel. He ended up on the quad kill there. And 3 of those kills he only had about 30 HP for. So, great stuff. Dug deep. A bit of leadership within the team there. You know, stepping up and closing it out for them. Great stuff. It was really close. The fact that Noble even got the plant down, I was actually quite impressed with. Yep. So, holding on is wildcard. Feeling like a bit of a comeback might be on, but still a touch early to say.
Dare I say comeback? Don't you say those words, Raven. Not just yet. Caster's curse is more than real.
Yes.
So, it is very much on the horizon though, and you feel that those first 2 rounds for wildcard, as close as that second one may have been, or may not have been, depending how you see it in your eyes, it still feels like a bit of a lifetime away for wildcard to bring themselves back into this game. It's not as if Noble haven't been challenging them. So the utmost care is going to need to be taken with each of these rounds, and there is little to no room for error here. Looks like they've got a lot of information into bakeries, so potentially they may not waste any time in taking that control, Raven.
Maybe. Keeping prep wall soft is a bit interesting there, but part of the strat. Very swift take of bakery. Fisho even thinking about pushing through prep here. This could be very deadly for wildcard, depending. I think they're going to be aware because of these flashes. The clear Diesel holding a nice angle onto it. But if they're able to flush Diesel out, I mean, he's really the only one on site. Geo's not far, but that's where you have to be careful with those rushes, because if they do get Diesel out, they could quite easily take this whole side of kitchen.
Have they been able to spot it out? Electric Claw just on top. Maybe the angle's just too strong. Nope.
Oh, they got it.
No, it's not. He's now going to be opening up those walls. Wildcard looks like they're going to revert from trying to play inside of kitchen and pull back to service.
This is where Noble has to be very careful of this vertical presence that wildcard are still holding. Diesel holding a great presence on that long angle. Just walking into a bit of a trap now was Noble, not deciding to try and take any extra. Vitzig gets a knife just out of nowhere. Unbelievable. Derpay's on site now at least. They might be able to catch somebody off guard, but I think it's going to be tough to bring this round back for Noble.
Without a doubt. Feels the near impossible. You don't want to count out either of those players, though. They can potentially find one pick. Never know. Things could turn in an instant. Doesn't seem as though wildcard are completely convinced of the positioning of where Noble are. That is a pretty important kill, taking down Pat, but the trade, well, it's all too strong, and Geo will collect the last 2. Wildcard, it is really getting close. And Noble would be starting to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. It's 4 in a row now for Wildcard. Noble have still looked... That was definitely the weakest round, I'd say, that we've seen from Noble for the whole game. So Wildcard maybe are just really swinging that momentum. It was a little bit careless from Noble, I'd say, about that vertical. Maybe they had to do a bit more to flush it out. Even just presence on the mining window can go a long way. I don't know. I just felt like they needed a little bit more control. They were very swift with the bakery presence and prep. That was all great, but I just think they needed a little bit more before they tried to get that final push through.
Yep. Yeah. They really didn't waste any time in that. I'm pretty sure there was barely even 20 seconds off the clock before Fisher Guy had made his way in. So,
yeah,
concur with that. They had plenty of time to at least make Wildcard a little bit antsy, try and force them out of position. That's okay. We are going to be going to dining and mining as that top floor presence, like we've said many times before, Raven, it is quite important to deny Noble access to. Try and force them to take those horizontal fights instead of the vertical encounters. And well, Noble nearly did exactly that in the previous round, but we saw how that went. So they will be forced to try and fight this should Wildcard stay up.
Surprising, Wildcard have not played Bar Cocktail yet. This is their 4th defense round. It's considered, for a lot of teams, probably still the favored bomb side or the first pick. But yeah, Wildcard are just completely skipping it right now in this rotation. It's not that common, to be honest. I can't think I've really seen many teams elect to just not play it. Maybe they're just saving it up for a bit later.
Potentially. We know that Wildcard have outwardly said that a couple of times on the interviews. Silex obviously not wanting to give away too much too soon. So there's absolutely no surprise in that. Diesel now with a little bit of information toward the top of red as well. And be able to get that drone down decently fast.
Noble have not really been able to do much again with these vertical positions. So again, maybe they are electing to ignore. Saw someone sitting around the bottom of red. Looks like it might be Fisher Guy. And there's another one at mining window. But the rest of the presence seems to be coming from below. Just not quite sure the intention here, because Diesel in particular from above was real thorn in the side last time.
Oh. Cheeky beaky like. Was that all the way from red stairs? Surely not. It had to be.
Yeah.
Oh my
through the 2
word.
holes.
No way. Oh, that would be a pixel in it, surely. Surely he's not done that. Oh, and Emo Rin's gone down. Not out for the count, but nevertheless will still need to be picked up here. In composure here, Diesel will have to fall off the angle. Will he go for a jump out here? You bet your bottom dollar he will. Derpe, expecting it or not, will be caught out. And oh my word, it's an absolute bloodbath. Fisho Guy once again with a double kill. Gio's not done yet. Pat will come around for another one to add to the tally. And with Milo down, Nico needs to clutch this out. Hush will go out and he'll swing it. And it'll actually be Pat that closes out the round for Wildcard. It looked like Noble had everything in their favor, Raven. Just the pure raw strength of Wildcard showing on their defensive side now.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be it. I thought that was going to be the rounds that moved Noble to match point. I think they had a 4 versus 2 at one stage. But beautiful clutch from Wildcard. Just 2 great angles held. Maybe the mistake from Noble there was trying to go for that revive. Maybe the ignore and just push sight might have been the better option. But here we are. It is 5-5. The comeback has been on. It's basically Noble won 5 rounds in a row, and now Wildcard have won 5 rounds in a row. So we are all square.
Now we'll make a pretty simple statement of this is exactly where we found ourselves with Elevate and Pittsburgh Knights on Wednesday night. Before Pittsburgh Knights did in fact close it out. So Anything is possible at this point in time, and Noble will be so hungry for this victory. I mean, you know, a win against Wildcard is a win against Wildcard. It doesn't make a difference. If you're able to take a map off them, you'd be absolutely cheering. But to take 3 points away from the top team in the region in a best-of-1 format where you've got 7 games to grab yourself the points, that's pretty large, if I do say so.
Yeah, definitely, and I think a lot of it is just going to be about it. This is a real benchmark for Noble. They've just been trying to increase their performance and their standings for a long time now, and last season was great for them. They finished in that top 4 for the first time ever, I believe, like the core of the roster. And so now it is just about that next step, and you know, Wildcard are the top ones. They're the ones with the target on their back. So you know what, like this would be the new benchmark if they do manage to get this victory.
There's a lot riding on it, and that's just to be completely blunt. There's 2 rounds to get it done in regulation, and then we'll be forced into OT. And does remain the question for Noble is how do they do under pressure? The new addition of President, and we're about to find out here. Vinny is just being a point for all of this utility and gets away as well, so they are going to continue to hold it though. Not really interested in allowing Noble to push them off. And they really don't like that top floor site, do they?
No, they really don't. They have so far still avoided it. All right, Noble push through into Cigar now, so they can start putting pressure onto this Pixel, but half the round gone. They really need to start stepping it up here. Pat's been tagged, but other than that, Wildcard not really too concerned with their positioning. They can hold onto this cocktail a bit longer.
Well, looks like Wildcard have just conceded there. Geo might be able to continue to waste time. Nope, not the case. In fact, it's Fisher Guy swinging from Cocktail that'll be able to find it. Some C4s coming up from below. Or potentially not. I actually couldn't really hear that too well, so my apologies if it wasn't. But Pat getting a fair bit of information here, Raven. Wildcard, are they set to make this work? That's the question. Oh.
Risky, because Pat is very low. It really is only 1 shot and he would be dead, so that was a pretty risky peek. Might have been worth it. 40 seconds to go.
Oh.
It's like Noble have good control, but this flank coming out could be real deadly. Immerin just not hitting any shots. It's Nico still in the freezer. He's very much aware of it. Vinny from the top gets a double. Great shot. Gets a triple, in fact. Finally shut down. Down to 1 versus 1. Manic. It is Pat versus Fisher Guy.
Oh, surely Pat's got enough to win this one here. The second Fisher Guy starts to plant. That should surely be the free kill from above, you'd have to expect. Pat now getting the information, should be able to run down White Stairs and take the free tag, but no. In fact, on a slither of HP, Fisher Guy knows exactly where Pat is. He'll now peek onto it. He has control of White Stairs. Pat will have all the information in the world, but it won't matter if he can't find this kill. The vertical play, Fisher Guy just moving as much as possible right now. A massive round for Fisher Guy to clutch out for Noble. He's done it before. He's done it time and time again. But this is where he needs to step up, and he'll take the 6th round for Noble. It took them 5 on the attacking side, but they convert around, and that puts immense pressure on Wildcard.
Huge clutch from Fisho, and he's actually having a solid map. I was just sitting here as that round progressed, and I was like, I think Fisho's going to be my MVP so far for this series, because he has just been taking huge gunfights and winning them so confidently. And I think it's something that Noble will probably going to be really analyzed about with losing Vinny. How is their aggression and their entry going to pan out? Because Vinny was really instrumental with a lot of that, playing from the IQ and sometimes the Ash role. But I think Fisher is doing a fantastic job in this match right now.
Without a doubt. I couldn't agree more. I feel like every time I watch Fisher Guy, he does some insane things, and there is no exception to that right now. And I think that's Vinny as well with that, what was it, a triple kill, was the only reason why Wildcard had the opportunity in the first place to bring it so close. And obviously, you know, there's a team call that comes along with that. Pat on the pulse, clearing out top white with that cardiac sensor and continuing to push on. And it was a great call, and it nearly turned the tide for Wildcard. But my oh my, it's these big moments that really count. And as I was alluding to before, every point matters at this point when it's those best of ones. There's no redos. And Noble could well and truly be looking at taking not only 3 points away from Wildcard, but just stepping an inch closer on that journey for the top 2, top 3 placing in ANZ.
Yeah, I believe if they do manage to close out the win here, I believe they'll be second behind Pittsburgh Knights. It's just my quick maths, so don't take that as gospel. But I think that's where it would be right now. Pat just got severely tagged up from some pre-fire. Gio gets a great shot onto Nico. That's going to be a big hole in the... What is going on, mate? There's aggression everywhere. This might even be a rush in through Freezer.
Fisho, my word. We've literally just been talking about him. Does he expect another from Pillar Stairs? That's the real question. Now he does. He's going to know exactly where those shots came from. And Vinny, he's decided not to waste a single minute. They've actually moved completely away from that now. And I wonder if Wildcard have been forced back to side at this point. Vinny, surely still on that roam. There we go. Freezer hatch at the moment. We'll be able to deny a lot of the access through Freezer. And the run out as well. Vinny, what a read. That is unbelievable. And now he's going to deal with the player in VIP hitting those shots. He's absolutely nuts as he just turned it back once again for Noble. Rather for Wildcard. A 2 versus 2, Raven. This is coming down to the wire.
I don't think Diesel is going to be recoverable here, right? I think this is 2 versus 2. They've got a great crossfire now. This rotate, really good work. Vincia back in through the freezer. Noble trying to push to side. They're not aware of the flank. Ema Rin will shut him down. Milo does finish Diesel off, but it is all up to Milo right now. With a minute to go, he's going to start the plant. Vinny is just around the corner.
Refire. Milo will stick it. Oh no, the impact came out too little too late. If Milo finds Emo on that rotate, it could be very, very interesting. But push comes to shove. Wildcard step up. And you have to say, in particular, once again, Vinny makes the play and gives them a leg up in that round.
Yeah, that jump out was absolutely huge, and he was not punished on the re-entry. I think that's a big deal there. You would have at least have hoped to be able to trade that out because it's a detected player. Like, you know exactly where they are. So the fact that he is able to stay alive, obviously a big deal there. Going to overtime now. It's back-to-back overtime maps for us, Manny.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Keen as a bean.
Also, I just noticed Noble managed to actually get 3 plants down through their whole attack half, whereas Wildcard only got 1, and that was in the last round in half number 1. But Wildcard got 2 disabled victories, so what could have been for Noble?
Yep. If only. And there were, what, I think there were 3, you know, like 1v1, 1v2s for Noble, so...
Yeah,
I mean, it definitely you are definitely asking a lot of the individual Noble players at that point to step up in those instances. But like we saw with Fisho Guy, it's more than capable of doing so. And so to overtime we go. Potential 3 rounds is all we have to play with at this point. And Wildcard will continue on their defensive side, still not opting to go to that top floor. I cannot wait to hear from Silex.
Yeah, they must have some kind of beef with top floor, I don't know. I was just looking at the scoreboard. Fisher's on 17 and 10, so yeah, he's going
Holy smokes.
pretty nuclear for Noble. Which, I mean, we knew that, but it's, yeah, look, it's pretty substantial. So great stuff from him. Overall, I still feel like, even though, yeah, Wildcard just came back and tied it up 6-6, I still feel like Noble will have more control in this game. They just really weren't able to secure some of those rounds.
Nope. Not only would I agree, but I'm sure the stats would agree with that as well. So, 3 rounds is all it takes to decide the victor here. Everyone was hard pressing Wildcard to be the victors in this one. I think, what, 82% the community vote. All of us at Snowball were well and truly picking Wildcard, and Noble have taken them the full distance. So, can they finish it? Can they make this work? They've forced OT. And now only time will tell.
Pretty good progress from Noble so far, really putting a lot of pressure in towards White Hallway. 3 players around the top of that cocktail White Stairs area, though, will need to be flushed out. This Lion is a fresh pick here from Noble. That's going to assist them a little bit, but you know what? They have the perfect counter to that. There are mute jammers all on that top floor. So that will help them be able to move around and kind of mask some of the effects of that Lion scan.
Oh my word, Vinny got ballsy there. Unfortunately, Derpe was ready for it and waiting. Emo Rin goes down in the meantime, so the 2 top fraggers for Wildcard right now are off the board. President, in the meantime, was traded out. 45 seconds. Noble have made pretty good leeway up top there, Raven. They might be able to apply a lot of pressure here to Wildcard.
Yeah, I got the man advantage, 30 seconds to go, but the players remaining on Wildcard are obviously danger players, but also they are ones with denial. Pat there with the C4. I think one of the C4s may have already been used. Diesel didn't bring one, but Geo, he's got smokes. There's definitely an opportunity right now. He's standing in amongst it. Oh, he's going to get not flashed, though. This is going to be very detrimental in his position.
Oh! Geo, that's a massive start. Oh no, Nico, he stepped up with 2. Geo, he holds the hard line. And now, what kind of play can he make? The diffuser's going down. Oh, he stopped it in time. Fisho guy can't get it down. The Buck was watching the line, tagged him up through the fire and flames. Geo pulls the round back for Wildcard. You just would not read about it tonight, Raven. You could not have written a better script if you tried.
I don't think so, no. I just want to say also, I feel like that was totally, I'm sorry Nico, but I feel like that was totally should have had AR moment. Because he had the DMR, and I don't know, I just feel like if he had the AR, might have had more of a chance to secure the kill when he shot through from Laundry, but maybe not, I could be wrong. But here we are. Let's see whether Noble can take it all the way to that last point. They have to dig deep on this defense. They're going bar cocktail. It feels like it's been an eternity since we've seen this site played.
Yep. Certainly does. Well, in actual fact, it had to be at least 7 rounds. And then whatever Noble decided not to play on top of that, or rather whatever Noble didn't, I shouldn't say opted, because they're pretty hungry to get back there. It's coming down to the wire. We are literally by the skin of their teeth. Both of these teams have somehow held on for...
10 seconds to go.
Oh, we're getting into 13 rounds, 14th round now. Oof.
5 seconds.
Yep, pretty full on. It's been a long game. And it's been very back and forth. I mean, it looked like Noble were just going to storm away with this match all the way in that first half. And then Wildcard have just come back so strong. And yeah, of course, it's led us to this point, and I honestly would not be surprised if this goes to 7-7.
Yep. The way everything's happened, how strong Noble's defense was. There are no questions, Vinny. Goodness me. Oh, you just know that he's going for that fight 9 times out of 10. Literally in one of the most important rounds of this entire game, Vinny is more than happy to take that peek. It just goes to show the confidence and really the skill to back yourself in that situation. I think Nico's been spotted by quite a number of drones now. Maybe Emo Rim might be able to catch him on the rotate.
Oh.
What?
Nope. I think the scope might have just blocked out Nico for long enough there where Nico was able to get that peek, so great job. This roam continues. And this is going to stall out Wildcard. I mean, if a team is going to stall out from something like this, it's going to be them.
Yep. Yeah, if you can find a way to push them back, if you can take that first kill, it slows them down even more so. It's a very good point, Raven. And a minute 25. Will we see Wildcard inevitably pick up the pace and try and find something in return? Vinny now at the top of red. Still, it doesn't feel like there's a lot going on for Wildcard, but obviously slow and methodical they are.
Again, they're just waiting for Noble to try and make a mistake here. It's not happening. President just got tagged up pretty hard, as did Pat. Finished off by Diesel. They've just yeeted it now. They have this cocktail control. Rappel in, I'd say it must have been. Didn't quite catch it. Diesel's going to be able to get this plant down, it looks like. Not going to be confirmed. But they're not looking in great shape. I mean, there goes Vinny. Geo is low. Could be possible here, Manic.
Yeah, Vinny going down there, that's actually quite large. He was playing on balcony. He could have done a lot of damage. And now with Geo and Diesel, the only players up, both of them on cocktail. And with Diesel going down, Geo has to come up big. And he can't do so in a 3v3 post-plant situation. Noble will send us to the full round. 15 we are at, my friend. This is absolutely absurd.
Yeah, look, we said that it was totally going to happen, and here it is. It was Fisher Guy, of course, to bring it home as well. So I think I saw right at the end, maybe he's on like 19 kills or something crazy. But here we go, Kitchen cooking. It's going to be Wildcard on the defense. They did not lose it in their defense half. So, let's see what Noble can bring out.
The distance has gone and been gotten, my friend. 6th pick from Derp off of the Maverick. We'll see a mirror on Pat and an IQ on Derp. So we head to Kitchen, which will inevitably be one way or another our last sight for the night. There's just no other way you knew this was going to finish.
No, it definitely feels very fitting. That's for sure. There's so many, I'm just looking at all these scores. There's so many players on the double-digit kills. It's pretty nuts.
Jesus. That is absolutely mental. What's that? 4 on Wildcard, 3 on WoW. Out of a possible 10 players on double digits, we have 7. And Pat is 1 kill away. Holy smokes. Yep. This has been, I mean, we predicted this to be a barn burner, but could we have predicted this? For it to have been this close,
Yeah, it's really delivered. I thought this was going to definitely be the game of the night and be pretty close, but this is crazy close.
I think that was Vinny as well. It was. He just makes it back in time. How fitting it would have been for Fisho to have opened that up again. He has been nothing shy of incredible for Noble tonight. You have to take your hat off regardless of what happens to the end of this game. Everything was left on the server for Fisher, that's for damn sure. I don't think you can really point a finger at any of these players and say that there wasn't enough done.
Just trying to judge here what Noble's trying to do. Looks like, again, they're favoring most of a freezer push. They are going to have to be worried about dining control because you'll still be able to drop the hatch, be able to watch the run in. Nico, though, gets Vinny. That's a great pick. Very important pick, in fact. That's the one playing around dining. Emorin is there to back him up, though. Noble giving themselves a good shot to be able to close this out.
It's still a 4-minute 30 on the clock. Not only that, they've taken control of Bar. Noble are not really wasting a lot of time here. They've really done well in spreading themselves out. Geo, he's waiting for that lobby push. He's waiting for that one player to step through double door. Oh my word, the timing on the peak. Geo nearly goes insane there on the second kill. Unfortunately, he cannot confirm it. Raven, a minute left on the clock. There's one player on red stairs. Can Wildcard hold?
Yeah, this red stairs player is going to be able to deny the Selmas. That's pretty big because it means that it's going to be no line of sight or no access in through. Imorin has to be able to hold this position. Those castles in the way is going to be quite a big deal. So 2 on site to hold. Pat gets pushed from behind though. Fisher guy goes down in Freezer Manic 2 versus 3.
You could cut the tension with a knife. Imorin and Diesel, all that remain between the 3 points. Milo, he's going to go to stick this plant. President, he's watching the line from Freezer as well. The second he peeks out, he will be in trouble. Imorin looks to flank from behind through Red Hall. Hasn't been spotted as of yet. No information being given. So intense. Noble just hold strong. They hold where they're sitting. They manage to catch Diesel. It's all on the Imorin. A 1 versus 3. Surely Noble have not been able to do this, defying all predictions and all odds. Noble will take the map 8-7 in full overtime. An unbelievable performance. They take everything from Wildcard in this map.
Absolute huge performance from Noble. It's just their first half was just huge. It was fantastic. It looked like it was theirs. Valiant effort from Wildcard to bring it all the way back, but I just think Noble looks like the stronger team overall, and here we are. They get the 8-7 victory. Fisher guy in particular, it's hard to say that he would not be MVP from this match. I think he was so pivotal in them getting this result.
The first time that the roster Noble have ever beaten Wildcard, as far back as Raven and I looked. Could you believe it?
Yeah, look, it's really good for them because, like I said, they're constantly seeking that new benchmark, right? Like last season, they made it to top 4 for the first time, as far as I can remember, at least. Not something I looked into, but now they've finally been able to beat Wildcard. They are going to be sitting in top 2. They will be behind Knights, just based on round difference at least. But look, they're sitting in top 2 position now. That puts Wildcard out of the top 2, which obviously it's only 2 play days in, but 2 of 7, it starts to get significant pretty quick.
And that's one thing, again, that we were kind of highlighting throughout the matches. It really is only 7 matches, and one can make the difference. Obviously, you know, we're not in any worry whatsoever for Wildcard to not make the playoffs or anything like that. But it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, these are the kind of moments that a team like Noble will take and run with, right? That is an incredible way for them to have set up the start of their season.
Yeah, huge. And that's going to help give them a lot of confidence for almost the rest of their fixture. Wildcard, as we said, they are the top team. They're the ones that are going to have the target on the back. So to be able to get the victory against them, that can just do huge things for your confidence in the rest of your matches.
I'm still pretty gobsmacked, in all honesty. I think that was
it's pretty nuts.
After a 5-1 first half for Noble. I'm not going to say the ribbon was being put on it, but did not expect to be headed to overtime. And with Wildcard on their defense in that last round, my oh my, they really made that. They milked that for all that was worth.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I was not too sure that Wildcard would be able to bring it back because their form coming out of that first half wasn't great. And even the rounds they were winning in their second half, they were close. Whereas when Noble were winning in the first half, they just looked really strong.
Yeah.
So I just really felt overall that Noble were going to close it out. And I mean, they did, but Wildcard seemed to have started to play back into some form as the match went on. Obviously, it just didn't prove to be enough.
Certainly wasn't. Tell you who did prove to be enough, though. Nico. We've got him on the line. Let's hear what he has to say. The man himself. Congratulations. What a gut-wrenching game to play through. I think I've got to ask you, because that was insane. How are you feeling at the end of that?
Oh, I'm pumped as usual. The team is absolutely hyped right now, obviously. I don't know. I've never really like. I don't know. I don't know how to react. I'm happy. That's all.
Oh, that's good to hear you're happy. And look, I'm not surprised. An 8-7 match in general is just like, oh my god, what just happened? But the fact you guys just beat Wildcard probably makes it a whole lot sweeter. So I'm sure it'll take a little bit of time to sink in. Look, tell us about the match. You guys went out to a huge lead. You looked very strong in that first half. And the wildcard started to bring us back. So maybe just talk us through what started to change and how the team were dealing with that.
Yeah, well, obviously, like, you have those, like, emotions taken. The second you're, like, 5-1 up, and you kind of just... all previous mentality, as much as you don't want to admit, it sort of starts to, like, break down. And obviously, with the defense-sided, like... I wouldn't say it's defense-sided, but, like, both teams' defenses are pretty decent. It's very easy to break apart someone that's so, like, a team that's just, oh, we've got it in the bag, we're winning, like that kind of that mentality. It's hard to get out of that, is what I'm trying to say. So they did well to completely just dismantle our attacks, just destroy us. Like, although some rounds came pretty close, that's kind of like the rounds themselves were very close, and the whole game as itself was very close. So it's the win just doesn't feel right. But I'm glad you come out on top. So
I mean, I'm going to be completely honest. I don't really think I have any specific questions that I can even ask you that would be able to be answered in a way that would be coherent or understandable at this point, because that was an absolute barn burner for us to be able to watch, and I'm sure the viewers at home enjoyed it. Was there anything you'd like to say, just, you know, kind of to top it off? I think this Raven said that this is the, you know, we were doing the research before the match. This is the first time that the roster has beaten Wildcard since before Raleigh Major. Is that correct, Raven?
Yeah, I went as far back as Raleigh Major, and it's only been like 2 draws since then, so never a dub. So congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, so was there anything you'd like to say before we close out?
I'd just like to thank Noble as a whole, the org, recently, like, just coming in, swooping us up, supporting us. Big thanks to all my teammates, really. Like, I couldn't have done that without them at all. So that's all.
That is a fair enough statement, to be honest, mate. Well, congratulations on a well-earned victory, and enjoy your weekend. We'll see you on Wednesday.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really know, like, what you'd even say at that point. Like, it's gone well past the stroke of midnight. I know we're only heading into gamer hours right now, but, you know, it's a late series. It's gone deep into overtime. That's pretty incredible, if I'm honest.
Total whirlwind. I am not surprised that Nico had not fully absorbed, like, what happened and what was going on. When you're in those kinds of matches, it feels like you're just in it for so long, and when it's over, it doesn't feel like it's over. I definitely can empathize with that. So, yeah, and the time, obviously, like you said, after midnight doesn't help that. But yeah, I think they can look back on this and be really happy. Of course, they didn't do so great in the second half, but at the end of the day, I felt like overall their map on Cafe against the Wildcard was really good. I think there were so many positives for Noble to take forward for the rest of their season.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, if they can continue to replicate a lot of it, I don't see why they wouldn't hold a top 2 spot.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that it's, we had questions about them coming into this season because previously when we saw Sinister pick them up, we were asking questions around their performance in the early season, and it felt like there was a lot of pressure on them to perform for an organization. And we were literally saying on the reload about, Noble coming in and picking them up, and whether it would be, history being repeated, or whether it was kind of like a burning desire for them to be able to pull together. And I think that, the Ferox game, you can kind of throw that away. They still won that 7-5, but to come in and to take wildcard all the way and to do it in the way that they did, I think that speaks volumes about the roster at the moment.
Absolutely. I think it just must help them so much to be able to get such a significant victory to show that they've moved in a positive direction. Things are going well. And I think even for somebody like President, who's new to the roster and, as we said, new to competing at this level, I think just to be able to experience this would do wonders for his confidence about moving forward. And that can really help players like that progress and start to really learn and develop. So
yeah,
I think there's a lot of good things that have come from this win, besides the fact that they just got points. But I think there's a lot of additional benefits and positives that will come out of this for them.
Yeah, for sure. So we've got Silex on the line to have a chat with him about the performance. Silex, it is very good to see you. Unfortunately, not on the best of terms, but I think still at the end of the day, it was a very close match. And I think to begin with, I'm going to ask probably a question that Raven should be asking, but the top floor defense, are you hiding something, or is there a reason why we didn't see that played?
Well, firstly, Wamai's banned, so it kind of makes holding pixel a bit harder without as much utility denial. And in more recent times, it's become it's been played so often, people know how to attack it reasonably well. And yeah, it's becoming one of those more weaker sites.
Yeah, okay, I think that's fair enough. I would just love to hear your thoughts on what went wrong for you guys. Obviously, coming into this, you would have been feeling confident. Of course, they're a really good team, but knowing you guys, you can feel confident in your game. They got out to a flying start, so was there something in particular that really caught you off with their defenses, or?
We were just trying to play our game, but in doing so, we were being a bit too slow, a bit too cautious on the attack. And we were probably playing into Noble's hand a bit. They obviously would have watched our cafe game on Wednesday, watched our tendencies, and picked off a lot of our players really early on. And it really hurt us because we couldn't play vertical as much. We'd get C4'd a lot. They took out Geo on a lot of those rounds, who was our buck. So we were unable to get picks for ourselves as well, which made attacks pretty hard. And on top of this, we're not winning our one-on-one gunfights, which really, when it comes down to it, you need to win gunfights. And I think I only counted one round where we had a clean opening frag, which put us in man advantage. I think 14 out of 15 rounds, Noble had a man advantage. So even with that in mind, we won 7 rounds. So our mid game to late game is pretty strong, I think. It was just our early game, which we really need to work on.
I'd love to hear, just before we let you go and go and rest and recoup, I'd love to hear the mentality that you guys have going into the second half. Obviously, 5-1 down is no easy task whatsoever. What are you kind of talking about? What's the team saying when you're coming into that second half, knowing you're going onto the defensive side of Cafe at 5-1 down?
You just got to take it as it comes. 5-1 down on Cafe, it's nothing really unheard of. Cafe is obviously a defense-sided map, so you just got to gotta really hit it hard on the defense side, make every single round count.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, I think that's really all we wanted to be able to have a chat with you about. So, Alex, obviously, we want to let you go and rest and recover from what is now a late night. But thank you very much for joining us, mate. Unfortunate that it's ended the way it has for you, but we will see you next Wednesday when you get to do it all over again.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Always good to see him. Always good to see Silex. I think that, from everything that we know about the new roster of Wildcard, it seems like no matter what kind of happens, they're never really too flustered, if that makes sense. Like most of the times that I've spoken or heard from them, it's never, you know, even in the face of defeat, it hasn't been all doom and gloom or anything like that. I still do find it interesting that the game was, not only was it as close as what it was, but that they kind of had fallen over the hurdle at the last step on those last couple of rounds.
Yeah, it felt like with the momentum they'd brought from that second half and even winning that first round of OT, it did feel like they might have been able to just hold on. But
yeah,
again, credit to Noble, they played fantastically all series. So I think it was a real, I'm not going to say coin flip at the end of the day, but I think if either team was to win, it would have been totally deserving.
Yeah.
Just went the way of Noble this time. I'm sure Wildcard will just take it in their stride, as they are obviously a very experienced side. And I think come the end of the season, they'll probably just look back on this and like, oh, it was just a close game. They lost against a good team.
Yeah.
So there's not much you can argue with that. It's not like they lost to a team that should be like at the bottom, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure. And, you know, for the viewers at home, I wouldn't be mad if you'd forgotten about all the other games after that long-winded game. So let's have a look at what we saw tonight. I promise you right now, I would never have put my money on this looking the way it does. 7-3 from Ferox on Akami. The 7-1 against LFO, Rhythm almost taking the map away from Elevate, and then Noble in the end taking the game from Wildcard. What an unbelievable whirlwind of a night, Raven.
Absolute mad evening. None of these games, I mean, Wildcard Noble is probably the game that went as much to be expected in terms of how close it was.
Yeah.
But the result is definitely not something we predicted. And then every single other game was just, yeah, it was just a nuts evening of Siege. I am still blown away. And I'm really excited for the season if this is the kind of stuff that we have in store.
Yep, talking about the season, let's have a look at the standings. Of course, Pittsburgh at the top, just underneath them. Would you believe it? It's Noble. Now that's a sight to see. And tapering all the way down to the bottom, we've got Rhythm and LFO looking at the relegation playoffs. There are still 5 matches to go for every team, and that is something that we really need to keep an eye on because it quickly dwindles out the opportunity to grab points. And Rhythm bringing it so close to Elevate tonight, but not being able to get it across the line, that could be detrimental to their season, Raven.
Yeah, it really could be, and that's the thing. I mean, it usually comes down to that with most seasons, is sometimes it can take one match, and that will be the points that you needed to get through. But especially because of the short format, every match counts right now. So if Rhythm and LFO continue a lose streak, it's definitely going to be scary territory for them.
Yeah, and the problem is for LFO as well, they still have 2 of the best teams coming up. So they have not had the easiest of trots, we'll say that much.
Yeah, no, they really haven't. But at the end of the day, like, everybody plays everybody, so
yep.
It should balance out by the end of the season.
Should.
It's just it should. But of course, the factor there is just about like the mental fortitude. They have to be able to get through those matches and just be realistic, you know, like look back on them and be like, okay, well, we just lost the top 4 teams, but we should win the rest of our games. And if they have the mental fortitude for that, then they'll be able to climb back into where they potentially are realistically meant to end up.
Totally agree. Couldn't agree more with that, Raven. But do you know what time it is?
What's the time?
It's time to close the show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you along in this mental night of unbelievable matches. We will be back next Wednesday. Make sure you check out the socials, and we'll see you next time.
But you bring me back from my darkness black. It's the soul in me and the heart I yearn for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life.
safe only. Even though we burn from the light I bleed. Could she bring me back? Not a heart attack could take away